Welcome to the NLC. You've heard the talk, watched the scrims and seen the tweets. Streamers, LEC players, MSI champions.
Dropping the ultimate onto Yanko.
But all that matters is what you do on the Rift.
And Kurt is going to be killed by some random bloke from Hungary. MSI champion, welcome to the NLC.
There's only one league like this, so what more do you need to know? Brought to you by Arozzi, the NLC is hitting your screen right now.
And we are live for Arozzi Northern League of Legends Championship Winter Split Playoffs. We're still online, but only for this week. It's the final week because after this, we'll be on a live event. That's going to be extremely different. That's going to be a massive pleasure to just get to know all of you back at home, or for those of you who were able to buy the tickets. But from the desk itself, let's give a warm welcome to today's desk, Salari and Fox.
Hello.
Hello.
I was waiting for the first
What's
one
up?
to reply. Yeah. So, tell me, how you feeling? How you doing? Hi, today.
Yes.
Fantastic.
We're excited.
Let's go.
NLC time, baby.
Yes.
All of us are so naturally hypey, and Fox, you try your best, and I love it. I can see the sparkle in your eyes. That's something.
Just chill guy.
We love you, Fox.
That's how I look at you. Just a chill guy enjoying League of Legends. But what are we enjoying today, you might ask back at home? Well, I'll let you know. We have the bracket for Winter Finals so far, and we are no longer looking into the top of the bracket. That's done. Los Ratones will be waiting for their opponent on March 2nd. Until then, look into the bottom part of the bracket. 19th, 20, and 21. 3 days in a row of non-stop action. And then the last part will be played live as well in March the 1st. To start this day, I'd like to say everybody, Ready Sack versus Bulldog Esports. We've seen this before as well. Any sort of arguments before we even start cooking?
This is a rematch. This is very personal for Radisak because they went into the series with Bulldogs as absolute favorites, and you know what happened at 2-2-1. This was not the result they were expecting, and I expect them to be coming today serving their revenge to Bulldogs.
Yeah, exactly as you said. Ruddy, we had high expectations and they got knocked down by Bulldog. They got humbled by Bulldog,
Yes.
and that was only best of 3. Now we've got a best of 5 between the two teams, and absolutely Ruddy are going to look for that revenge.
Massive difference stepping into the best of 5, especially with Fearless Draft. But you know what you can do? Well, you can sit down and relax, and while you do it, might as well sit on one of these chairs by Arozzi. Take a look. Welcome back to the show. Before we start talking about what we have for today and debating about the teams and all that, Salari Foxtrot, are you ready?
Oh no.
You didn't have to ruin the day.
You know, I'm really fond of these things.
Okay.
Try my
I'm
best.
sorry, now I feel bad.
You ruined the mood now.
That was,
Let's play a game, I guess.
that was
Who
great.
am I, Emoji Edition? I'll show you an emoji. You tell me what champion you think it belongs to, and if you're right, you get a point. And by the end of the split, you'll get a sushi date or a burger place. If you're up to Foxtrot, you're 1 game behind Jamada. Jamada's winning,
Yes.
by the way. Solari, you're 2 games behind Jamada. So if you win today, you'll tie up with Foxtrot and try to go for the lead. It's a tough one, doesn't matter. Let's move on into the first champion of the day. Who am I with this emoji? Yes, Solari!
Brand?
Why?
Because he has a zombie skin.
He does.
He does. But it's not him.
Is it?
Respectable. No, it's
Yo-
not.
yo-
She tried, so you can't do it now. You have to wait for the second one.
Oh, okay. Okay,
Yes,
sorry. I thought
sir.
we each got to go each.
And I actually saved you, by the way. Let's go for the second one. Who am I? Ooh.
I'll give it a pop. I don't
Yes,
know about
Fox.
this. Is it Yorick?
It is Yannick. He has the zombies, he has the ghosts, and he has the graves. And there you go. Yannick
You
is the
didn't
first
save
one.
me then.
I didn't.
Fair
I was
enough.
just trying to make sure I would get to the third one, to spice it up. I need to change the way I tackle this. Okay, 1 point for Foxtrot. Solani, step up.
Yes.
Second one.
Oh wow.
This is exactly what I asked, I guess.
Vayne?
I understand why you think it's Vayne. And I would probably say the same, but it's not Vayne. Let's go for the second one. Now it's confusion.
Oh wow.
What?
I was not expecting the first one.
What?
Hey, okay. I'll give you a tip. Swish, swoosh.
Oh, that's not helping.
Oh,
Oh, that's not helping. What?
What is that?
What?
Okay. You want to take a guess?
No, I'm not.
Hell
Third
no.
with
one,
it,
and
I'm
you'll
not
get
with
it
it.
instantly. The first one to raise your arm is gonna get this one. There you go.
Timo?
Timo. It was supposed to be a blind attack.
Yeah.
I was not expecting that,
Yeah.
And then whooshy whooshy, you just,
Okay.
Okay.
he's fast as a scout.
Okay.
I mean, you
gotta go fast.
gotta turn those cogs, you gotta turn them. It's not, Come on, okay,
Feel it
1 and 1,
back. Okay.
Salati. Keeping up. Let's go for the third one. Chat, you can play as well. Let me know, who do you think this is, Salati?
Shaco.
It is.
You only had 2 emojis for him?
Yeah, because the second one is invisible.
That's good. That's good. I like that.
That's good.
I'm so
That
sad
is
I didn't
good.
get to express that one. Don't worry. Salati 2 and 1. She's too good for this one. Foxtrot, you're falling behind. The sushi is just swooshing away. Okay,
I'm lagging, dude.
let's go. Fourth one.
Money.
Back. Okay, Fox. I think that's a
Is it
raised
Draven?
head. Ah, I see it. But nah. I see it. Makes sense. Makes sense. Not yet, Salati. You have to see the second clue.
I am sitting, prepared for the next one.
Okay. Show the second clue.
No.
There you go.
I thought I knew something.
I mean,
that Fox, I think you raised your hand.
Is it Siva?
Do you think it's Simmer?
Yes.
Let's lock it in. It is Simmer. Yes, my dude, it is Simmer. 2 and 1 at this
That
point.
makes so much
Salati.
sense. Okay.
Wait, is it 2 and 1? No.
It's 2 and 2.
2 and
2
2.
and 2. The final one
What
decides it all.
earth is
There you
that?
go. 5th champion. Who am I?
Okay, it's somebody who's very cute and they're blushing. Oh my god.
Yeah,
It can be a lot of them. I'll go with a wild guess.
Yes, Salati.
Seraphine?
Oh, I wouldn't bring Seraphine into the show.
I was hoping.
I would? Nah, it's not gonna happen. Second clue of Who Am I? Emoji edition. And now things get spicy.
We are
Someone
cute and we are a plant.
very cute, very
Very
happy.
cute. Very
Have
happy.
a plant.
This is me.
They have a
Is it
plant.
raising our hands?
Yeah, this is me raising my hand.
Yeah.
Wow.
Is it Lilia?
Nah.
What?
It doesn't need to be. If it's cute, it could be big. It's still cute, but still extremely happy. Extremely happy could be a way to look into this one. Third emoji
Extremely
to
happy.
make it interesting. Aha!
Ivern?
Yaiver! There you go! 2 points for Foxtrot, 3 for Salati. She wins this one, ties it up with Foxtrot. On the emoji, who am I? You seem disappointed for getting it right.
I am a little bit, yeah.
I'm so happy we can have these fun moments between teammates, colleagues, and chat as well. Thank you so much for participating. I'm extremely hyped to see
Oh my god, I'm
today's
sorry,
match.
Jerome.
Nah,
I can
don't
feel
worry.
leg day incoming.
Oh, it's gonna be brutal. It's gonna be big. But you know what's gonna be extremely brutal as well? Today's series, the Ruddy Sack versus Bulldog Esports. It's do or die for both of them. One moves on with the dream of reaching live event. The other one will see it through a cell phone. With that in mind, let's toss to an interview to know what they talked about. And massive punches were thrown. Take a look. Cayman versus Don Jake. Bulldog Esports versus the Ruddy Sack. Hey, Don Jake, I just want to get a feeling. Are you okay? You're always so enthusiastic. Low energy on that side today.
The last couple of months have taken a lot of my life energy, I would say. Watching, I don't know if you saw scrims yesterday. I watched my AD carry die to Scion passive at 40 minutes, and then we lost the game. So, yeah.
I might have been watching a thing or two. If I speak, I'm in big trouble, Chief.
I'll be suspended for 6 months.
Oh boy. Cayman, how are you feeling though? High energy?
I mean, scrim's going great, and I think last time we met it was only best of 3. I would love to meet the boys in best of 5. Like, you know, get the Yanko Sejuani 5 games in a row. But
Fearless.
you know, I'm fearless. Yeah.
Sorry,
I
do you know
it's
where
just
you
a
are
joke.
right now? Like, you know what the format is.
Yeah, it was a joke because Jankos hates Sejuani, you know. Like maybe I know
okay.
your players better than yourself, but
No, it's just typically like I don't know if you know this, but like jokes are meant to be funny. So I don't know. Like, maybe you missed out on that one.
yeah, I mean it's fun.
I like this.
Okay. Anyways, I last time was best of 3, and now it's best of 5. So we are just more hyped, you know. So our first best of 5 is the boys together. So yeah.
Tell me something, Cayman. Last time you met the Ruddy Sack, you had a field trip with the mid lane. It actually went really well for you. But then things turned sour as soon as you went versus Los Ratones. So what changed from the last time you played within the Rift until now? And what can like a Bulldog Esports fan actually take from this game?
I think we had like 0-2 versus Los Ratones, which was really, I guess, sad to see. They were just stomping us. I mean, Ruddy didn't get the pleasure of getting stomped by Los Ratones yet, but that is indeed a pleasure, a reality check. And I think after that, we just realized where we want to go, especially with early game, with champions. And I think just, you know, it's different. It's different, right? Last time we played was Ruddy, it was best of 3. So we are not gonna come in here. Yeah, this is a free win or something we won. Was indeed really close. They're really good players, and I'm just hyped to have a good matchup, to learn a lot as a player. And I think like I can speak for all the players here, like best of 5s, especially with the new really good format Fearless, is where you can grow, or where you can show, you know, the Cayman show, right? Like 5 different players, you know, like getting that Kled mid lane out, and yeah, let's see.
Okay, Jake, I don't know if you noticed, he said you didn't get to meet Los Ratones yet, so, you know, he's on lower bracket.
Yeah, I
so
mean, I
if you're
think,
yeah.
you know, you look into his eyes deeply, I think he knows that his time has come. I mean, he's talked about the Cayman show. That's a show that's got so low ratings, I think it'll be getting cancelled after this season. And just, you know, I want to just take the time. Obviously, I don't get the chance to speak to players that much as an owner nowadays. Just, you're welcome. I mean, you went from 0-18 in the Prime League to get to play against players that you would have never had the chance to play against in your life because of your skill level. And congratulations. Enjoy your time in the spotlight. You've got another potentially 5 games of it today. Make it worth it.
So tell
Yeah,
me Jake.
that's why I'm streaming, you know? Like, yeah, I have to prepare the retirement, right? And I have to choose like the viewership from you so I can go safely into retirement, right? After the Cayman show is like over, you know? So I mean, you know, like
I was thinking more supermarket for you, but if you want to stream, you could as well.
No,
yeah,
Jake. Well, Tell me something, Jake. Last time you played, you had to bring in extra, force towards the top side. Like, who's came in fighting today? I mean, you talk about big names, but you're bringing all the big names. Are they still the same? Are we going for the sub?
No,
someone back from Turkey?
Perks is in today. That's officially confirmed as of this morning, I think.
Oh, that's good. Actually, we didn't know yet. So no wonder. That's good.
So
okay.
your manager just doesn't do their
Right,
job,
no.
or because Side Select was released last night. So, what is your manager being paid to do?
No, like it's about like what we
That's
have to do
interesting
to
that
win
you
versus
threw
you,
him under the bus. Are you going to be throwing your jungler under the bus today as well, or like what's going on?
I mean, I think I'm gonna throw myself under the bus by Galio and just roam perma to Hums. But that's another story, okay? It's about what we need, It's what we need. Do we need to know what side we select? Do we need who plays on top lane? Yeah, like if you guys are like sitting there at 19 o'clock watching, who's gonna play from them? We are just chilling in solo queue there,
Just to clarify, you are the guys who selected side. So it's just interesting that you don't know what side you are or who's playing.
Okay, man. What is happening, man?
I mean, we know what side we are. I talked about who's the player. Like, I'm not checking like if they
it says side and lineups. It's just interesting. It's not that important. It's just you're in the big leagues now.
I have
you've
to
got to
click
be
buttons.
you've got to be
like
prepared.
I have to click buttons.
Play the man, don't play the occasion. I think that's a big thing with you.
I need
I'm
to
the
jump
K
in.
man. Like, okay.
Jake, tell me something to wrap this up. Last interview we had, you had a big viewing party. You said, hey, the crowd wants ready to do this, to do that.
Yeah.
Dominate is now with pills like for this tension because things are getting heated as well. I mean, let me know what the fans from Ready Sack can expect from you today.
Listen, at the end of the day, trust the process.
Yeah.
I think we're building something that is about longevity here. It always is. I bring my side, they bring their side. We've had a rough start to it, but we'll just see what happens. I just kind of want to reiterate from what I said before, Cayman. Just play the man, don't play the occasion. I can understand, there's a big spotlight on you, you get the heebie-jeebies, get a little bit excited, but just remember to play the occasion. It's very important.
To wrap this up for you before you jump in, let me know. For Bulldog Esports, things are growing. Things are looking good. Los Ratones, put it behind you, but you already defeated the Ready Sack. Where do you believe your team is better than Don Jake's team, the Ready Sack?
Not socials.
I mean, I didn't see Ruddy Sack's pet yet, like I think we just have the pet advantage. We have the dogs on our side. So honestly, like we have also 5 better dogs on the Rift. So in the end, we just have to show on the Rift. Like I can just yap perma about Don Jake's not even showing his whole face on interview because he's just that scared. But like I could yap perma, but it's not about that. I'm just really hyped to play with these LEC players like Don Jake. Like he made it funny. But it's true, I was in Prime League, like I didn't think of playing with Jankos next season. So I want to take that experience to the next level, give everything, play my heart out, and let's see what we can do later.
Best of luck for both of you, and we'll see it on the Rift, and may the best team win by the end of the day. I'll see you soon.
Good luck, Don Jack.
Good luck.
Bulldog Esports versus the Ready Sack. Let's start talking about them. Let's start introducing this matchup. It's the best out of 5 to start the day off today. There you go. It's on! It's on with Perks on the top side this time, so no excuses. It's the team they put in. Bulldog Esports after getting defeated by Los Ratones. They have to keep up. They have to fight back. They have to look into finals yet again from the lower bracket. One slip up.
I just wanted to say who doesn't get beaten by Los Ratones, but actually the Ready Sack hasn't at least yet.
Fair point. We're gonna talk about that later on. I love that. Fair point, Solari. Foxtrot, when you look into both teams, what comes into mind? Bulldogs versus Ready Sack.
It's the early game for me. That's where I'm keeping my eyes peeled, right? So you can see in these head-to-head stats, Bulldog really haven't been that exceptional in the early game. The first block percent you can see about 1 in 5. Not the greatest statistics there, but it does also reflect in you know, the way that they play the game. They do tend to play more for those team fights, more for those scaling opportunities, carry through Exafang in the bot side, so they are somewhat comfortable with the discomfort of being behind early, and we'll see whether Ruddy can punish them appropriately in those beginning stages of the game.
I like it. Cayman was worried about that specifically, the early game for the team. Well, he told us that at least he tried to fix it or pay some attention regarding that. But the team is good, and the last time they met, Bulldog Esports versus the Ready Sack, I mean, most of the Rift was in control in favor of Bulldog Esports. I know it was a 2-1, so it was back and forth. But when you look into the mid and the bot, it was mostly Bulldog Esports, no Solari?
It was, honestly. I think that bot lane especially is such a big topic to talk about when you look at Bulldog Esports, because Exafang, for example, the player who absolutely surprised everybody but by how good he's looking throughout this split, especially considering that he's just a rookie, and he's extremely young as a player as well. He has been playing exceptionally. I really look forward to see how he's going to be feeling today versus the Radisak's bot lane. But yeah, this bot lane of Bulldogs are having Kaising, who is so experienced, helping the team out there from the bot lane. And then yeah, after that you look at the individual lanes as well, and it feels like whenever Bulldog are winning, it is because their individual lanes are having exceptional performance. And I keep talking about Mientek, for example, who is one of my favorite players, not just because he's a Polish player, but because he has grown up so much, and he has the games when he's pretty much the biggest carry for the team with his Ambessa and Xander performances.
Okay, we got one side of the picture. Foxtrot, can you paint the other one? We look into Ready Sack, and then eventually we'll talk about the bot line. I like that, Saladi. Let's talk about the Ready Sack before we move on to the bot line. Fox.
Yeah, I mean, Ruddy's it's a big question mark, isn't it, coming into today?
Ooh.
Because, to be honest, Ruddy have not lived up to the expectations we had of them coming into NLC, and arguably, potentially, they could even have been knocked out of this tourney if it wasn't for that monster sub performance by Wonder, right, in the last series. So, yeah, it's tough to really evaluate this team to see where they're at. Obviously, we know with those nameplates, we know what the skill can be. We know with in Fearless and with the way the meta's shaping up as well. I feel like Leader, personally, is completely in his element, which is a great boon for Ruddy Sack. But you just don't know who's going to show up on the day, and we still haven't quite seen the full potential of the Sack. And it's something that I'm really looking forward to seeing develop for this series specifically, because nothing says character development quite like going up against a team that you previously lost to and turning it around to turn it into a victory. We'll see if Ruddy can do that today.
Yeah, to me, honestly, I love your point about Wunder, because he was such a big part for the team. And on the interview after that play day, the players talked about how Wunder was the voice, the shot-calling voice that the team had been lacking before that and that they needed very much. So I wonder if between the time from the previous series to this one, if maybe they had managed to find that voice within the team, because if not, then I would have a big question mark about their performance today.
Especially versus the team, as you stated, Foxtrot, where you already lost. For one team, it's like, hey, we started putting the nails on the coffin, let's put the last one. For the Ruddy, it's like, hey, let's get out of this coffin and go to finals. That's an important one for them. Everybody was expecting that, or at least the matchup versus Los Ratones, but as they stated, hasn't happened, at least yet. But when you talk about the bot lane, Solari, you were talking about Exafang and Hums. Hums has been struggling a little bit, and look at this, obviously, when you get to look into the 10, like that number 10 on the specific stats, keep in mind, Ruddy didn't play versus Los Ratones.
Yeah, it's like we can't really look at any stats today for Bulldog, because Bulldog have played versus Los Ratones, and whoever plays versus Los Ratones, their stats get destroyed immediately. So I don't think I don't know how fair it is to be looking at just the sheer numbers, to be honest. But okay, if we're staying at them and we're looking at Exafang versus Hamza, this is such an intriguing matchup, honestly, especially like to me personally, because these are the AD carries who have extremely high highs on the Summoner's Rift. You can see them absolutely blowing everybody down on the Rift. But sometimes things are just not working their way, especially unfortunately for Hamza. But that is when their supports are to come in and help them out, because honestly, these two AD carries, they don't survive on the bot lane without their exceptional supports.
Yeah, you can see just there by the numbers, number 10 in kill participation for Hums and number 1 in Exafang. These teams clearly have very separate strategies and identities when it comes to their bot lane, how they use them on the Rift. Bulldog are very much Exafang enjoyers, and Ruddy just seem to leave Hums on a bit of an island. Honest, it's yeah, we saw the best example of this was game number 3 of Bulldog versus Ruddy, with the legendary 2-19 bot lane performance that we saw out of Hums and Hustlin. And you know, you can be critical of them for that, but to be honest, right from the draft and just the way that the game was being played out, it was almost impossible for them to play that game. So yeah, it's just 2 very different play styles. But as Solari says, the supports down bot side, and with Kasing and Hustlin, these guys, despite the differences in the ADCs, these 2 players are much more similar in their play styles. Just take a look at these champion picks as well. A lot of going in, a lot of tankiness, a lot of frontline, a lot of aggression coming through from these 2. And it's something that their teams will live and die by, you know, when we see these roams around in the lane phase and these macro movements, which will get their teams advantages early on.
Actually, speaking about these supports and speaking about the aggression that they have, especially in their champion pools, have we really seen everything from Kasing? I really wonder, because these are not exactly the champions that he is famous for. And with this series being the elimination series and being the best of 5 in Fearless, I really want Kasing to bring out a little bit more of, you know, those picks that are not necessarily in the meta right now, but he's famous of, like Ichomi, for example. We've been talking about his Lulu pick before the show today. I want to see his Lulu, especially since Exafang plays Zeri quite a lot. That would be such an interesting duo on the bot lane.
Would be a pair that might get Ready Sack out of the expectation, like what happens, especially because it's a Fearless draft, best out of 5. And with that in mind, where do we land on predictions? Solari, Foxtrot, I would like to see how you predicted today's matchup. And nobody went for the sweep at least. But Solari, you have another feeling.
I have a feeling. Listen, I like the Ready Sack. They have Jankos playing, okay? He's like one of the idols for me, you know, but considering how the previous series between these 2 went, and considering what we've seen from Radisak in the last couple of series as well, I don't know, there is a voice on the back of my head that is telling me Bulldog, and I listen to it this time.
Yeah,
You also hear the voices, yeah.
I'm not too far off of you there, Solari, as well, because I was debating back and forth here. I was like, I think it's going to be a 3-2, but it's almost impossible to call which one. And my only reasoning really for picking it to Ruddy in the end is just like when it comes to game 5 and like these high pressure situations, you know, when you've got Perks, Jankos, I mean, just those 2 alone is enough. Like that experience. Sometimes it's just I can still remember the Cloud9 versus Rogue Worlds game when Perks went to Cloud9, so he was playing mid lane for NA, and it was like a tiebreaker game, I believe. And the thing is, Rogue was more playing not to lose, and Perks was just running around on LeBlanc and just destroying everyone, right? But it's because with that amount of experience, and he is an X-Factor kind of player, right? And yeah, we haven't seen Perks at his greatest so far in NLC as a top laner, but when it comes to it, I still just think between the names that we got here and Roddy Sack, that experience might be enough to just put them over the edge in a tight series.
And here we go. This is the tight series for both teams. If you lose, you're out. Keeping that in mind, best of 5, you can look up there on this side. Whenever you pick a champion, it's gone for the entire series, Kalista and Leone. Are you taking away the Skarner? Because Jankos got to play with him far longer than he was supposed to, but even though Skarner has been tweaked right now, is that a priority? Keep in mind that Mel is also available. She has been played, and she has been playing mid and bot as well. Kind of complicated to deal with that champion.
It's Skarner and Zyra, by the way, that you always need to take away from Jankos, because these are the 2 champions he simply refuses to lose on. And like, if the situation is dire, you will see Radisak pulling at least one of these 2 out. But then things like Draven, for example, come to my mind. I would expect it to be banned out, because it's going to be such a big pick for Radisak if it's available for them.
Well, I don't think we've seen Hamza pick Draven, if I'm not mistaken, right? Like, it's always been unavailable or just not. But the problem with a Draven pick is the game warps around a Draven. You have to play around him. And Roddy Sack just do not want to do that, right? They absolutely don't do that. So, yeah, it's almost a feels bad moment for Hums, where he can't show us what he's best at, because it just isn't really his team strategy. But, you know, in a deep Fearless, draft. I mean, I would hope to see it. Although game one, I'd be a little bit skeptical. I'm going to round out the bans right here now. Quite a few bot lane targeted bans for Ruddy Sack, and more solo lane and top side of the map focus for Bulldog, which mirrors what we were saying about these two teams' different playstyles.
So you leave the Skarner open.
Oh.
There you go. But it also allows you to pick like Ezreal, the Leona, the Rel, those priority picks we've seen lately. You give away a jungler, but Wukong could fit in.
Yeah, and Yanka, it's another pick for Yankas that he feels extremely comfortable on. There are a lot of things for Leader that can work out really nicely with Wukong paired up. So for Radisak, there are still plenty of options available. It's interesting that Bulldog not just decided to go for Skana, but before that they used their last fund to get rid of Ambessa. Mientek, being a really good top lane player, doesn't necessarily have the biggest champion pool, so limiting it by yourself is an interesting move.
I'm not surprised to see AP junglers being favorited by Ruddy Sack here, because Leader is an AD melee merchant in that mid lane, right? His best champions are melee champions, and a lot of those melee champions can be physical damage. That's why you've seen Ambessa ban, Yone ban, whatever. So either way, I do think that if you're going to have like a physical damage mid laner, which does play into Ruddy's wheelhouse, having an AP jungler is very valuable. Zyra's taken away, so we're going to get that brand, and it is going to be paired up with a Corki, which could be in Leader's hands, right? It could go over to Leader as well. We've seen Corki go mid. At this point, it's a flex between that mid and bot.
Yeah, depending on what they decide to go for Hamza, but it could still go there. Ezreal for Exofang makes total sense, especially in the first game of the series. It's kind of a safe pick, but Jace for Mientek, I wasn't hoping to see that, but I love it because Mientek can be, like, he tends to be a little bit oversteppy on the Jace, but at the same time, he's really explosive. And like, usually if you look at the damage graphs after the games where Bulldogs have him on that Jace, he's gonna be one of the top damage.
Okay. I was wondering, why don't you pick just a support and then you can tackle on the top side eventually? Because since you know it's Jace, you can go with Malphite, we could go with Ornn if you want to play for late game. Yeah, you can at least soak it up for the beginning, or even lane swap if you want. I don't know how Rodisak is looking to attack this one, as the supports are now going to be picked out, and Kasing, well, he has to fish.
So we already have Rakan removed, now we have Leon removed. Quite possibly the last ban from Radisak is going to be Rel, I just wanted to say. They know who to target on the enemy team, especially since it's Ezreal we're talking about, so there is a big chance that Bulldog will, leave Exofang on autopilot in the bot lane and then try to help out Cayman on the mid lane. Whatever Cayman decides to go for, Kasing could be there for help.
I wouldn't be too surprised to see Kasing pick up either Rel or Maokai, depending on which one's open after this ban.
Sure.
Maokai also has the extra benefit of doing a little bit more magic damage to the squad, which is kind of lacking magic damage right now. But it is that Brawn ban instead, which is a little bit, I find a little bit surprising. Because it's not really something we've seen Kasing pull out, and also it's much more of a defensive orientated pick instead of more aggressive, which is what we tend to see and what we've seen so far out of these players as well. But yeah, focusing away Perks' champion pool here. The Sarn's gone. We did see an Ornn hover, so that might be like even the Cassante. Yeah, I was gonna say Cassante's gone through so far here. So Perks has kind of just been chilling a little bit. Like he's had some role playing games topside, but also can go for those more carry topsiders if he fancies that as well. Although the champion pool for that, with that Ambessa gone as well, and unlikely to pick a Rumble when you got Brand as well, means that he might just there's your leader pick in the mid lane to go pair alongside your Brand.
Yeah, I like it. So we have a melee champion for leader, we have the AD champion for leader, so like everything works out in the sense of having the synergy with Yankas on that Brand in the jungle. Just really wonder what in the end is going to be happening on the top lane, because the Ornn that they were showing makes total sense here, and like it works with the extreme aggression that Radisak already showing in their draft. Okay, since Rel is not banned, Kasing not playing Lulu, but I wouldn't expect a Lulu in this game, to be honest. Rel makes total sense here. Now, is it going to be something like a Syndra maybe on the mid lane for Kevin, something with just obnoxious amount of AP damage later on in the game?
Yeah, I wouldn't mind seeing a bit more AoE here, but we'll see. I like the range as well to kind of keep leader at bay. But even something like the Aurora could probably slide in here too, as a bit of a disengage option. And this works, disengage, keep your range. Like, obviously Ari isn't
Ari's
really
Skarner.
yeah, not a long range champion by herself, but with just the amount of like moving around and all that zip zapping. What was it you did in our little emoji game, Archroom? The shoom, shoom, shoom. That's yeah, there it is. That's our in a nutshell right there. So, yeah. So there it is. That's a nice round out there for Bulldog, and now it is going to be that chill champion in the top side for Perks with that Malphite. Doesn't get much more chill than that, and pretty simple to do.
So Salad and Foxtrot, before we toss it to the first game of the day, I just want you to tell me who do you think is going to take this first one to start off the aggression. Saladi!
No comments, but Bulldog.
Ruddy!
That was so good. With that in mind, we'll toss it to the beginning of the game. But first, a word from our sponsors. I'll see you soon.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, over here to the caster desk. It is a pleasure, once again, Trouble, to be joined by you, and I think we'll have a very close and hard-fought series in front of us here today.
Absolutely, and I feel like all the events coming through with Radisag, they were expected to be second or third team behind Los Ratones, losing to Bulldog Esports in the upper bracket. This is the time. This is the redemption. This is their arc. We saw how much Don Jake in all of his interviews really wants to win. He wants it. He's been to the finals and he's lost. He's been beaten down. He really wants this for the org.
Yeah, righty, man. 2 years in the NLC without a trophy to their name. That's obviously tough, but when you lost back-to-back finals just last year, you wanted so much more, but this is definitely the toughest split to win the NLC, even with the star-studded roster of Ruddy. They aren't the favorites to win this split, right? Lost Ratones and Nord, in my personal opinion, are ahead of them, and the performances has backed that up, but the Radisag, if they find their level and if the stars play to their peaks, I'm sure Trouble, they can definitely put up a good fight.
Absolutely, and I respect the effort right here from Bulldog Esports. Grouping up as 5 in the early game, entering the jungle, setting down some vision, trying to keep track of Jankos. I feel like a lot of the more successful games of Radisag, Jankos is on a very fast clearing jungle. It's a Zyra that we've seen him on before, and Brand sort of follows the same patterns. Very fast at clearing, same type of damage, same sort of way that you play around him. He's a very space-making kind of champion with a lot of AoE spells. So we see Janko sort of in the same role that Radisag have won with. Now, one thing when I saw the Irelia, I'm not gonna lie, I thought this was going to be Perks. Perks is also a pretty nutty Irelia, but Leader is the Irelia player in this team. He's the assassin, the melee bruiser guy, and I want to actually see how that mid lane is going to pan out before that level 6 on Ari, where she gets a little bit more slippery.
Yeah, I'm very excited for it. You said it yourself, right? Leader, the Irelia player. I remember seeing multiple highlights just popping up on my social media pages throughout the years with Leader smurfing it in solo queue on that champion. Instead, Perks gets sent on dog duty, tank duty, whatever you want to call it up in that top lane.
Hey man, you top laners.
Responsible for that engage.
Yeah.
He is a mid laner, an EU mid saying, so he's a bit of a weird mix there, right? The MSI champion obviously playing multiple lanes, AD carry mid lane, top lane, simply the third added to his repertoire. Maybe in a few years' time, Trouble, we'll see Perks playing support or jungle just to get the full collection of different roles in competitive.
Yeah, in pro play, absolutely. Now, of course, you see that a lot of the times when you've got champions that can really quickly dash around, they're AD based, they've got auto attacks, they usually pressure the wave really quickly, especially when the wave is low. You can get to Q it with Irelia, and you get the reset, so you keep clearing the wave. However, this is where Irelia is the most vulnerable, where the wave is right now. You've got to sort of overextend. Cayman is a little bit more safe playing behind, in front of his tower. So pushing that wave when sort of like that bounces in front of the tower is a little bit of a weird scenario for Irelia. Jankos is going to find a surprise.
Yeah, definitely has an idea of something going on because he walks straight up
and he's out
through those trucks and wow! Can he cover that much ground? Unbelievable.
Skarner!
That is illegal, man. Even despite the nerf, Skarner definitely still has that strength to him. That mobility on a tank-engaged jungler is actually crazy. Regardless, though, he is just able to steal those Krugs away. Get a little bit of an advantage early on. Bulldog obviously won this matchup in the upper bracket 2-1. In the best of 5 though, anything can happen. Ruddy Sag, obviously Trouble, looked very good last week, but a change in roster with Wonder subbing in might have made the difference. So with Perks back, there are question marks to be raised, and Leader looks for something, he'll come out empty-handed.
Yeah, and I feel like this conversation is really worth having, because I feel like there is some sort of pressure on Perks as well, especially since you mentioned that this is going to be the third role he's going to be playing in competitive play, and Wonder came in, absolutely smurfed it. I think he was MVP of that series as well. Like, this guy really wanted it to be done quickly so he can go raid afterwards. Like, it was very obvious that's how hard he smurfed. And I feel like there is the question here of, can Perks sort of fill in the shoes of the guy who temporarily filled in his shoes? He was literally just a sub for that one series. And I feel like we'll have to wait and see. You mentioned it, dog duty, you're playing on the Malphite. However, it's a very important dog duty because this is pretty much your secondary engage together with hustling onto that Nautilus. So you have to try and find your targets, specifically when it comes to Ahri and Ezreal. They're extremely slippery, so Perks' ultimate is going to have to come in clutch.
I mean, there is a lot of pressure on these engages. I think that's very clear. That's my personal takeaway from the draft. You know, a little bit of a standing coach in my own team down in the Danish First Division. So I've been having some experience drafting. And if you don't draft enough engage, you can definitely be punished for it. And I thought Roddy Sag very aware of that. As the final pick, that Malphite will add that extra bit of layer to their engage that is likely needed. So, very slow start so far, Trouble. When can we first expect to see some action? Because I heavily doubt it will be for quite a while longer.
I mean, like, I feel like for Radisak, they're pretty happy sort of chilling back, allowing the brand to farm the jungle over and over again. I feel like as long as they keep their eyes on where the Skarner is at all times, they will be more than happy. And I feel like for Bulldog Esports, they're looking at that level 6 to enable the Ahri to dive into the backline, to enable Lulash to make those engages with the Skarner ultimate, find those targets. And I feel like very soon we're going to have the first set of void grabs on the map as well, which is usually when teams start getting a little bit ruddy, I want to say, on the map. As you can see, the double TP coming through from bot and mid for the set of Bulldog Esports. You got the extra control ward over on the top set as well from Miatek coming onto the map. And I'm actually expecting to see a little bit of setup, especially now that Cayman has hit that level 6 and he's not as threatened by Leader on this Aurelia.
And Leader's Aurelia just ticked over to level 6 as the void grabs have spawned, the Drake has spawned, and there are certainly plenty of things that you could fight over, but still, these teams not over eager. In the mid lane, we'll keep our eyes as Jankos is waiting for that opportunity, as you can see right here. Looking for it, and a little bit of a CC. There is a flash on Cayman, and obviously the Ahri, very mobile as well. Instead, it's Cayman that wins that trade heavily, and Lula's now to back up. Jankos the one in trouble all of a sudden, and the damage is good. The first blood secured on top of it as well. Now Leader in this 1v2 has a decent amount of damage. Could find the return kill on Lula's. W just not quite enough for the damage, and the flash away created the space necessary. Cayman still poking and prodding. Heals is good with the Q, the blade. So much damage. Cayman now in trouble as Leader, dancing around flawlessly on his Aurelia, forcing both Lulas and Cayman to go back.
Fully stacked Q, fully stacked Conqueror right there from Leader. You saw the healing coming through this whole iteration. That looked a little dodgy. I mean, Lulash was still level 5. Leader takes those. All good. Calculated. Jankos ends up going down. It was a very clutch front step, actually, from Cayman. Didn't blink at all. Just walked up. Dodged Jankos' combo right there. And then they ended up turning onto Jankos. Jankos level 5 on this brand. Can get the full burst with that level 6 and the ultimate. Now, Leader, a little bit slow right here. He's going to take eventually that reset. Came in, walking over to the bottom of the map together with Lulash. So we're going to see no contest on the tops of the map. I'd like to actually see Jankos take advantage of the type of champion he's playing right here with the types of Brand and Zara-like kind of champions, where you clear void grabs very quickly. I mean, they do still reset, but you do clear them because you have a lot of base damage on that champion. Let's watch this one more time. Came in, Jankos walks up. The stun will come through from Leader, and Cayman just walks up to Jankos and just dodges the combo right there. Really, really great stuff from Cayman. Lulash is around. Jankos got run over right there, but whatever the heck Skarner is, looks like a scorpion. I don't know. And you see all the healing coming through from the fully stacked Conqueror plus the pot onto Leader. Almost a 1v2 coming through.
Yeah, really, really good performance. I mean, the confidence of both these minions to play this close up to each other, pushing their kids to the limits. They're definitely feeling themselves in what is a do or die best five worth remembering. win this, you've qualified for top 4. You'll be playing again on Friday, fighting for your spot at the LAN in Nottingham. Only 3 places to that, of course. So you wouldn't have qualified just yet, but you've taken a crucial step closer as Lunas takes a step closer to leader and just finds a little bit of poke.
And you can see there was a trade-off for neutral objectives on the map as well. 3 Void Grubs going over to the Ready Sack. With, of course, again, Cayman and Lulash resetting through the bot side of the map. There was an opening on the top side for Jankos. So he snuck in and grabbed that one. Now that's a 4-man on both sides of the map towards that bot quadrant of Jankos' jungle. He is level 6, though. And Bulldog Esports know better than to bundle around a brand.
Yeah, that's a recipe for disaster. Now they'll find a different angle in. Kasing flies wide, no ultimate as well, so very squishy early on. And not really the engage you would have wanted. Forced to flash out to safety as leader. Now looking for Cayman. The flawless do it, goes wide, and instead the trade now turns in Cayman's favor. Lunas there to back up his mid lane as well. The flash is forced, the kill could still come through. The cooldowns just need to be there, and the hijack really. And the kidnap comes through from there. From the Lunas rather. To secure that one. The fight still ticking as Exo Fang. That's a whole heap of damage to force the flash out of hostage. But Jankos, where did that come from? A huge amount of damage there to pick up the double kill. Flash forward, but can't quite connect. I did not see that coming as Jankos single-handedly turns around the fight.
And we just said that. I literally just said Bulldog with solo kill from Miatek onto Perks as well in the top lane. Literally just said before that starts, Bulldog Esports knows better than to bundle up a score into a level 6 brand. All of the bounces around with the ultimate plus the abilities in a very short space do insane amounts of damage. Hopefully we'll get to see this one more time, but Leader fancies the dive!
Leader, and we'll just get it. No flash though, and he'll die to the turret, so Cayman eventually gets the 1-for-1. Oh, not sure about that.
Alright, let's reverse. Let's go back in time a little bit and watch this one more time. Cayman, great fancy feat right here from Cayman. Dances around leader, gets the charm as well. They force the flash with Lulash getting a little bit too close. And Cayman starts charging all the abilities from the ultimate. One left, they grabs leader, they kill him off. And here's where they get a little bit cocky. They see all the damage coming through from Exo Fang. And Jankos just turns around and hits them with the entire combo. I mean,
nasty damage.
Come on, man. That was a huge bait right there by Radisak. Great execution.
This series is certainly set to deliver, and I get more and more convinced of that with every single minute that's passing trouble. These players are quite clearly confident that that's a great engage that will just lead to a kill for Hums. But Cayman, up until that play, obviously near perfect game from him, did get solo killed underneath the turret, but made it a 1-for-1. But he's very clearly confident stepping up, piloting this really well. Exo Fang looking good on the Ezreal, and Jankos biding his time, finds the right opportunity. We completely missed what happened in the top lane. We probably won't get a replay. It was a solo kill before. If they get a kill this time on Perks, I heavily doubt it'll be a solo kill, but they've backed off and don't want to commit to it.
Yeah, very close to Black Cleaver from Miatek as well. Exo Fang is also going to benefit from the Black Cleaver completion. When Miatek has that one, starts joining the fights. There's a second set of Void Grubs coming up on the top side. You see that Ruddy are already all headed on their way towards the top side. They already have 3. And with Irelia on the map, if you get those 6 Void Grubs, it becomes such a menace in the side lane. Cayman cannot stop Irelia late game. Miatek on that Jace cannot stop Irelia in the late game. So 6 Void Grubs, leader, side lane, Irelia, super late game. He's definitely going to benefit on that with the split push.
Stay small little goal lead growing here for Radisak. We haven't touched much on the objectives, but the Void Drops have been taken for Radisak. A singular Drake has gone over to Bulldog, so in that regard it's an even 1-for-1. The feats of strength, or the feats of warfare you can say, in Bulldog's favor, still need either a turret or 2 more neutrals to have that secured. They could just be these 3 Void Drops that Lucas has now started. There could be one more nail in there. No feats of strength stopping with the Bulldog.
Yeah, Radisak a little bit late to that one objective, but they could potentially look to just disrupt the 3. Not give the +1 of feature strength away. Teleports are coming in.
I mean, Cayman's caught out, but he has rather found Jankos. Will still go down, but Miatek will back it up and secure the kill. Hums now dashing forward to secure the kill on Exo Fang, but that's a trade. 1-for-1, 3v3 now as leader comes in, looking to finalize this fight in Radisak's favor. The flash and the Bulldog running for the hills, but no clear way to escape. It's a 4-for-3 in Radisak's favor as they disrupt the play.
That was such a messy execution from both teams. However, I feel like Kaymin TPing straight into 4 members of Radisak, and then Exofang having to overextend to get the kill over Radisak. Then you sacrifice both your main carries in mid and bot lane. Radisak took that one very convincingly. 3 for 3 in terms of void grabs. The 3 have been taken away. 1 neutral objective away for Bulldog Esports to take the feats of strength. And everyone going back for the reset. Dragon is still on the map. And let's watch this one more time. You'll see that the 2 teleports are coming in. However, Perks is TPing into the pit. Look at the instant swap. They see Kaymin TPing in. They instantly pin him down. And Exofang's a little bit too far forward, overextended, trying to help Kaymin. That's double carries down for the side of Bulldog Esports. And you'll see that's a great Skarner ult. But there's no one left to do the damage. Even Mitek here walks a little bit too far close to Lulash, who's actually Nautilus ulted, gets knocked out, can't put more damage down. So that was an unfortunate scenario and pretty bad positioning from both Kaymin and Exofang.
Yeah, the TP just straight up sucked. Got caught out and taken down. And speaking of, someone might be caught here. I think it's Lulas. At the end of the day, he has made the play and he has to pay the price for it. Hums will pick that up, and that's the Drake as well for Radisak. They have lost the feat of strength as Miatek has been busy working away in the top lane, securing that. I think this Drake is guaranteed. There is a smite, of course, on Radisak, but it looks like BDG might not want to give it up freely. Slim, right low as we'll find the engage somehow on Kaymin out of nowhere. Just comes in with the depth charge and the dredge line to secure it. It's a great start with 2 more to fall. Bulldog signalized they wanted to play, and Radisak took them up on the offer.
I just feel like Bulldog Esports are a little bit dizzy right now. I feel like they had the chance to possibly push top lane, push mid lane, push bot lane, try to grab a little bit of chip tower damage for themselves. However, they stuck around. They thought that they could potentially maybe try to get a pick. However, Kaymin gets caught, has ultimate, doesn't use it, ends up going down. Kasink is too deep, goes down as well. And I want to reverse a little bit to the previous series that these 2 teams played. And I want to say that Bulldog Esports are really good in terms of team fights. The TP is going to come in. 3 versus 1.
Doesn't even get to clear the wave. Tries his hardest, and the shutdown
yoink.
Goes over to Perks. He'll gladly take that one and get some gold in his own pockets. The only one behind, individually speaking, on Radisak to fight. Far from over, though, as Kaymin confidently dashes forward, charms up leader, but a good re-engage from Perks. But it's not good enough initially, as it's still leader, the man in target, dashes around with the blade surge, trying to find the damage onto Kasink. Does well, and forces the flash out underneath the turret. He goes, but will be taken down in return. Now Kaymin dashes forward, and able to connect much further as the damage. Not quite enough. Exofang now reaches up into the top fight as well, but the play is over, and it's a 1-for-1.
Miatek does have TP though if he chooses to get back into the fray, because that Rift Herald is up and available. He'll choose to TP bot lane, which gives the signal to Radisak that it's more than free to walk over to the top side of the map. Exofang just about arcane shifts that Q away, but look at this pressure right now. That was a little bit of a questionable TP over in the bot lane. Tower taken away by Radisak. You give full access over on the top side as well, where the Rift Herald is waiting. Miatek is most likely going to be able to reply with the tower themselves. But that mid lane tower is just worth so much more in general on the map. It's going to be 1-1 for all. And only about 2,000 gold difference between the 2. And Bulldog Esports are going to take the resets from Radisak and start the Herald themselves.
They get another neutral objective in that pocket. What has been a very evenly game so far. It's a slight only for Radisak, as have been growing in these past few minutes, with the turret now going down as well. They're growing just a little bit more, but they're not done. They want another play. The ultimate is up in a few seconds for Perk, so he'll find a easy engage angle if the opportunity bites itself. Instead, though, Kasink seemingly just giving up his life here to try and save the rest of his team. But Kaymin caught underneath the turret 1v4. But Perks goes too soon. The engage is all out of whack here for the side of Radisak. They take so much damage from the turret. They're now the ones caught out. What has happened here as Kaymin finally falls to the Vanguard's edge. As Yankas taken down by Lulas. That's not perfectly executed, but somehow, some way, Radisak managed to win it.
I'll tell you what the somehow and some way is. Hums is level 10 on the core key. Both Summoners has not used them, has 2 items, 6.5, 2.4k up in gold. This Corky, as long as you keep him alive, you're guaranteed winning the fight. He was untouched this entire time. And I felt like for Radisak, this was a little bit of a clever engage. Thank you, observers, for giving us that replay. Let's watch this one more time. Kasing is dead to rights right here. They sacrifice the support to go for the Rift Throw. Now look at the ultimate onto Ari. It comes up as he lands from this knockup from the Malphite. Right now, Cayman has his ult. He's going to use his first charge, which is what baits Radisak too deep into the tower, and the rest of the team follows. However, when Hums arrives, it's a pretty much done deal, because Exofeng overextends again. Once Ari, once Ezreal is down, majority of your damage, well, actually all your damage is gone, because Miatek was over on the bot side of the map.
A fit 4v is a great side if you're a Radisak fan, looking to claim that revenge on Bulldog for losing to them in the upper bracket. In one, of course, that's all this is. It's just a 4k goal lead, by no means insurmountable, with the Drake spawning in 50 seconds. Another fight could be on the card, but wouldn't surprise me, Trouble, if Bulldogs say, you know what, we'd rather scale a bit and make sure we set up 4 fights correctly and not fight what would just be the second Drake for Radisak.
I'm kind of getting scared right here, because I don't know how much a poke composition can scale into what Radisak have. They've got pure brute force engage with the Nautilus, with the Malphite. You don't get to sit around and poke.
Came in. Once again caught underneath the turret. The dashes this time won't be enough to claim anyone, as the damage didn't quite ramp quickly enough. Perks in a 1v4 underneath its own turret will just give it up and respect the fact that it is Bulldog with the priority. Nice little drift there from Lunas as well to make sure they claim 2 whole turrets.
They can get another charge if they want to. They're gonna play it a little bit safe. And I was just about to say, I don't think Radisak needed 4 members to dive Cayman right there. Leader is a level up. You have Perks, you have Hustling, who has so much CC to pin down this Ari. This way, they have actually lost a little bit controlling their jungle. Jankos?
Does catch out Yankos, but I'm not sure who's caught here, Trouble, as instead it will be turned around on Lula, as he can't take enough damage out on Yankos, and instead that's an immediate counter engage. Hums now goes dominating. Keep your eyes on the rookie in the Sea of Veterans, because he's the one who's all the damage in his pocket. 2 taken down already. Bulldog forced to run. They are over eager, over aggressive, and they're paying the price for it. Hums nicely dodging out of the damage. Good flash away to create the space, but Exofeng connecting well on these Mystic shots. The fight's not over, as Radisak somehow lose it, as damage, the poke, the consistent DPS. Too much for them to deal with.
This is so messy. This should have been a fight instantly won by Radisak. If I'm not wrong, this is Leader deeping into that mid lane. Exofang and Cayman have to run away. But this is it. Bulldog Esports had to commit so many ultimates, which means Ari with no ult, sitting duck, no flash for Cayman, even more of a sitting duck actually with the no flash. So I think even playing around that mid lane wave when you see Aurelia dashing about is kind of scary if you're on an Ari no ultimate, no flash. However, Bulldog Esports, they have the rest of the team around, and Radisak, I feel like it's pretty safe for them to walk in. They don't necessarily have any of the bigger ultimates. They will have in a bit. Malphite ult, Hustling's ult just came up onto this Nautilus. They've got all the tools they need, and I feel like on the other side, Bulldog Esports are just running towards Atakan to set down some vision to try and potentially find a team fight there. Now, something we haven't necessarily talked about a lot is the way Bulldog Esports do beat. Never mind.
Yeah,
Never mind.
Go on with your point.
What are you doing there?
That's it. Yeah,
what are you doing there, Hustling?
Support duty, you could say, and Miatek forced to flash now as well. You could ask what he's doing there. Luckily, with the flash in his back pocket, there was a quick way out. Now Pert's the one caught. This is so messy, Trouble. It's back and forth. They keep overextending. They keep wanting more than they can realistically get, and they get punished back to back. The teams really
That's
catching
so
each other off guard here.
That's so funny. This goes back to my point to say, you know how Bulldog Esports beat Radisak last time? They were really good at team fight. You know why? Because Radisak majority of the time were fighting with a member less on the map, because somebody was getting caught. Bulldog Esports were taking advantage of that. They were grabbing objectives, they were grabbing team fights. They were able to bring down Radisak. In no way, shape or form should Radisak be face-checking things like this. Hustling face-checking that mid lane bush, knowing that majority of Bulldog Esports, if not all of them, were top side of the map, has pretty much lost his team, the Atakan, on the top side of the map. And these are pretty important mistakes to make 22 minutes into the game when you're already 4,000 gold up, when you've got an 8, 1, and 6 Corki, and you are supposed to be the frontline. You're supposed to be the one creating space, finding opportunities, being alive to create those opportunities. And it just wasn't quite the case. And again, go back to my point. That's how Bulldog Esports beat Radisak in the first best of 3 series that they played with each other.
I'm a bit shell-shocked. I didn't even realize, Trouble, that it would have such huge implications on what could have very easily been a game that would snowball into Ruddy Sack's favor had they just found one more fight around the Atakan. All of a sudden, we are back to even footing. As we went into that pause, the goal lead had shrunken a little bit, and now for the next 2.5 minutes, they're playing with the withdrawal to their advantage, and they can really be the aggressors now. That changes so much just by face checking, and I think you're dead right in terms of the fact that it is just being too overeager, getting caught out on these dumb face checks that you should never be doing. And these are veterans, 10 years of pro experience on hustling, should tell you you'd never go into that area when you have no vision, all alone. Surely you don't make that mistake when you're battling for your life here in the NLC.
I mean, it does happen, and if you're making a mistake, someone has to be there to catch it. And Bulldog Esports have been really good in general at punishing overextension. So someone face checking, they're always there. They always bundle up as a team. And this is exactly what makes them really strong. Their team fights usually are very, very strong. Now, this is a kind of composition that we haven't necessarily seen that much before from Bulldog Esports, a sort of poke composition with the Jace and with the Ezreal. And when compositions like this usually fall behind, it's just a little bit difficult to catch up because you've got Malphite, you've got Nautilus. You can just stack armor and sort of stand in front of the rest of your team and just allow the rest to do damage while you eat up the poke. And I feel like it came in right now on the Ahri, Assassin, Burst Mage. You haven't had the opportunity to get all those skills and become so big and become scary onto this Ahri. This is why I'm getting a little bit conflicted. However, if the Ruddy side keep walking into you one by one, it's a very easy ka-ching in the back.
Yeah. I'm looking forward to those team fights. I really am. Because it feels very, very simple to set up. Because if Perks or Hostin finds the right engage, finds the right carry, finds the flank, the fight is over, and it could be game deciding. But if the side of Bulldog, they get the time to poke and prod around these objectives and not just immediately engage, but take someone like Perks or Hostlin or Hubs down to half HP, all of a sudden it's a different picture. It's harder to get the right engage without losing someone in the process. And that poke, and in particular Cayman, has been really good at finding the right engagement with his charm. If he picks off Yankos or Hums or Leader just before a fight, the whole picture of the fight changes. So we'll really be keeping our eyes on who finds the right engage, either the pick before or the full-on engage from the side of Ruddy Sack. So there is definitely a burden of execution of both teams, but it feels like to me, finding that pick is a little bit harder than finding the right Malphite also.
Yeah, and of course, to let you know, guys, we are experiencing some lag issues from the side of Bulldog Esports, and when these have been resolved, we will let you know. We'll jump straight back into the game. I feel like it is at such a crucial point in the game right now, like the tension, you can sense it in the air. Atakan has gone over to Bulldog Esports, and obviously they're gonna look for a fight with this. It's late enough into the game where you can actually bleed it into a team fight, which then bleeds into a potential Baron on the map as well. So really excited to see how this turns out. Again, I feel like Ruddy Sack have gone through these situations before where they just overextend slightly as we jump back into the game. Again, Atakan has just gone over to Bulldog Esports. He will run out just about as Baron's about to spawn. Baron spawns at 220. This will run out about 30 to 40 seconds before Baron spawns, but they could definitely use this to leverage some sort of fight to grab the two last outer turrets in Ruddy Sack's side of the map.
And even if not, right, at the minimum you feel like this should give you great control over the Baron as soon as it spawns. Get some vision, get some priority, and make sure you can set it up for it in your own favor and utilize.
Oh, they're looking for leader.
To the best of their ability, as you say. They're looking for leader. One of the two carries, I think the most important member though to keep your eyes on, is that American rookie down in the bot lane. 8-1 and 6. 3k goal lead over Exofang. I mean, if he pilots this code correctly, the game is well and truly over. But there is some problems for him. Payment in particular will have him in his sights, and he has been lethal today on this hour.
Yeah, and there's no flash onto Hums as well. If you do manage to find full flank TP or a way to walk through Fog of War for Cayman, try and find the backline, all Hums has is his barrier for the time being. So Bulldog Esports should definitely try to find a way to pressure those sides. I feel like specifically bot lane and top lane should be pushed out. You've got two outer turrets remaining, and with Atakan on you, you should definitely not just look to take control of a side of the map. I feel like that is the absolute bare minimum to do with Atakan. You should be looking to open up the map. Now, of course, top side, we do see a fight ping, so they could potentially be looking to get back up onto the map. However, I feel like the buff is just about to expire just a little bit. So Bulldog Esports are running on a timer. They have not gotten anything with this icon they took away. So Radisson could be the real winners through that.
I feel a bit disappointed, Trouble. I at the very least thought they would get full-on control around the Baron pit, but if you look at the vision, there are still Radisson wards behind enemy lines, and while they don't have direct vision over the Baron spawning, Bulldog by no means have full control. I thought at the least, at the minimum, that was what they would be able to gain with the Archon, but what really worried me about Radisson in the game, giving up that Archon so easily, has turned out to be the price. Simply just being that, and nothing more, nothing less. As Kasing is looking for some wards. He could be caught up here at the top side. Perks says hello to yet another veteran. Kasing, though, able to walk away. Perks usually one with damage when he played in the mid lane, but not in the top lane role. Thrown on the tank duty, and simply do nothing but say hello.
And the timer gets more dangerous because the closer we get to the time, Flash will be up for Hums as well, so it'll be much harder to pin him down, to try and get to Corki. Again, he is the #1 suspect, the #1 wanted on the poster for Bulldog Esports hustling.
The Baron is on the map and they've caught Lulas. Instead, he gets up 2 right back. Exofeng now trying to dish out the damage. They found the first kill. Immediately, TPs are coming in from leader, but it's too late, it looks like. As Cayman goes forward, they try to turn it around on him, but he dashes right out. Now Miatek trying to find the damage, but can't quite, as I think Yankees' AoE was enough to stop them from further engaging. Such a tense fight, and no one really comes out on top. Another pause. More questions to be asked. Trouble as hustling. I found the engage. The damage not enough, though.
I don't know if you wanted that engage. I mean, like, Bulldog Esports were right behind Lulas. Lulas is the tankiest member. He's got 2 items. He's got 321 stacks on his heart still as well. I do not know if you want to be walking and pulling Skarner when he can just ult the entire team behind you. And this iteration of the fight, leader was not there. Look at the low HP bars. If Aurelia could just... There's 3 members! He could have queued right there, got a triple reason on the Aurelia, and just destroyed the rest. But I feel like, again,
so
I've seen a little bit of over-eagerness by Hustling. I don't think just because you see champion, you should hook champion. Lula should be the lowest in priority when it comes to engaging from the side of Radisak. I mean, I get it. If you get the jungler out the picture, you can very easily go towards something like a Baron or the next Dragon. However, pinching yourself in such a short space into Skarner could lead to very problematic fights.
It's very high risk, high reward, right? I think that's probably a good way to phrase it, because as you say, if they get him, they get the Baron for free. But the Skarner, if you don't one-shot him or CC chain him until he's dead, he'll kidnap 3 of you right back and throw them into his team, just waiting with open hands to take those kills on what is likely, at the very least, 1 carry that has been caught. So, a risky game, but a lot of stakes, so definitely matches the stage that has been set, the Drake sole point on the map here for Radisak.
Yeah, and Radisak are gonna have to try and find a way into this river. Very well guarded by Bulldog Esports. Cayman on the flank as well. Eyes on Hums, because Cayman will definitely have eyes onto this Corki. Take Jankos out, take Hums out with that Ari. Would be huge, but right here, Radisak are splitting apart Bulldog Esports, and for a Poké position to be split apart, this is not a good
finds the engage, and look at Cayman, he found the flank, and he assassinates Jankos immediately. The leader is down, and Exofeng raining havoc from the backside of the fight. Finally, Cayman goes down, but Bulldog have already got everything they came for.
That was an incredible fight from Bulldog Esports. I saw them all split apart, and when you split apart a Poké position, it's just really difficult, but Cayman finds the miraculous flank. He finds Hums, he finds Jankos in the back, and Bulldog Esports, again, through sheer team fighting power, take down Radisak in this team fight and will claim the Baron.
I can't wait to see that again.
Is that deja vu?
A bit of deja vu and pure brilliance there from Bulldog. The fight looked so hard to maneuver, and I thought immediately as Kasing went in, the engage went kind of awry, but keep your eyes on Cayman, Trouble. What an engage. He finds the exactly correct target, and Jankos the leader within a second.
Yeah, absolutely. Great stuff right there. Connects the E and Q, and Hums, even though he plays from a more of a defensive position, he has to actually walk up to put some damage down. I love how you said that the leader was dead. Leader, on the other hand, wasn't dead, but he didn't manage to do enough in this fight as 1v3, and suddenly from a gold lead to a gold deficit from Radisak. Catastrophic fight. A 4... What? Last time I looked at Jace, he was 800 gold up to the Malphite. He's now 4.5 thousand gold in the lead. Triple items in the inventory. Very close to the fourth one as well for the Jace. Now the poke is really gonna start hurting.
Insane gold lead in that top side. I said the burden of execution was on finding the correct pick, but somehow Bulldog managed to do it yet again in their time of need, and this gold lead will only grow over the next 2 minutes. I can't believe this game just got flipped on its head, Trouble. I was so confident in Radisek having everything under control 10 minutes ago, and then throwing it away around the Archon and just straight up being outplayed in a 5v5 around the Drake. Worrying signs here for a star-studded roster.
Yeah, here's the hardship though for Bulldog Esports. I don't think this game is anywhere near over. It's because the Baron went down. It was only 2 dragons. We're nowhere near Soul Point, or Soul rather, sorry. And there's still an outer tower that remains for Radisek on the both side of the map. Atakan resulted into nothing for Bulldog Esports. Baron resulted into a top lane tier 2. And that's about it. The game is just moving so slow. This is still anyone's game. Summoners are going to be of pivotal importance. Hums has his flash up. Very close to having his flash up for Jankos as well. Very important for these two to stay alive during those fights. And Bulldog Esports are looking at the last outer tower remaining for Radisek.
The last outer tower, current, as you say, likely not long for this world, as that poke from Exo Fang is certainly sticking. Perks pretty tanky, but the rest of the poke connects on the right carries. Hustling trying to step up, but even he, as a bit of a tank, can't do that for long against this lineup. Cayman just constantly fishing and threatening trouble on the flanks, and it's so hard for Radisek to deal with. What do they do in this situation to try and bring this back? Because this just looks unplayable. Look at all the poke coming through. The Qs are flying all across the map. The arcane balls, the mystic shots, and now the engage coming through as well from Lulas. He's found perks and Cayman can't fight the carry. Now they try to turn it around on him, but he can't quite go down before the right engage has been found from Lulas. Radisek are falling to pieces. Leader from the flank, desperately holding on though, and he finds the 2 carries to keep this game alive. It would have been over if that TP wasn't perfect, if the engage from Leader wasn't perfect. And Radisek live to fight another day.
Well, there's a way to find the last outer tower for Radisek, and it's just bypassing walls, running through walls, running down Radisek. They found Hums with a great Skarner ultimate from Lulash as well, and they're just brute forcing the way into these fights. Let's have a look one more time. You mentioned it, they were poked down from the Ezreal, from the Jace. Lulash showed the opening, engaged onto them. However, Jankos had gotten his full combo out, and Hums was able to hit some as well. I feel like had Hums survived that Skarner ultimate, it would have been a completely different fight. Leader could have potentially been able to grab 1 or 2. However, the problem remains. And that problem is 5,000 gold up on that Malphite. 7, 1, and 6. 4 items in the inventory. Edge of Night completed. Going for the last one, which is going to be the Garden Angel as well. Miatek is a huge problem, and Radisek are gonna really have to try and figure out how to get to Miatek, potentially a flank. Perks has TP, maybe find a deep control ward behind them. The Dragon's gonna come down. Bulldog Esports, they just know they're just that good at team fights. Hold on.
They're going for him again, and they get kidnapped. But this time it's the 2 tanks though, as Lulas easily makes his way out. Miatek, such a big problem, has found the flank. Hustling finds the good charm, and he's taken down immediately by Cayman. The engage is just falling to pieces here for Radisek. Leader can't do anything. The carry's unable to do what they want, as it's Cayman instead having a field day all over this Radisek roster. This game is done for sure. Hamza hiding back, trying to do what he can, but the rookie cannot save the sea of Rhetoric. Just falling to pieces. Gaming really just on a field trip here with the boys. They're just having a kickabout, and they are dominating Radisek in the team fights. It is not all bite, no bark here for Bulldog, as they confidently win the team fights and take game 1.
Oh, they look so scary. One mistake is all it took from Hustling for Bulldog Esports to turn this whole game around. And we're starting from square 0 if you're Radisek. You're starting to get deja vu. You're starting to sweat because you have seen this play before. But if you see it one more time, it's lights out.
Radisek pushed against the wall by Bulldog already here. Bulldog, man. What a performance, Trouble. I cannot believe it. One thing that's for sure in this game, though, regardless of who would have come out on top, we are gonna have a series on our hand. These two teams fighting tooth and nail. None of them are perfect, but Bulldog in those team fights were just more than a step above Radisek. They made the team fights look easy, even when behind in goal.
I just feel a little nervous for Radisek because I'm seeing the same sort of development as we saw in their first series that these two teams played, where Bulldog Esports were more than happy to just throw the entire early gold lead away and then take it back through team fights, take it back through picks on the map. And if Radisek are more than willing to give those for free, Bulldog Esports have shown them that they'll take the entire game through that. That one face check that gave them Atakan, that then face check that gave them the Baron. This is what solidified really and truly Bulldog Esports in that game number 1.
Yeah, some small mistakes made into a massive blunder here for Radisek. What a performance from Bulldog. This series will have so much more action coming right up. But to discuss game 1, we'll throw it over to the desk and Ashram. We'll break it down with the boys.
Break it down. I always wanted to like break it down. Hey, you're part of the boys, Solana. You're part of the boys.
I know.
Bulldog versus the Radisek. I love the way Tromo put it. Deja vus are stepping in. And that's a concern. But it's not only deja vus for the Radisek, it's also for Bulldog. We've been told before the show started, we've been working on the early game. I call the bluff.
Yeah, I'd like to see that early game they've worked on, to be honest, because frankly, I wouldn't say either of the teams had a very clean early game, but Bulldogs finding the plays way too early than they were supposed to and then overextending quite a lot. Yeah, there were a lot of question marks there on their early game, but hey, what does it mean to have a bad early game if in the end you somehow win the game?
That's a great point, and it's exactly what I want to say. Like, it's the biggest weakness of Bulldog is they're early, but if they can still suck early and win, then hey, then it's not too bad, right? And we can see from these early team fights, like Leader was the guy for Ruddy, right? They even gave him a lot of kills, they put a lot of resources into him, but unfortunately they just weren't really able to leverage him in these fights early, right? You kind of wanted to get him snowballing and have him carry the early to mid game, but as you saw in the team fight right there, he just gets caught and dies, and then Jankos, you know, it's fortunate, to be honest, here that Jankos turns this around, because that is a bit of an oopsie from Ruddy overall. Like, it was sloppy and uncoordinated everywhere, really, from both teams early on. But yeah, Ruddy set themselves up for some success. I think they did. They did that part well, just couldn't quite get it working.
Yeah, tell me.
Yeah, for me, the thing is that successes for Ruddy were coming not in the best of the times. Usually they were finding some really good peaks when there was dead time on the map, like there was nothing to do, no big objectives. It was the opposite for the Bulldogs, because every time you see them winning a big fight, usually there is either Articon, for example, that they turn to immediately, or a Baron, or something else that they can do on the map to leverage their advantage.
I agree. It feels like Ruddy started leading the race, but it was not like the race was that far apart, I guess. Bulldog was always in the shadow, but really, really close, and any mistake could happen where they would get the lead yet again. But with that in mind, I think there's some nervous system holding them as well. A lot of these players, because you lose, you're out. Cayman is not playing the way that we get to see Cayman play. Like, you would get, I saw that first, Fox, but you would get those leads, but then it was like, whoopsie.
He was not it this game, to be honest. I don't think that Ari play was particularly stellar, which is unfortunate, because I hold Cayman in quite high estimation, to be honest, for how he's performed in general here in the NLC. But this is actually a fairly, this is a pretty good dive defense from Cayman here. You must know that this Ari is an incredibly slippery champion.
He comes again.
But yeah, exactly that, mate. Exactly that. Like, he was always stepping forward just a little bit too much on Ari. So some mechanical misplays, I'll say, from Cayman on that Ari. But I think that play kind of summarizes a lot of how this game went, right? Like, just Radisek throwing themselves at Bulldog, and to be honest, it worked. I'd say it worked more often than it didn't. But sometimes, once we got later on into the game, it started not working more often than it did. And that's Bulldog's comfort zone right there as well, right? Once we get out of that early game.
Yeah, because they want, first of all, their Skarner to be as tanky as possible, and you could see later on in the game, every time that Lelouch gets caught, it's actually Lelouch saying, hey, that's actually a good angle for me, because I can catch somebody now. And honestly, Mientek played such a big role here, because somehow he got an early solo kill on the top lane, and then Brother was just constantly on the side lanes, pushing in, getting in the money, getting in that Black Cleaver rather early, and he was providing a lot of damage for the fight. This is a beautiful team fight, by the way. Look at the positioning of everybody, especially came in and
So good.
it's so clean, especially after this early game. This is surprisingly clean.
It's so sexy, isn't it, from Bulldog
Yes.
right here? Like the engage from Kasing, the follow-up flank from Cayman with the charm, the true shot barrage from Ezreal, Skarner jumps in after that as well, the shock blast from Yetik. Like, it actually was just the dream team fight, and it's worth mentioning at that point in the game as well, Bulldog were behind. Right, they weren't leading this game, they were behind in gold as well. But that was the fight that turned it all around. And yeah, Bulldog are just so good at these team fights. They're so good at scrapping around. And once they reach their comfort zone, which is post 15, 20, 25 minutes, they're exceptionally scary, and Ruddy have to respect that. And they need to do more to close out the game, right? Because it's just not enough from the team fighting from Bulldog. This is, by the way, this is something we've seen a lot as well this game. Ruddy was constantly trying to pick Skarner. Like, they were trying to catch Skarner, and it never worked. It never worked. Unsurprisingly, against the tankiest champion in League of Legends.
Yeah, this is one of those cases where Lelouch says, hey, thank you very much for the leash, actually. And then Leader trying to go into the back line of Bulldogs, but everybody's prepared for that, and everybody's already having enough damage to it. Oh my god, yes, thank you very much. Look at my boy Mientek. And look at Exofang as well, because I was talking about Exofang before the game started today. When this guy has his highs, these highs are exceptionally good.
So a 4,000 gold lead for the Ready Sack by, what, 25 minutes? Goes into a 5,000 gold lead in favor of Bulldog. That's picking up 9,000 gold in less than 6 minutes, I guess. Oh, yeah, 6 to 7 minutes.
Yeah.
That's a massive difference. And even in the jungle, look at this. Like, it was well disputed. And that Atacon also raised some concerns because there was no vision over there. It looks like Ruddy has a game plan of throwing in chaos and then hoping Bulldog collapses under that chaos. But I believe Bulldog actually thrive in chaos at this moment.
They're good at holding on and weathering the storm, at least. I think it's fair to say. And, you know, the bot difference is something I was looking at this game specifically is something we could talk about here, anticipating that Ruddy might win that game. Hamza was like 8-1 and 8 or something on his Corki. He had like a 5,000 gold lead individually, by the way. A 5k. He was 5,000 gold ahead of Exofang at some point in that game, who was sitting like 0 and 3. There was a big gap in that bot side. Hams played really, really well, but it just simply wasn't enough for Ruddy to find the victory. Like, I don't know whether... I mean, their team comp doesn't particularly play around him that well, to be honest. And Leader was building like Hullbreaker on the Aurelia too, so it was signaling that Ruddy weren't necessarily looking for those big fights either. You know, there are some problems there, obviously, and whatever you want to blame, you know, whatever the reasons are for those problems, it is what it is, and Ruddy's going to have to fix up, look sharp, because it's tough. It's only game one, but still, that is not a game you should be dropping here.
Communication is key moving forward, and moving forward, the Ready Sack picked blue side for game 2. To talk about that and much more, we'll do a quick break, and we'll be right back. I'll see you soon.
Welcome to NLC News, I'm Middlecott and this is your NLC update. Los Ratones demonstrated extraordinary development in their series versus Nord
by finally managing to not win a game. The Rats' top jungle duo of the Baus and Velia showed excellent synergy, going a combined 1-16 in Game 3 of the match to secure the loss. But it was not enough to push the team to a series defeat, as Los Ratones still won in a convincing 3-1 fashion. Coach Caedrel voiced his displeasure at the victory in a recent stream, bemoaning his team's inability to establish themselves as a lovable underdog who still wins in the end. "It's a real lack of foresight from the players," he said. "I would not be where I am today if I hadn't spent night after night running it down on the LEC stage. If Reckless ever wants to be more than the object of obsession of a random northern ginger bloke, he better completely flop at EMEA Masters so we can have a heroic victory arc when we come back for spring." Nord have put themselves in a strong position to do what they do every split and finish in 3rd place. Following their defeat against Los Ratones, Nord find themselves in the lower bracket final, a series they played twice last year without garnering a single game win. Management have responded swiftly to the situation by developing a range of countermeasures they believe will be effective regardless of who their opponents are. If they should find themselves matching up against Verdant, Nord will only be drafting animal or plant-themed champions due to Verdant's environmental policy preventing them from harming nature. A virus which causes the infected PC to constantly remind the user to "come downstairs, dinner is almost ready," should be effective against the bot lanes of Bulldog and Ruddy. And Rich Gang will simply be reminded of the time the entirety of Norway ran out of butter, which will cause the players to stand up, leave their desks, look out their window for between 4 and 5 hours, and wish that they lived in a more serious country. The ownership of Ruddy Sack and Verdant have released a joint statement threatening to sue the NLC if they are not able to guarantee at least 2 games between the organisations every split. The UK-based orgs have stated that without a derby match between the two teams in 2025 thus far, matchday income has cratered, and fans are wondering when they'll finally be able to have a proper scrap with hooligans from their rivals. At this time, the NLC is sticking to its guns and refusing to enter into any negotiations with the organisations. This story has led to further speculation that the NLC's UK-based orgs are planning to form a breakaway ERL at the end of the split. With talks already underway, this news eater would love to tell you more. Unfortunately, you'll have to go to Dom Sacco for that, because no one around here tells me anything. Anyway, that's all from us here at NLC News. I've been Middlecott, and this has been your NLC Update.
Yeah. Hey.
Everyone else had to protect him on the way out. And
yeah.
Visit Chachi should be able to run him down. Velia gets the blast cone to safety. There's no way he gets away.
I've been laying low and getting to some plays with the bros. People hitting me about so and so, but say it ain't so. I've been out the way, I stay away from stunting the growth. Cause the pros got a pro, it's all under control. Moving militant, my soldiers.
Velia is going to be looking to try and break away from Santorin, but Chachi's coming into the area. Bals has no ultimate to really keep him alive. Velia just flashes forward, collects his kill on the way out.
I like my women just like my money, I make them extend. Tokyo stacking my yen, smoke a little perk, get out of my head. A year ago I couldn't get out of my bed. Yeah, I've been putting off my dad.
Shows every time they need to be careful. There we go.
Here we go, this 2-7
he's gone!
Bounce! Takes out Santorin, throws the oldie onto X-Matty, not enough to finish him up, but Treats will go down regardless. In comes Nemesis, the shuffle doesn't hit. No way gets some damage down, and it's followed up with the kill. Velia trying to lock Maddie down. Maddie healing himself up as much as possible, but that one Vampiric Scepter may not be enough. Reckless!
Sticks and stones, broken bones, put a tag on their toe. White flags from the enemies, they 6 in a hole.
I don't think you're going to achieve much there, buddy. Treats did lose a lot of damage, a lot of health to Crowny, but all inhibitors down. Pulse just disappears, performs a quick magic trick.
Up on the web, I can put some Gwens. Smoke an MJ2 on the freeway, getting through the Monday blues. All week, even on Sunday too. I'ma ride through the city like a subway dude.
Where Los Ratones are like, listen, we're respecting Baus.
Oh,
TP's
no.
back into a 3-man again.
He might find himself in some serious danger, gets the knock up. Treats is going to go down. Baus finds the turnaround. Cast comes out, sends them back in.
I've been laying low and getting to some plays with the bros. People hitting me about so and so, but say it ain't so. I've been out the way I stay.
Knockup does connect onto Crowley, but he's popped the ultimate, but the slow is going to lay on for a while. Santora's ultimate comes out. There's going to be a big group up, and that should just be the end of Treat. He's going to get secured already. Velio's going for the knockup. Reckless actually found a great Cosmic Fate onto 2. Catches them out. Vizichachi's going low. This is the opening they need. Down goes Chachi. Maddie's going to try his hardest, but Bowles will pop him.
We're in the grand finals! We're in the grand finals!
Been putting off my dad. Damn right, y'all said what I said. Playboy, I'm seeing all red. Get it back to the head like Glenn. I will never stress no way. Gonna always shed. Baby, I'm always ready. Doing this all day.
And welcome back. We are a few minutes away from Champion Select from Game 2. This is also, keep in mind, Elimination Day. You lose, you're out. It's the best out of 5. It's going to be fearless. All the champions who were played before are no longer in the Champion Select, which leads me to question Jace, Ari, Skarner, Ezreal, Rel. We're talking about big champions that were removed for Bulldogs, and they got the win, yeah, regardless of that, but is this a concern for them? Because we only got to see them on Best of 3 Fearless Draft.
Yes and no. Yes, because as you say, we haven't really seen much from them in the best of 5, so we don't know how deep they can go into the champion pools. No, because some of these champions were also removed from the Radisax rotation, for example. That's Kani, is a very big champion to remove, so now, for example, Bulldog can focus on only banning out Zyron, feeling a little bit better about the upcoming games.
Yeah, I'd say generally speaking, just as like an objective tier list perspective, that Bulldog had more valuable champions, right, in the current meta. I'd say overall, you know, when we're putting out things like Bram, Malphite, even Aurelia, like, yeah, that's kind of unique from Ruddy's side, you know, and not exactly power picks at the current moment. So, yeah, that could mean potentially as we move forward in Champ 6 here with the Fearless Draft that actually Ruddy are kind of favoured here because they've not had to use those you know, those picks so much. So obviously I know that the picks are gone for everyone, but it kind of just shows potentially, at least, like the champion pools that we might have here in between these two teams. Are Bulldog more reliant on the strong meta picks as opposed to Ruddy? And when you look at the you know, the lineups for Ruddy especially, you know that these guys have pockets. You know that they're going to have unique champion pools. Leader by himself has a very unique champion pool, yeah. And that might be the difference moving forward here in this fearless situation to give Ruddy the edge.
Well, as soon as we jump into Champion Select, we'll find that in. We're just a few seconds, don't worry about that. Now, Cayman on the first game with the Ari, he pulled through. It's important to highlight that him and Leader, that challenge in the previous series was so massive in favor of Bulldog. I think Leader got so much gold in the previous game. He has to step up on this one to shut down Cayman. Even with those mistakes from Cayman, I think if Ruddy are to win this one, maybe he needs to remove Cayman and even Exofang. I think those two are priority targets right now.
Oh, absolutely. Exofang need to do something about it, need to slow him down somehow. At the same time, maybe for Radisak, you start looking towards your bot lane, because we saw the damage graph after the previous game. We saw how much Hamza dealt damage, and there was nothing done about it. Again, as you said, Atram, the draft didn't really allow for much movement around that Corki, but there could be done more. I feel like Radisak should trust in their AD carry a little bit more.
All right. Draven, as you thought.
Draven, it goes. Yeah,
adaptation.
That's actually that's a good point. We've seen Ruddy ban Draven a lot. I remember that now because I remember thinking that's a bit strange. But yeah, Ruddy don't want to play versus Exafing's Draven, which I honestly think is pretty smart because he, you know, if bot lane is Bulldog's win condition, then you don't want them to get the happy champions they want to pick. And so Kalista, Draven gone, and now Varus picked away as well, bearing in mind Ez and Corki are out of the picture too. Already we're really moving down here in the tier list, so to speak, of what good champions are available. We've seen Exafang, you know, pull out the Jinx before. He even picked a Zarya, I believe, at one point. Kai'Sa's still available if you want to go down that route too. But I like the Varus pick for Ruddy because it does, you know, this is a very simple champion to pilot, and with that poke build, something that Hums doesn't need a lot of playing around. If Ruddy don't want to play around him, he can kind of just chill by himself with lethality.
There is so far a 0% win rate for Radisak whenever Hamza plays on Varus, unfortunately. So yeah, while Varus as a champion is good and I see how it can work, it's just the numbers are not really numbering that much. And here is the Kai'Sa that actually, Foxy, you've been talking about. I like this combination so far with Vi and Kai'Sa already on the same team. It's pretty much, we want to all in, we want to jump into the enemies. Unfortunately, some good supports that can go on par with that are not available anymore, but still there is something to choose from. Oh, that's picked! Hey, we have so many Pantheons these days.
I was told I'm not
really
allowed
popular
to celebrate as I was.
What? Who said that?
Gemada, it's on Gemada.
How dare he?
How dare
What
no,
an evil thing.
That's wrong.
Well, he's not here. The angry man can't hurt you anymore. Feel free to celebrate as much as you want.
Where is he gonna land? I know jungle has been the prominent pick for Pantheon, and you have the Leona, so high aggression on the bot side. Kai'Sa is not gonna have a field trip with this one, so maybe some protection coming in from Kasing before we jump into the second rotation of bans, no?
Yeah. Well, I think you'd be happy to see that, wouldn't you, Slurry? We know Kasing does have some enchanters in his pocket. Although when I see a Vi plus Kai'Sa, I'm thinking more go in than peel.
It's a bit dangerous because Enchanter will stay behind most likely when Kai'Sa goes all in on the killer instinct. Ooh, but that is a big one. That is a big champion. In general, big champion paired up with Vi, big champion for Medic more specifically. I like this very much for Bulldogs. We are setting up big team fights, but at the same time, we have a lot of big potential. At the same time, I love that Radisak took Leona away from them because it feels like such a natural support for Bulldog to go with these combinations. So Ruddy really read this beforehand, and it's a good pickup for them as well. It's a good pairing for Varus, so hopefully they will be able to do something about this bot lane this time.
I'd love to see a Galio here for Radisak. I'm not gonna lie, I feel like Galio would be super sexy here because we've already got elements of jumping in, diving forward, and Galio is great at nullifying a lot of magic damage as well, right? We've got Kai'Sa, we've got Rumble, like Red Carpet versus Galio. I think it's, you know, it's a decent answer when you jump in and provide that shield. So, you know, Jankos can jump in with the Pantheon, and then the Galio follows up as well with the hero's entrance. I think it'll be a pretty cool combo. We'll see if Radisak decide to go for that. It's not particularly a leader-style champion. Having said that, he has actually played it before. We have seen him on it. We have seen him pilot it. So there is potential there. I'd say that this Pantheon is a flex too. Because technically it is. We even saw, I think it was Showmaker played Pantheon today. If I'm not mistaken, in LCK. But it was played mid in the LCK in a best of 5 fearless, but I don't think there are enough buttons to click for leader to play that champion. I don't think it's skillful enough for him. So yeah, I think that's gonna go. I'm pretty confident saying that's gonna be a Jankos pick here, as it's pretty heavily pinched now in the support pool as well. No Maokai, no Rakan, no Alistar. We're gonna have to go pretty deep here if Kasing wants an engaged champion. It might just be the takeaway. It might just be the takeaway on that Galio. As I said, I would love that on the Ruddy Sack. So Bulldog, they're going to get there first and knock in that Galio.
Yeah, love it. And it still works for them. It's pretty much similar idea to what this Galio could have done if he was on Radisak's place, but it's a much bigger takeaway for Bulldog. And if it goes to the mid lane, hopefully Cayman will have easier time with this Galio than he had on the R in the previous game. This one is pretty big though. Into all-in compositions, there is always a chance to trap them in the Aurora's ultimate. So I like that for Ruddy. And ending up with Aatrox, we've seen this combination with Aurora and Aatrox already, but last time it was Wunder who was piloting this Aatrox. So let's see how Perkz will be able to do that.
But it worked. I think that's what they have in mind. It worked wonders. Now, do you go for the whole that? I'm like, I know this Galio is still a flex, but it should land on the support. Using the way there's a lot of AP on this team.
Yeah, that is a butt ton of magic damage for Bulldog right there. Okay.
So Galio
Philippi
support.
Kaiser, who says no? Void Star first item for 4 characters. Yeah.
That's what scares me, yeah. And
Yeah,
what
no,
about
there's
the
a lot of
lane
magic
swap?
damage.
There's a Rumble. We gotta make it snappy. What do you think?
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
I think it's a pretty simple comp here for Ruddy. A lot of it for me is just gonna depend on what Perk's gonna do topside on that Aatrox, whether he's able to really get things going against that Rumble, whether he's gonna get shut down.
Well, let's get this show on the road. Game 2 for Ready Sack versus Bulldog Esports. One game in favor of the dogs, but will they get the second one? I'll let you know as soon as we're done with the ads. I'll see you soon.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Castle Desk here for game number 2. I'm gonna be honest, Trouble. So far, this day is not looking good for a dog like myself because the dogs of Ruddy have their backs against the wall, live on the line for the favorite from the Ruddy sack. They're 1-0 down and straight up Trouble got outplayed in the team fight.
I feel like Foxy had a very fantastic point on the desk where he said, why are we picking here like C tier, B tier champions when this is a fearless draft and there are so many incredible A tier champions that you can have in your team? Like, we know that leader is an incredible Aurelia player. However, how good is Aurelia in the current meta in general? The Malphites, the brands he mentioned. Now, this looks more like it's a hip with the times, I want to say, for Radisak. We've seen the Pantheon rise into the world absolutely incredibly much. I had a look over in solo queue. A lot of the players that are really high in the top 10 and top 20 in the jungle role are spamming Pantheon right now. It's one of the strongest champions. He's kind of like a Nocturne, but with spice. He survives a little bit longer, doesn't get to turn the lights off, but he sort of has the same effect in terms of ganking and side lane pressure.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's interesting. And obviously, there is just the extra point that Ashram will always love to watch it, right? He is the Pantheon enjoyer.
He was very reserved. Very reserved.
Yeah, very
he got
reserved.
told off by Jamada.
That's Jamada who's put him in jail.
Yeah.
There is, we'll see someone else potentially be put in jail. Very crucial sweeper there. And they don't know they've been spotted. They think they're getting this for free. Doesn't mean much immediately for the kills Trouble, but definitely will affect how Bulldog path this early game.
So here's how the deal works. Pantheon beats Vi through levels 1 to 18. When they go to level 19, I don't know what happens. Maybe Vi starts beating him. That's not going to be the case on this Summoner's Rift. We're not going to have level 19. Pantheon is the stronger jungler when it comes to the 1v1 and invading. So right here, Radisak are pretty much splitting the map in half. They are going to spot Lulash as well. However, Perks needs to play a little bit more careful towards the top side of the map. Vi could potentially gank on that level 3. However, by then, this wave would have been pushed into Rumble. So, good stuff right here from Perks. Crashing that wave onto Mietek's topside tower. And because of that vision in the jungle, you see Perks, leader, have already started moving.
Great
Lulash.
movement. Does she just have to execute to the turrets here? He's hiding. And he is going to go underneath the turret. So he'll execute here early on. Just to get a little bit of a tempo advantage, you could say. But at the end of the day, that is a camp W for Jankos at the... When all is said and done and the maths has been calculated. More gold in his pocket, a small little early lead. The early game, the weakness for Bulldog, as we saw in game number 1. Their teamfights, though, were way better. And this comp Trouble very much to set up for going in on the teamfight.
Absolutely. I mean, it's not very surprising how both of these teams do like the team fight. And knowing how strong Bulldog Esports is generally at team fighting, I feel like Radisak replying here with a team fight composition of themselves might just benefit them later on in the fights. However, that early game has completely benefited Jankos. He's half the camps up onto Lulash right now. Level 3, very close to level 4. He'll need one more camp for level 4. Lulash is just about to hit level 3 after this camp. So having that Pantheon that wins the matchup and ahead of the Vi is going to be extra layer right there of strength in that early game for Radisak that we really, really wanted to see. Let's see how Jankos is going to utilize that Pantheon to start getting that team ahead.
hovering right now is Jankos up towards the top lane for Perk. On the Aatrox, we saw just about a week ago a very, very good Aatrox performance from the Bloody Sack. But was it Perks? No, it was Wonder, right? And with him out of the team, I have to ask a bit of questions of how Perks will perform on this carry role as leader. It's a lot of damage. Could just be able to walk away from Lulas' engage. Kasing rotating up as well. Hustling and Jankos in the area. Could potentially become a 3v3. But I mean, I doubt Bulldog want to do anything here with Cayman's HP. But Perks, I asked the question of how he will do on this Aatrox early on being poked up by Meatec.
I mean, it kind of stinks, right? You're a melee champion, you're playing into the flamethrower. Later on, you're able to heal up a little bit of that damage, but in the early, you struggle a lot. And Mid is going to get the push right there. You see, great job from Leader, though. He has taken complete control of that mid lane, giving the advantage to Jankos to play around that mid lane. And I feel like what we just saw earlier on with Lulash and Kasing showing up in the mid lane is like the Bulldog Esports classic. It's support, jungle, ganking for that mid lane, which we saw in the previous game as well. We've seen the previous series as well. It's worked really, really well for them to play around Cayman. However, you see Hustlin and Jankos are doing a Fnatic push for themselves for now, while Hums is pushing down that bot lane wave, and so far, so good. Still Jankos up about 2 camps, and he's going to continue clearing his bot side jungle.
I think Cayman has really come into his own this split. Coming from the Prime League, he didn't have much success over there, and here in the NLC, throughout his interviews and his performances on the Rift, has made a name for himself. Like this as a, you know, good League of Legends player who definitely has his moments, but also someone who is fun to watch outside of the game, which is really nice. It's good to get some, you know, personality to the faces and not just their characters in game, right? And I'm really enjoying getting to know Cayman throughout the split as Bulldog continuing to, I think you can call it a bit of a miracle run, Trouble. I personally didn't expect the York to be finding themselves in this situation at the beginning of the split, but it is without a doubt that Bulldog, in my eyes, have turned some heads.
Absolutely. I don't know if it's a miracle run yet, because they've got a couple more games to go.
Many steps to go still, right?
Maybe it's the start of something brewing. Oh, Leader with the ult.
And speaking of something brewing, a little bit of a fight in the mid lane. Won't become a full-out first blood, but you know, still some poking, just getting lane control and Leader. He's looked good individually on this Radisec roster. He's looked very good at times as well, but I mean, this Radisec, I have just never fully been convinced by them, and continues to be so after game 1. The grubs are being taken as we speak, by the way. A little bit of a trade on the bot lane. Many things to keep your eyes on as Leader. Could be in a bit of trouble here in the mid lane. Luda's not level 6, and that's the big differential! Whoa. Flash forward the tick. Just not quite enough. There is no minion auto attack or anything to secure it. Jankos ult. Will Jankos ult in the mid lane? I think he will. The Grand Starfall. Couldn't secure it. He's used it. Cayman reacts in time, and now Jankos finds himself in a peculiar situation. Leader takes 2 turrets just for the heck of it, because why not? I mean, tension trouble is brewing here. Jankos in no man's land.
I think he's gonna be fine.
He's gonna walk out. Yeah, he's out. He's out.
You look at Exofank, he's super low. There's no way he's walking inside this jungle. He's struggling to even get minions underneath his own tower, and there's an entire wave crashing as we speak from Hums. It has been a bot lane kingdom for Hums and Hustling for both laning phases in game 1 and game 2. And right now it's been lane kingdom for Leader as well in the early game. So Jankos is playing more comfortably towards the bot side of the map. And right here, they can actually even threaten a dive if Exofank chooses to stay. Lulash is around, still level 5. After that blue buff, he will hit at level 6. But a great reset right here for Jankos. Go back, grab items. You are stronger on the map. You're 1 level up. Works. Surely not again.
Not again. I think Yamada said it so well. He's been gifting solo kills all throughout the split, and I think this is just another one. 2 games in a row. The former MSI champ gets solo killed again.
Oh boy.
Not again.
Right there. All flashes blown. TP from Meatec. Another solo kill back to back. Game 1, game 2. Meatec has gone a solo kill onto Perks. Now, Perks with the Hex Drinker as well. I'm not sure. I didn't quite notice if the Hex Drinker was there prior. I'm gonna assume that by the cooldown not being down, it has just been purchased.
Yeah, I think he just bought it.
Yeah. That's unfortunate, and the Swapperoo is gonna come through. Leader's gonna go towards the top lane to deal with Meatec onto this Rumble. And Something that we don't usually see very often is also Kasing on Galio. We usually see him on the more traditional, like, brute force engaged champions, or on the occasional Alulu or some sort of enchanter like this. But Galio is like, I want to say a little bit of a niche champion, especially if you're playing towards support. And pretty good into the likes of Leona. Leona likes to all in, you're around to get the taunt, but most importantly, I have spoken about naked Vicon positions for the longest time, and right here it looked like to be the case. When Lulash presses R and goes too far in, there's no one to follow him up, which means that he ends up being all alone in the backline. However, right here, Kasing does have the tools to engage together on top of Lulash, and Leader fancies his chances.
Speaking of engages, he's
Bit of
gonna look for
poke.
Miatek, misses the Q, and that crucially doesn't end the play actually. Yankos around the
Oh,
area.
Lulash is there.
Lula's walking up as well, and as the junglers will shake hands and begin their little trade. Yankos comes out on top instantly, but this damage from Miatek forces out the E. Yankos. Good trade back, but the cease and desist isn't good enough. Instead, it's Lula's the one in trouble. Yankos flash away, but to no avail. Miatek claims his third kill of the game. Could be a fourth as well, and that's the feats of warfare secured.
Whoa! Great
Kasing?
play right there from Bulldog Esports as Kasing just about dies for getting that ultimate down. A little bit too close to fire. Almost burning away. And that was almost going south for Bulldog Esports, especially if you see the overhit onto Miatek's Rumble. Used it to perfection right there. And now Cayman is going to defend that top lane from Perks. Coming all the way from mid, both of them. Leader will TP back to mid. Miatek will follow up. And now this is a very, very scary Rumble. Miatek back to back with some incredible carry performances. The Jace in Game 1 Rumble here. Now let's watch this one more time because he's the one getting dived. However, Yankos walks out the bush. And I literally thought that Lulash caught him, but he didn't. He had just gotten back into Fog of War. And here, they catch him in the brush. He's already used his E instead of Yankos. And here's where Miatek chooses to press Q, goes into overhit mode, which means that his Q hurts, he gets the extra auto attacks, and just as Leader walks into that tri-bush, throws down the carpet, welcomes him very warmly into a grey screen.
Very well executed there by the Bulldog top laner, playing around the space he had so perfectly, waiting for the cooldowns. Second round of Void drops up, and the gold is dead even. Radisek will happily claim this. There is no neutral objective that has gone over to the side of Bulldog. They will claim the first streak off the game to make up for it, but those 6 Void drops, if Radisek ever get the time to really push, will obviously come in handy. They're always so nice to have.
6 Void grabs right there. You've got the Aatrox, you've got Leader on the
Oh,
Aurora.
they're gonna try and catch Miatek. Oh. You've just used 2 ultimates for that.
just a few vowels coming out of our mouths. E. Okay, this is not necessarily a kill. However, Miatek is going to sacrifice his
They're still
ultimate.
trying.
Hasn't.
I'm sorry.
Alright. This didn't result in a kill. However, Miatek is pushed off of his tower. They're trying to deprive him of as much gold and experience as possible. That's
They
the
got the
level 10
Krugs.
Rumble, yeah. They did get the Void Grabs on the top side. They got the Krugs on the top side. They gained to chip off the tower as well. So good stuff right here from Radisek. They didn't get the kill necessarily, but it doesn't necessarily always matter to get the kill on the top laner as long as you get to deprive them of gold and experience, which ultimately they have managed to do for one wave, if I'm not wrong. Miatek's still about half a level up onto Perks. Oh, Leader.
Yep. Nice
Okay, on the
dash to
bouncy
safety.
house.
Yeah. Flies around a bit as you do when you're the Aurora. I think you're right, Trouble. Obviously, the shutdown would have been nice and icing on the cake, and maybe that could come through here, but there's a Kasing to save his top laner. Hamza has a decent amount of damage, but Husling, quite low on HP himself. Not quite able to lock up Kasing. But they got what they came for, right? A few plays, denying a few waves, trying to delay this Rumble from scaling. A Rumble that gets fed early, often so hard to deal with as his damage is too much, and he's not just overloading in terms of his cooldowns, but the damage too much to realistically deal with his perks. Hasn't been having a fun time in lane, either against Cayman or Miatek, as against essentially 2 range with the harpoon from Miatek. It's just so hard to play the melee.
Man, Praxis is just not having fun. He's playing into Miatek, he's 201, he's got the hunting guys already, he's playing into Victor from Cayman, just gets absolutely shoved in under his tower. It's just not fun to be Perks right now. Finishes them all for Mortius as much MR as you can in the early game. Could potentially go towards something like the Mercs if you want to as well. Bank a little bit more MR. You've got some avoidability when it comes to the taunt as well. The Galio, because you're playing on that melee basis too. So we'll see if this is going to be enough. Try number... I've lost count. To shut down Miatek.
But they've already made the TP happen. Miatek has all abilities available as well. The red carpet is laid out for a grand welcome to the Ruddy Sec, as they will look to get Cayman early on, but the damage is not there. It's disrupted and they're cut to pieces instead. It is a killing spree for Miatek. TP back bot lane so they don't lose much. What else can you say but clean from Bulldog?
I am so confused, however. It just doesn't look very coordinated coming from the Ruddy Sack. And if I'm Don Jake, I'm sweating right now. I'm actually sweating. This is a best of 5 series. However, if you do go 0-2 down, this is very scary territory. The deeper you go, this is hardcore fearless as well. The deeper you're going to have to reach into your champion pools. And even though we do know how good these players are on the side of Ruddy Sag, you're going to have to be reaching out to some B, C, D tier kind of champions. And this didn't go to plan in game number 1 for them. Right here, Bulldog Esports, they seem to be so coordinated. They're using that Galio so well, playing around vision. This is not Bulldog Esports necessarily being proactive. They're just reacting to whatever Ruddy Sag throw at them.
They're really, really good at it, Trouble. I think that's maybe the main point, as you say. Piloting this Galio so well, not to can we usually see Kasing on, but he, with a wealth of experience, right? Very used to these scenarios, and he feels cool, calm, and collected, placing himself at the right place, at the right time. Because despite, you know, some lesser known faces or known variables on this Bulldog roster, he is the name everyone in the NLC knew at the start of the split, and while the rest of Bulldog has shined in a solid presence all throughout their split.
Absolutely. I feel like they have relied on his experience and his expertise in terms of engaging a lot. And right here with the Galio, he gets to be a little bit more reactive, allows Lulash to make the calls in terms of who he wants to engage on and when. As you can see, again, Bulldog Esports as a 4-man unit over in the mid lane. And
this will be a fight. It's Perks is going to join in. Here comes Yankas as well. Cayman is low, but not dead yet. Hums trying to get the damage down and will finally secure, but the fight has been lost on the other side by the looks of things, as Lida is the next target. Exofang flashes forward, but rather, Ruddy Sack, they're winning it. Hums with the double kill. Yes, Lida dies, but it simply doesn't matter. You found 4. Ruddy Sack get exactly what they want.
Good engage right there from Haslin. Realizes, hey, Miatek is bot lane. He's the guy we're scared of. He's the guy with the item and a half. If he's not here to kill us, we could potentially get some kills. Ruddy Sack lose 2, but they end up taking 4 kills with them. They'll lose the bot lane tower in return. However, they will take the Herald, which they can very easily turn into a tower themselves. And again, Hums 2-0 to 1.2k gold up. It's going to be the Bowers versus the Rumble. Bulldog Esports overstepped their boundaries. Their main carry was not around, couldn't join due to the TP. Let's pause this one more time. Haslin realizes, he's like, look, Miatek is bot lane. This guy's walking too far forward. Go. Came in with way too far. Instant engage coming through Ruddy Sack. Excellent punish.
It's a really, really good call. That is the Ruddy Sack I expected to show up from minute 1. Bulldog fighting tooth and nail to get something. Back 2 kills is something, but the fight is won, and that is a breath of fresh air from Ruddy Sack, seeming so coordinated and decisive in a play. And as we look at the mid lane, Yankas is there pressuring for something. I think they'll get the turret as Hustlin earns in as well. The Drake will be claimed by Bulldog, their second of the game, but this Trouble to me ties into someone I want to see step up today, and it's Hums. He's been good all split. I don't think Miatek is dead here, right? Surely not. I'm gonna hold on for a bit. No, just able to walk it off. I got a bit too overhyped from Perks' damage, but the drawback to what I was talking about, Trouble, I think Hums has been good this week. I think he's looked solid. He's had good games, but I haven't seen that carry game. And if there ever was a time, the last game could have been it. But this one could potentially turn into one as well, where Hums could be the huge carry in dragging Ruddy Sack over the line.
I mean, he's had back-to-back some really fantastic games. Unfortunately, in game number 1, he didn't necessarily have the team fights that he needed to shine, to put down his damage. He was usually like the one having to run away because everyone else was dead. So what can you necessarily really do there? Perks fancies his 1v1 chances, won't land the chain. So Miatek gets to walk for free. Lulash and Kasing are around. They can very easily reach, especially with the Galio ultimate. So Miatek feels a little bit more safe taking that. However, Hams has been very easily put into a position to be able to carry in this one as well. Now, again, this is not your traditional front-to-back. You don't have your traditional front-to-back champions. I feel like it's on Perks and Jankos to try and figure out ways to dive into the backline, assassinate faces like Exofang and Kane, the two main carries from the side of Bulldog Esports, and of course, Miatek on the top side. Sitting very comfortable on his 2 items right now. I feel like for Bulldog Esports, this is a time where you grab this Rumble, you hold him tight, and you pretty much guide his hand around the map and start taking down objectives. Leverage the advantage that this Rumble has right now on the map being so strong.
I think that's a good point. If you want to win a fight, you need to have the Rumble with you. Because if you look at the rest of the members, jungle, bot lane in particular, it's Hums and Jankos with the leads. The gold lead is in Redisec's favor as well. Just like it was in game number 1 after the early. Teamfights though told a different story. It told a story of a more coordinated, a more decisive Bulldog. And that will have to shine through in game number 2 as well, as they have a lot of engage, they have a lot of backup to that engage, and they need to execute it well again if they want to win.
Right here, we're seeing the fight. Ping pong happening in that mid lane wave. Sing covering the side of this river opening, and all teams really want to take some control over Atakan.
Cayman's just caught. He has the flash, but can't even use it before he gets taken down. Hums gets his 3rd of the game. Kasing running, but there is no way that is safe currently, as they're just being destroyed here. Radisek, the spear, flies wide, but 2 kills is enough for them to move forward. Lula's clueless on that escape, as just out of nowhere, they just pulled the trigger, and they easily win the fight. Miatek, CC chained to death as well. Radisek, they just flipped the switch. They look great.
I mean, they look fantastic. The C champion, the engaged champion. I don't know what Cayman is doing. Walking up into Leona, Pantheon. There's so much engage and power, raw damage power on the side of Radisek. I don't see why you would ever be able to walk up and he's just sipping in the tower.
The cheapie's in again. I mean, yeah, you're gonna get 1. And probably even more, actually, as Kasing is there to back it up. Perks, no world in the flash. Already used. We'll have to fight his way out of this 1v3. I've seen him do it at Worlds 2018. But I don't think this is the game to do it, buddy, as Cayman will pick up the kill eventually.
Okay, so I was expecting Jankos to ult in. So possibly turning this into a 2 versus 3. Jankos is actually pretty strong on this Pantheon. Wasn't quite the case.
Oh, that's
clearing out chickens and now the Scuttle Crab as well for a bit more vision. However, now the reset is going to come through a little bit late. Still does have the ultimate to join from far away, but that is a 5-man unit on Bulldog Esports. They've made 2 picks. Both have TP. Leader is now up, can TP back into that mid lane. Perks up in 13 seconds. Does have teleport up as well. So Bulldog Esports, they do get 2 picks, but they don't necessarily get to translate them into a huge objective.
You have to translate into another fight though. Trouble as Lula's too far forward. Solo doesn't have the flash, and he'll be locked down. Hums now unstoppable. The fight breaks out. The red carpet is laid down, and Miatek already forced to flash. Hustling, taken down in return though. 4v4 right now is Miatek doing so much damage to Perks, but not enough. And Hums has taken Exofang down there within a slither of HP. Kasing next up on the menu. It is all falling to pieces for Bulldog as Radisek run them down, chase down their prey, and they'll get the Atakan.
All right, not bad, Perks. Onto this Aatrox. We had Wonder played last time for Radisek, and he did amazing on the Rift. However, Perks right here also shows that he's no slouch. And if I recall correctly, Aatrox was also played mid lane back when Perks was over in the LEC playing for G2. So I'm pretty sure he's very acquainted with the champion as well. Great stuff right here again from Radisek. They just use their raw power to engage, and the Lulash. I don't know what's happening. I think I'm seeing whatever happened to Radisek in game number 1 happened to Bulldog Esports right here. They're trying to make picks. However, you overextend. Kasing only has one ult, and if you die too fast, there's no point even pressing R for that Galio. Exofang puts down as much damage as he can. However, he is a very short-range AD carry, and Perks did a fantastic job right there applying diversion in the pit.
Yeah, very good fight. Very good fight. They got 4. They didn't get the Anakin. I was convinced that was what they would go for. But instead, trying to get Cayman as well. It wasted a bit of time, but they are able to claim the Cloud Drake. Miatek could be claimed as well. There is no way out for the Bulldog top laner. Caught once again. What was once? Or just 10 minutes ago. Such a coordinated Bulldog now being caught out left, right, and center. Ready, Sec. I talked about flipping a switch, but they've been clinical ever since that happened. All of a sudden, they're ahead in every lane. The goal lead is almost 10k all of a sudden. What? That is insanity. As now Bulldog desperately looking for a piggy on towards Perks. He heals so much with the World Ender though, and can buy so much time as well. He hasn't even died yet, and he won't for a few more seconds until Exofang finally claims it. But the rest of Rudysec are here to make sure he doesn't go down without paying anyone a bit of dividends in return. Lula's next on that menu. Yankos now on a rampage. And this could turn into Atakan.
Actually felt like Bulldog Esports might have had something going on there for themselves since they caught members out of Radisak separate from the rest of the team. But unfortunately, Cayman was not around, so once Exofan had already used his abilities and ulted in, there was no more damage to come through. You saw like even Haslin wasn't taking a single bit of damage there, so Radisak get out of this one. There is going to be the Atakan.
They want to fight it. Gonna step up 3 man, it's 4k and
Cayman
dropping.
is not there, doesn't even have TP,
Yeah,
there's no way you're fighting
They
this.
can't get it. They just checked that it was happening. I got oversold there, Trouble, on the hype. I thought they were just gonna, you know, slam their heads on the keyboard and force the fight to see if they could maybe get the steal. But instead, no. They played smart, and that's the reason they're the pros, and I'm here commentating, right? I would have gone
You're
for
playing
that.
too
I
much
would
solo
have.
queue, man.
Yeah, sadly, right?
Yeah.
Solo queues are rough.
That's why I play TFT. In TFT, you play more methodical. You think.
Yeah, you think.
Weigh your situations, right?
Maybe that's the difference between you and me, Trouble. You think? I don't.
All right. You're the mouthpiece. I'm the brain, I guess.
That's kind of how this casting dynamic works, right? You're the brains. I'm the voice that just yells. That's kind of how this goes, huh? Regardless,
You're underselling yourself, man. You're underselling yourself. As we're underselling Rodisak right now. Because they
they're
have
really
come
good,
back.
man. Go on.
Great stuff from them. They've been finding their picks. And I think finally, hold up, Jankos.
Speaking of picks, yeah, he might be caught out here. Leader trying to help, but with the TP coming through from Miatek as well, they can force that withdrawal without much of a cost to it. If I could speak properly, I'll get that sentence out eventually. They'll get their objective bounty just before it falls off. Perks on the flank, but doesn't find the right engagement. Baron on the map as well, keep that in mind. As Yanka's now back from the withdrawal, and Hoslin is on the flank. He's looking for Exofang, knocked him up immediately. And this is a great angle for Perks to play the World Ender's pop, but he misses the final Q. Doesn't matter much though, the wallets are too heavy, the lead is too massive, and the fight is won by Rudysec.
And just a quick reminder right here, even though Atakan is nerfed and you take about 15 seconds to get back to base and back up, Jankos had ult right there. So he could spend the 15 seconds where Bulldog Esports were busy taking that mid lane tower. He spawned back up and they re-engaged. They're just slapping right now Bulldog Esports in the face with a few packs of dollars they have in their pockets. So many items, so much power on the Rudysec side. They just pretty much see jumping, engage jumping is as clinical as this. About 10,000 now, the goal difference. And let's watch this one more time. Jankos is dead. He's in base. The second he's back up, he can just ult back into the fray. Great flank from Haslin right there. Cuts. I mean, technically he misses everything, but who cares at this point?
Trouble.
He manages to cause so much paranoia in the backline without even playing Nocturne. And just Rudysec just cleaning out.
Yeah. Clinical, I mean...
Man, it's fun. Just walk in, miss everything. Who cares? You're 10k up. Just
They were a
win.
bit more like individuals in game 1. But this game, I mean, they seem to be on the same page. They are going towards the same objective. They are fighting the same battles. And it has really made the difference. Hums 7-0 just solidly carrying in the backline while the rest of the team. Someone like Hustlin finding a brilliant engage. And despite not hitting a reability, as you say, the chaos it caused, the fight was so messy. And that is the mess that this Rudysec roster, they thrive in.
Here's the deal. They're faced with inhibitor towers for the first time. They do have burned up minions. If I'm not wrong, there is a wave in the mid lane as well, pressuring. Jankos made sure he pushed that in. However, now they need to wait a little bit. A little bit of a waste of the Leona ultimate right there. That Jason Perks.
He's in a lot of trouble and they've locked up Hums, but he's so tanky.
Exofang?
He can buy so much time. Look at the damage he's dishing out. Exofang, too far forward with the killer instinct, and all of Radisag are just going for it here. They've found 3 already, and they could look for the game trouble. They've got game 2 in their hands. It's all on Cayman and Miatek to keep this alive, but Baron buff in their hands. The veterans strike back in game number 2 and look to make this an even series. We've got it in our hands, Trouble. Anything can happen. We knew it would be content as Radisag step up and deliver.
I mean, veterans, no veterans. This man in the bot lane, the rookie that they chose to bring in, 7, 0, and 10. He's had back-to-back incredible performances. He's Corki, stellar. He's Varus, even better. And I'm getting excited as best of 5s get closer and closer to a game 3, game 4, game 5, because suddenly you've got Enchanter supports coming out. And with Enchanter supports, AD carries are very happy. And AD carries can play a little bit more of mechanical champions. So having that great of a performance from Hams, I think, is a very good sign for Radisag moving forward and expecting those type of Enchanters and high mechanical AD carries coming through.
What a game, Trouble. What a game. It felt like another Bulldog game, I want to say. And then something just happened. And Radisag, they made all the right plays, they found all the right picks, and they did it together as a team. That's the biggest change from game 1, where we saw individual brilliance. This game, we saw a coordinated team absolutely crushing their opponents in the fights. Make no mistake about it. Way better performance, and with what these 2 games are telling us, Trouble, it tells us we're gonna have a banging series of our hands. If it will be 5 or 4 games, we don't know yet. But I know there's plenty of more drama and content to come, so to discuss further into that, let's send it to Ashram and the boys.
Drama! Oh, we're building a soap opera over here. But yeah, 2 games down, and it's a 1-for-1 so far. Bulldog with the first recovery and Radisag taking the second one. And I do agree with him. It was like there were signs of the Bulldog taking not the early game, but surviving the early game. And all of a sudden, at a click of the button, and we're talking Foxtrot and Solari about the Varus going on hit. The danger of going on hit. It proved right, but...
Yep.
Everybody wants to jump in. I see it.
Listen.
Tell me,
listen.
Solari, all ears.
I really don't want to like pivot the discussion of this game to this one thing, but Aatrox.
Yes!
What was going on there? Because he was not feeling good in the beginning of the game, and Mientek was again showing us the signs of the Mientek from the previous game, getting the kills there, feeling really good on that lane, making Perk's life pretty much unbearable there. But then all of a sudden, we get to that Herald fight around like 16th minute in the game, and Perk's is starting to show up, and from there on he never stops. And the worst thing is that Bulldog every single time approach every fight like if they don't expect Aatrox to be there, and then all of a sudden, oh my god, what is going on? We have Aatrox in our backline, he's destroying everything and everybody. And I have to say, I think Aatrox and Perks on that Aatrox was a very big reason as to why Radisag were able to take this game in their control.
Yeah, I think I said it as we got into the game from draft. Like, it was important that Aatrox was able to do some things, and despite that solo kill early on, he really made it happen, and he was a big problem for Bulldog. But I think generally speaking, Ruddy always have this like superior early game. We saw it from last game as well. But it was really the team fights and the scrappiness of these team fights where Ruddy came out on top. And compositionally wise, like, they should be coming out on top. Like, you've got Aatrox, you've got Pantheon as your top side. Like, if you're not winning these early fights, then something is well and truly wrong. Yeah, just full stop. Something's well and truly wrong. You have to win those fights. And I am, a bit critical that Bulldog were kind of opting into a lot of these fights as well, because they should know that that's where Ruddy's at their strongest, and Bulldog needed a little bit more time to get things going.
They accepted pretty much all the fights. They were like, okay, you want to go? We'll brawl. We have Galio as a support, for instance, that likes to get that taunt, and you have a melee range champion, so we could probably win. But I think it was just a bait, and as Trouble stated, Hums played perfectly with the on-hit. Meanwhile, on XFang, he couldn't play with the Kai'Sa. I think it was so chaotic, those team fights, and Aatrox was looking at him. As soon as XFang was close nearby, there was a radar, like a bleep of go on, go, attack, kill, destroy. I don't think XFang got to play this game as well.
No, he wasn't allowed to. And the problem is he had to be up close to the enemies to try to deal any damage. You could see it in a lot of team fights when he's trying to hit on Hamza, but he has to get super close to do that because he's much shorter range without his W. And look at that, Bert is able to get on him, no problem. Everybody's able to get onto XFang, no problem. So he was literally not allowed to exist in those team fights.
Yeah, it was a tough one, wasn't it? If you're Bulldog's bot lane, it was really tough. Like, I just don't know how were they meant to play that game? You know, at least from that early, like they dug themselves such a hole. You really needed to wait another like 20 minutes to get back into it. But Bulldog just don't seem to want to wait. You know, they kept fighting when they shouldn't have been fighting, and it burned them in the end. And yeah, it was just a tough one. You know, it seems like Bulldog, you know, if you can play through bot lane, that's great. If you can't, you're in trouble. And they couldn't play through bot lane that game. Didn't give Kai'Sa time to get into it, and that was the result.
But what else 100%. Could they play through, honestly? Because Miendik, yes, he was popping off, but he was not enough to be there. Lulash was having a really hard time in the jungle, was getting caught off. Like, I think in this replay, yes, he's getting... I know, it's him and Cayman together, which leads to my next point. Like, the only other lane left to play through is Cayman, is mid lane. But Cayman, for the second game in a row, was having issues. He was getting caught off. He was not on the top of his play. I think it was a better performance than we saw on Ari in the first game, but still something was there very, very off there.
Yeah. As soon as you get that lead with this sort of composition, I think you just have to accept. You told us, Fox, they needed at least like 10 to 15 or even 20 minutes to come back into this game, but if you didn't give that lead early on, maybe things would be different as we take a peek at the damage. And Victor did all he could, but... as you stated, like those two top side and jungle, they needed the synergy, they got it. Aurora is a champion that deals damage regardless if you're looking or not, and then Vados on hit was perfect. I think Vi...
Can I just say, look... Yeah, sorry, go on.
I think Vi had a rough game. It was really hard for her to play this one,
There's two things. Firstly, you see that 15, that number 15 at the bottom there, and that red little dip? That signifies Bulldog were ahead at 15. That is the first time in playoffs, Bulldog have been ahead at 15 minutes. The first time, right? It's not by much. It's like 100 gold. And then we got to like 16 minutes and they were, you know, immediately lost the game. But just want to say that is the first time that's happened, and they got stomped shortly after. But yeah, to your point there, Archer, it's good. You know, a lot of they had tools to jump in, like Vi, Galio, Kai'Sa, but they did not want to. They could not jump in. By jumping in, they were setting themselves up for a lot of pain. And a lot of pain is what they received. So, yeah, difficult one. Yeah. Difficult one for them to play out and to execute. Once you fall behind with a composition like that, it does become very difficult to make it work, and they weren't able to in game number 2.
Well, Desk, Bulldog picked blue side for game 3. At this point, they're having a rest in order to jump into Champion Select yet again. So, we're gonna do the same. I'll see you soon. Don't go anywhere. We'll have game 3 right out of the corner. I'll see you soon.
It's a warrior segment.
to NLC News. I'm Middlecott and this is your NLC update. Los Ratones demonstrated extraordinary development in their series versus Nord by finally managing to not win a game. The Rats top jungle duo of the Baus and Velia showed excellent synergy, going a combined 1-16 in Game 3 of the match to secure the loss. But it was not enough to push the team to a series defeat, as Los Ratones still won in a convincing 3-1 fashion. Coach Caedrel voiced his displeasure at the victory in a recent stream, bemoaning his team's inability to establish themselves as a lovable underdog who still wins in the end. "It's a real lack of foresight from the players," he said. "I would not be where I am today if I hadn't spent night after night running it down on the LEC stage. If Reckless ever wants to be more than the object of obsession of a random northern ginger bloke, he better completely flop at EMEA Masters so we can have a heroic victory arc when we come back for spring." Nord have put themselves in a strong position to do what they do every split and finish in 3rd place. Following their defeat against Los Ratones, Nord find themselves in the lower bracket final, a series they played twice last year without garnering a single game win. Management have responded swiftly to the situation by developing a range of countermeasures they believe will be effective regardless of who their opponents are. If they should find themselves matching up against Verdant, Nord will only be drafting animal or plant-themed champions due to Verdant's environmental policy preventing them from harming nature. A virus which causes the infected PC to constantly remind the user to "come downstairs, dinner is almost ready," should be effective against the bot lanes of Bulldog and Ruddy. And Rich Gang will simply be reminded of the time the entirety of Norway ran out of butter, which will cause the players to stand up, leave their desks, look out their window for between 4 and 5 hours, and wish that they lived in a more serious country. The ownership of Ruddy Sack and Verdant have released a joint statement threatening to sue the NLC if they are not able to guarantee at least 2 games between the organisations every split. The UK-based orgs have stated that without a derby match between the two teams in 2025 thus far, matchday income has cratered, and fans are wondering when they'll finally be able to have a proper scrap with hooligans from their rivals. At this time, the NLC is sticking to its guns and refusing to enter into any negotiations with the organisations. This story has led to further speculation that the NLC's UK-based orgs are planning to form a breakaway ERL at the end of the split. With talks already underway, this news eater would love to tell you more. Unfortunately, you'll have to go to Dom Sacco for that, because no one around here tells me anything. Anyway, that's all from us here at NLC News. I've been Middlecott and this has been your NLC Update.
Get ready for yet another game, best out of 5. So whoever wins this one, just another step towards victory. It's not even the end. We just started this afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We're gonna have a banger today. So, Bulldog Esports versus the Ruddy Sack. Game 2 for Ruddy. I think game 1 could have won for Ruddy as well if things were played differently. So, are we seeing leaning more towards Ruddy? Or because that early game for Bulldog, come on.
I don't know if we're leaning towards anybody at this point, to be honest, because we have seen some disappointing things from both of the teams, especially around their early game. So I don't even know how to break this down.
Yeah, I think I
rough.
feel like if Ruddy can actually close out the early game advantages they get, then we'll have a lot more games that look like the last one, to be honest. But the question is, can Bulldog hold on a bit better? Because they're able to do it in game number 1. So yeah, that's really where we're at right now. It feels like, Ruddy having the capacity to blow out the early game and to win those skirmishes. Can Bulldog hold on and get the advantages later on? We're still seeing these are all bans we saw in the previous game, and we've pretty much seen throughout the entire series. We don't want Zyra to go over to Jankos. He's very good on it, plus it enables leaders to then play a AD melee mid. But obviously with different options taken away here, we are going to get to flex, or not flex, but change up some of these bans, and Azir now being a first rotation taken away. That's going to be taken away from Bulldog.
Leader has had some really good games on that Azir on the mid lane, so Bulldog are identifying that it's going to be the next step, and this allowed them to not ban Ambessa this time, and finally they're opening, because they're on the blue side this time, they're opening with this Ambessa for Mythic.
Oh, I like this.
Oof.
I adore this.
Good.
That's the combo.
That's a good reply as well.
Yeah, that's certainly a sexy combo. Renekton plus Sejuani. Renekton being able to activate Sejuani's stun pretty easily. Like that's how you attack an Ambessa lane for sure. Sejuani by herself, not the greatest scrapper or skirmisher, unlike what we saw with Pantheon and to an extent the Brand in game 1. Okay, but makes up for it from what she can do with melee laners, which she's going to get with Ruddy. But yeah, that's Kog'Maw. Okay, we're only 3 games deep here into the best of 5. Kog'Maw's come through. My anticipation, I think this might be flexed on Bulldog, but this is probably just This is probably came in mid on that AP Kog'Maw.
It could still be the bot lane situation if, for example, we see Kasink on Lulu, and then Lulu Kog'Maw is a very powerful duo. Or Braum Kog'Maw could work as well, works, but I like the idea of keeping this Kog'Maw as a flex and later on deciding where to go. But either way, we now have an artillery for Bulldog with very nice long range on the ultimate.
Yeah. And then the question is, how do we answer if we're Ruddy Sack in that bot side? Because I'm not gonna lie, guys, I think Harms has been really good for Ruddy. Both these 2 games, he was solid. Wasn't able to kind of carry in the first one, but was still doing really well. And in that last game on the Varus was insane. And he even went on hit Varus, which was harder to pilot, especially into that team comp, and still made it work. So yeah, I guess this Ziggs is going to be the answer for Hums here, just to pick an AP in the bot side, which again, it makes sense because you're going to have most likely AD top, AD mid, matching up with this Sejuani here. And Sejuani by herself, not enough magic damage there. So if Hums can make this Ziggs work bot, it makes a lot of sense. But that's a big if. That is a big if. We haven't seen Hums on any of these AP champions, and it's certainly a unique playstyle from the AD carries.
But it adds a lot of side lane pressure to Ruddy side because they already have the Renekton, now they're adding Ziggs, so there is a lot of things that Bulldogs will need to answer in the side lanes, especially if they are trying to go with a very team fightish composition. It might prove a challenge to them. But the good news though is that Leona is not available in this rotation anymore, and normally Ziggs is paired up with Leona because that's a super powerful combo on the bot lane.
Keep in mind, Nautilus is out, Rel is out, Leona and the Galio, so support champion pool is thin, and they're even taking out the Rakan. So Ruddy will actually have an opportunity to pick their support first. So if this is going to be targeted yet again for Hustling, it's gonna be hard for him.
It is. And most likely this last ban is gonna go... Oh no, actually, right, there is Silas. There is another champion, yet another champion that is very good in leader's hands, and it works really well with Sejuani, so it's a really good call out from Bulldog to ban Silas out.
Yeah, we'll see what. Okay, it's gonna be hustling on the Bard, which I think is kind of cool because it means that you can just leave Ziggs by like bot lane by itself, especially when you know you don't have the most threatening. You're not facing the most threatening bot lane, right? Especially with a Braum, like not the most aggressive to get dove. Ziggs can easily clear waves once he gets that lost chapter, and then hustling is free to roam around the map on that Bard. So that's going to be the direction that the Radisat take instead. The Zinzao, more of an aggressive option here for Lulush to really bring it to the Sejuani, who by herself isn't a big 1v1er, isn't a big scrappy style champion. So yeah, we're looking for some more skirmishes here with this team comp from Bulldog already. Like it's quite aggressive, and there you go, Solari.
Solari, you got it!
Been locked in. The hubby is in for Solari. It's at Swain last pick.
I will not comment on what you just said, okay? No, I actually will, but not on what you said, but on Swain in this competition, because I quite like it. We already have quite a lot of melee range on Radisak. We have a lot of... we want to fight up close with you, especially with this Renekton Sejuani combo. So Swain is perfect into those champions who want to go into in, but Radisak, yeah, have the chance to do something really funny and add another melee champion to this rotation.
Yep. It was always going to be something like this, wasn't it?
Yeah.
We had a lot of majors cycled through there. I was like, well, really? No, of course not. You've got Sejuani jungle and you've already delegated your AP to Hums. You're locking in something AD here, aren't you? Yeah, so we've got a very Ruddy Sack comp here for Ruddy. Very Ruddy Sack. But I like it. I like what Bulldogs are throwing out this way as well, and it is actually extra thing on that Kog'Maw, which is a bit of a curveball for us.
It's going to be a rough one. Let's see who takes this one. It's going to be the third one. Whoever wins gets match point. I'll see you soon. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to game number 3. This series trouble has already delivered, but this draft, I mean, they are cooking for game 3. What in the world are we about to watch?
Hey man, listen, I told you we were gonna see some high mechanical kind of champions. I didn't really mean Vayne, but Kog'Maw is up there. In terms of, you mess up your positioning with Kog'Maw, you're absolutely screwed. However, Bulldog Esports have brought out the G2 special, Braum, Kog'Maw, and they've got an abundance of frontline and champions to surround the Kog'Maw, the Zinzao, the Swain, and then they've got a little bit of spice, if you will. It's a little bit of spice with Mia taking yet another carry, the B1 Ambessa. Now, the thing that I want to keep my eyes on is Miatek on that Ambessa. He's played carries 3 games in a row. Worked in game 1, couldn't necessarily translate in game number 2. Now, game 3, it was his turn to B1 a champion. And I want to keep my eyes on him to see how good this is going to translate into the game.
I'm excited. I am very excited. And what better situation, Trouble, than now when you're in game 3 of your do or die series than to put all the faith in your young 17-year-old lady carry. And now, a lot of pressure lies on Exopeng, but he has certainly managed to stand out despite so many big names. You know, all of these stars have joined the league, and somehow we keep going back to Exopeng because he's definitely shown that he has something to offer.
All right, well, I've got something for you, for all of you actually at home. We've got some intel right there. We talked a little bit about how the previous series that Radisak had played was very easygoing. And there was a certain someone in that particular roster that had to sub in. They brought in Wonder in the top lane. He did a phenomenal job. Now, through game number 1, I felt like the Radisak members behind the scenes were sweating a little bit. And if our lovely production can give us the tea on the screen for all of you right here, well, I just want to say to I Will Dominate that this is a very bad timing. Wednesdays, every Wednesday, the raid resets. And sorry, I Will Dominate. Wonder is busy. But he asked him to name his price. Again, obviously, this is all for the laughs here, but it shows you also what big impact Wonder brought in the previous series. And it's all meme and games, but his absence is sort of felt right now.
It is definitely felt, and while I think it's a bit harsh taking Wonder's prize, we all know it's in good fun, and Perks definitely did step up during Game 2. Not only did he step up to the usual charity office and gave away another solo kill, but he did actually also play some of the fights really well, and showed up a bit on a champion that had some agency. But definitely, you can understand exploring all options to make sure you've gone for the right candidate, and I will dominate. Might be questioning himself just a little bit there, right? Considering that brilliant performance Wonder put in last week. But we are onto the Rift Trouble, and Bulldog, they're invading, getting some vision, scouting a bit here early on.
Yep, same as in game number 1, and especially when you have Braum, these level 1s become that much easier. His passive is one of the best tools to invade level 1, to even catch someone, grab a flash, even a kill sometimes. So great stuff right there again from Bulldog Esports, making sure that they track Jankos throughout his entire endeavor on the top quadrant of the map. And also, most importantly, if we can highlight the very top blue ward on the map, this would catch any sort of potential lane swap to come through.
We keep our eyes on that lane swap trouble as it looks to go underway. No lane
It's
swap.
not happening.
Yeah, no lane swap will be happening. I was maybe waiting for a little bit. Maybe there could be happening something later on. A late reset or whatever to try and catch their opponents off guard. But no, that wasn't to be. This draft, we've talked a bit about the Cog mod. There's obviously also a Swain who's just been buffed and looks incredibly strong when he works. I'm also keeping my eyes on the Bard here for Hustlin. A very difficult champ to execute, but we've seen it a few times this bit. In particular, it was the side of Chaos who pulled it out in their do or die game. And it didn't work out there, but Hustlin looking to make a good performance and a good account of himself in game number 3 on this Bard.
Now, there's positives and negatives with the Bard. I feel like having double poke bot lane is extremely useful, especially when you're playing against a champion like Braum. He doesn't necessarily really like the poke. However, if you're very squishy and you miss position without your journey, Hustling could be in a very big pickle. So Kasing and Exofang actually have the chance to play a little bit more aggressive. If that Q hits from Kasing, Exofang can get to walk up a little bit more as Jankos is looking for the wraparound mid lane. Lulas is very far away.
And Lulas will be there as well in just a few seconds. Never move. Slows the play down, and as Lulas goes back to his wolf, rather should I say, the play ends. They don't force any cooldowns, just a slight little exchange. There will be some scuttles up in 20 seconds, and it's worth noting that with the junglers pathing the same direction, path cross as they do head towards that top lane.
And the very important part is that right there, Cayman was playing pretty much from safety. He knew that Jankos was most likely wrapping around. They had so many wards over on the top quadrant of Jankos' jungle. They knew he hadn't gone in yet because all 3 of his camps were untouched. They played a little bit more from the safety right there. Good stuff from Cayman to get away from that gank. And so far, so good. A little bit of a lower pace game. We do have an incredible amount of scaling in terms of damage, in terms of late game power. You've got Hogmo on one side, Ziggs on the other. You're definitely looking for that level 6 for the Ziggs and the Bard to start making plays around the map. And I'd love to put a little bit of a magnifying glass on Hustling, on a champion that is not the easiest to play. It's a bit of a niche kind of champion. We've seen Reckless play that Bard as well, and I feel like once you miss position once, it's a little bit difficult to get out of a very tricky situation, especially again if the journey is down. And Hustling has had some ups and downs.
Yeah.
As Lunas is looking for mid, but he's just helping Cayman pushing that lane. Doesn't have a lot of mana, so a bit of help. He's jungler.
That lane. Underneath the turret goes Kasing. Good little bounce back as both supports get taken. Very low, but no kills do come through trouble. I do agree with you. The positioning on Hustling has to be good. Same goes for Exofang. So much positioning to look out for this game. If you're caught out, it could be a lot of trouble. And speaking of, Kasing caught out a bit here, trying to recall the heal and flash. Comes to good use, and now Exofang, the one caught out, but instead he finds the first blood, and he's looking for more. Lulas is here as well. Flash forced out, and the Bulldog AD carry turns it around.
Yeah, Hustling down there with his flash up as well. I felt like it was... Oh, whoa, Lulas! There's no flash on Jankos. Doesn't have the follow-up, though, to get onto him. And this will be a 1-0, 1 kill onto the Kog'Maw. Kind of huge. Again, thinking a little bit of the composition and how it will work later on for Bulldog Esports, especially since they're a very teamfight-driven team. You've got such big walls around your Kog'Maw with the Braum, the Swain, the Xin Zhao. These champions don't die very easily, and Radisak are gonna have to go the extra mile to try and get onto Xfeng, find a flank, find a knockup potentially available to try and get leader into that backline.
And that really couldn't be a better target to get the gold on, right? You want it on your AD carry. Your protected puppy cup obviously shines if your puppy is all grown up and does a whole heap of damage. And that is certainly a good start. So much pressure on this 17-year-old AD carry that came through the Polish scene and has already made a name for himself here in the NLC as someone to watch out for. Nope, shining through despite the bright lights of the veterans and all the big star names is certainly an impressive feat. I'm looking forward to see more of him, and if he can step up when it matters most this game, we'll keep our eyes on his positioning and we'll keep our eyes on how much damage he's able to do.
Let's have one more look here on what happened. I feel like Radisak, they actually know that Kasing is in this rush.
Right back to live. Cayman caught out, but same goes for leader. Forced to flash away. As the never move connected onto him, and top lane as well. Perks forced to flash. It is a messy map right now, as there are no kills coming through yet, as finally the never move secures the kill as Cayman picks up his first one. The magical journey would have been even more magical if Huston didn't have the flash to escape. Bulldog, though, find their second kill of the game.
Yeah, it's magical if you actually take the journey. If you don't take the journey and you greed, you get pulled in by Swain and killed. Jankos spent one too many seconds not clicking that portal, unfortunately. I feel like might have been miscommunication with Haslin right there, and Jankos. He felt like maybe they were thinking of turning this play around potentially, since it was a 2 versus 3. However, not the case. This is Bulldog Esports taking top lane. Void grabs are there completely uncontested. Miatek is looking mid. Jankos is there.
Leader no flash, remember, he just used it before and he'll be taken down again. Whoa! Still a slither of HP, but Miatek with the flash closes the gap and secures that kill. I wrote his death run too soon, but at the end, it was still valid. 3 Void grabs picked up as well. Trouble Bulldog, they're running the map.
Hey, I'm not used to Bulldog Esports actually getting ahead in the early game, man. I'm usually used to them falling behind, coming back with clutch plays, catching people off guard, and then team fighting themselves to victory. This is very uncharacteristic in a very good way for them. They're actually making proactive plays. They're playing around shutting down leader. Jankos is trying to play around leader, trying to defend him. They've got a pretty good duo, a mid-jungle duo for skirmishes, especially if the leader gets at level 6 and can engage onto Sejuani, proc the passive, etc. However, Bulldog Esports have showed how great they are when they play very reactive, but in this series, they actually play proactive. They try to punish the lack of summoner spells, and that's exactly what did to leaders Yasuo.
And while Braum is certainly a champion that can roam, you would expect the Bard to be better at it, but his plays have really been nullified. They just didn't have the damage to get those first few kills over the line. They found themselves 1,000 gold behind, by no means detrimental, but brilliant start to Bulldog will some confidence brewing in them after a pretty disappointing defeat in Game 2. The Drake now the target as Miatek and Ludus in the area as well. 4v4 trouble as that ultimate flies wide. The Smithy coming through from Jankos as Ludus will still be locked up. The damage not quite there yet though, as Jankos falls as well. The demonic ascension comes out from Cayman and he looks to have a field day in this fight as Miatek flawlessly dances around and stays alive for much longer than should have been anticipated. Perks forced to flash away. A messy fight into the 1-for-1.
They just kept going ring around the rosy. They were walking around, taking the portal, walking around, taking the portal. This was one of the funniest fights I've seen in a little while. However, Bulldog Esports again with a great response. Seems like Radisak is looking to play a lot more aggressive with the Sejuani ultimate. Jankos hits level 6, instantly looks for an opportunity onto the map. Turns around the other way. However, leader is going to grab that first kill for Radisak, a great champion to have that on. And again, they're looking to put a little bit of pressure on Cayman. Cayman, somebody who doesn't have the flash available. So we could be looking, when that ultimate is up from Jankos, could potentially looking to punish that mid lane, try to get leader a little bit more ahead.
Exciting game so far, and I think it's worth noting. We've talked a bit about Exofang and the fact that he will have a lot of pressure on him this game. And while all this was going on, he's just been, slowly but surely, him and Hums really, have just been farming up a storm in what was before the top lane. Now they've rotated back bot lane. And while Bulldog overall have come out on top of these plays, it's so good that the AD carry has just been getting solo XP, solo gold. That's a really good situation to find themselves in. And the only thing Radisak have really gotten is that 1 kill on leader.
That's right. Need to find more opportunities on the map. However, they do scale very, very well. One thing we haven't necessarily really seen is Jankos play for Perks on the top side of the map. We've seen Jankos play for Wonder, and Perks is kind of getting left out. I feel like Sejuani pairs so well with both the solo laners right here, but we haven't necessarily seen any attention being put towards the top lane. I feel like Renekton is a great champion to focus ganking for the early game. He really can carry your early to mid, especially when you're playing around Void Grabs, around Dragons in the early game. Hasn't necessarily been the case. Perks has held his ground. He's about 20 CS up onto Miatek. However, Miatek has been roaming the map a lot more and has grabbed himself 2 kills for that.
I have nothing else to say, Trouble, but the fact that it's just a classic top lane experience, right? There is nothing outside of being left on weak side. He tried in mid lane and ADC to be played around, to be the main star. When you're on top, it doesn't matter if you need to be played around early. He won't do it. You're on the weak side duty. Deal with it. It's really getting the classic top lane experience that.
You sound very sincere towards top players. Are you even a top player?
No, but we've all tried being weak side. I define myself, Trouble, as a multi-role talent. I've played every role. Sadly, not to a high level, and that's why I don't have too much to say on that situation.
That's why you're here casting instead of playing, right?
Yeah, but I realized I would have just sounded like a broken record if I said that, so thank you for doing it.
Okay, I'll do it for you, man. I'll do it for you.
That's why we're a good team, Trouble. As speaking of a good team, we need to see some good synergy for this dive to work. A lot of HP and a demonic ascension available. Hustlin is here as well. Leader, the full team is really joining in. Great ultimate immediately to start the play. And that means the TB has to come in even slower as Cayman buys so much time. But not enough. Great flash out. Cleanly executed. A brilliant dive by Rudisek.
Yeah, 4-man dive right there. However, on the other side of the map, Lulash gets 6 Void Grubs on the top side. This is going to be a second take on the neutral objective's feats of strength for the side of Bulldog Esports, and they're 1 neutral objective or 1 tower away from getting that one for themselves. So they're going to sacrifice their Swain. Kill goes over to Ziggs. Very, very needed from Hams. Now, here's the pickle when you're playing Ziggs and you haven't necessarily threatened the tower early on. As they do say Hams, they could potentially force a flash here.
Yeah, he has the flash, and maybe even the kill despite it. As Miatek, so many dashes on this champion, 200 years really coming into effect as he is able to get out with the use of the flash. Miatek missed the public execution, and without that, the damage was lacking. The play, though, not over as Hustlin. The next on the menu. Knocked up, taken down. The puppy will be fed a little bit more as Exofeng gets his second.
And they're looking towards Jankos as well. That's a flash available, Miatek.
Yeah, continues to dash around, does exactly what he wants. Good flash, and it's a slither of HP to get out on. Jankos very happy with that one, as he should just be able to walk it away.
Kasing was fancying it for a second. I'm like, are you planning to flash Q right there? Wasn't quite the case. Oh my god, Miatek is so scary. Every single lane he goes to, he either forces any member of Radisak back under tower, he takes flashes, or he takes names. 2-0 Eclipse already completed onto this Ambessa, and I feel like Miatek has become such a key factor in the composition of Bulldog Esports, especially since they trust him to play more of carry-oriented champions. They're putting a lot of attention into him and they trust him to carry them. Again, worked in game number 1. Game number 2 didn't necessarily translate. Right here in game number 3, he has yet again been put in a position where he can carry that game, can find key targets. Found Hams, forced his flash. Next time, Hams is not going to have his flash available, so Miatek could potentially be looking to find that angle in the backline.
Miatek has been solid all we saw just last game despite the loss. This Rumble had a lot to say, but not enough this time. Maybe a bit more. As Hustlin, I think he could be caught out here. Trouble does have the magical journey and the flash available, but he is more than behind enemy lines. I want to say he's around 4 people. Does he go on Exofeng? Does he just... Okay, he just walks it out. Instead, he Kasing caught out all of a sudden. The flash forced to be used. You could smell blood was in the water. I did read it wrong though, and it wasn't Kasing forced to spend.
Yeah, Kasing was a little bit overextended in the river, considering there was no pressure in any other lane for all his teammates around. Couple people in the jungle, and there was mid and top pressure from the side of Bulldog Esports, so I don't think it was his turn to get inside this river, and it ended up costing him his flash. Now, Jankos is looking a little bit more aggressive onto Miatek, not necessarily going to find anything, and I feel like Radisak have the perfect setup right here to start the dragon. Bulldog Esports are going to try to find a way in, but the flank teleport coming in from Perks.
TP in from Cayman and Perks. Cayman, though, Goes right into the waiting hands of Bulldog. And pretty much the same can be said for the side of Perks, rather. As now Cayman, locked up, taken low. Leader, good 2-man ultimate, but he himself has no HP left to fight with as he gets taken down by Exafeng, who's pretty much untouched. Goes on a killing spree, 1-for-1 at the end of the fight, but the smite's still alive from Roddy Sack. And that could be the deciding factor in terms of the Drake.
It's a 4 versus 4, but in reality, it's a 3 versus 4 in favor of Radisak. Cayman's bar is blinking. Kasing hits the ult. But this is going to be to dissuade the situation. Again, Cayman cannot join. It's not 4 versus 4. It's a 3 versus 4. And right here, Radisak have won themselves a very, very valuable neutral objective. This would be feat strength. He went over to Bulldog Esports. They're going to be snatching this away, stacking 2 of those as well. And let's remember that Atakan also spawns in about 4 minutes on the bot side of the map. So both of these teams are going to pay extra attention on these bottom quadrants.
Just for fun, take a little bit of turret damage there. It is very clear what the intention is now for Radisak. They want this spot on tier 1 turret. The W from Hums will help secure it. Cayman might just be someone standing in their way. They have their sights set on the goal and they will just claim it as well. The kill. Just a little bit of an extra prize here as Cayman is all but over. Or instead, he will go down to Austin, I believe it was, as Gold is evened up. In particular trouble. Keep your eyes on the feet of strength as leader. Should die underneath the turret, maybe not. He stands around flawlessly. Lunas goes low. Leader dances around the wind wall very nicely. Top lane turret trade. A lot of map movement happened there, but the point I wanted to get to, Trouble, was the feat of strength. Keep your eyes on it. The next objective will be the decider.
Great counterplay right there from Leader using his ultimate, Q3 into ultimate, sort of isolated in situation on the dive. They do necessarily have anything to pin that Yasuo down, and Hubs has to run for the heals as Miatek is behind him. Again, once you put that wind wall up, I feel like there is no chance that this Pokemon can get you down. Hold up.
Exafeng has the flash, using forward very aggressively here, and he will pay the price. Shut down.
What?
He saw the opportunity. He thought he had no way out. And that's when he decided to go in instead.
Okay, rule of thumb. If you're stronger, you do not flash for flash if you're just gonna give over a 1-for-1. It is absolutely not worth it. Now, Radisak fully teleport to get more numbers onto that mid lane. I think they're gonna head straight for that Rift Herald. What a whoopsie right there from Exafeng, giving a huge shutdown over to Radisak as well. And Bulldog Esports, they're looking to see if they can actually contest Miatek super far away. Doesn't have a teleport.
Shut down feature strength as well to be claimed when they get this Carol. If Lula steals it away, they will obviously get the feature strength, but we'll keep our eyes on it as a likely fight could unfold. Leader has TP'd back, then ran all the way up towards mid lane after clearing the wave. And they are now ready for a full-on 5v5. 5k and dropping. They do get forced away initially, engaged all towards Hums, public execution, and a brilliant engage at that as well. Bulldog finds the first one. Exafeng goes forward here as well. Perks and Hums forced to run, and Hums will be publicly executed and taken down by Miatek. The Herald as well, feats of strength, great fight from Bulldog.
Yeah, it shows you why that Ambessa was pretty much permabanned during Game 1 and Game 2. Game 3, open B1, insta-lock by Miatek. Again, his third carry of the series, 3-0-2, finds a fantastic ultimate, which then gets lined up with another great ultimate coming through from Kasing's Brom. Feats of strength secured for Bulldog Esports.
A little bit more help going that way. Huge shutdown there. How do they do this, Trouble? They just walk in and with their full HP bars, they're able to force them away. Or is it just a good engage? I guess it's the Ambessa. Oh, we don't get to see Miatek. Speaking of the Ambessa, we'll have to work miracles here. But he's not a miracle worker today as massive shutdown goes over to Perks, who really has had a quiet game, Trouble. Hasn't shown himself much, but isn't out of it yet on this Renekton. Pretty strong.
I mean, hey man, not on Perks, right? When you have Sejuani, Renekton, Yasuo, you're expecting kind of like a lot of pressure towards the top side of the map. Miatek was not pressured, found kills by roaming. Oh, I thought he's gonna drive it the wrong way, but Lula's just gonna charge a mid lane tower. Trying to take the 360, not gonna be the case. But I think the charge is gonna land no matter what, unless Jankos.
No, the charge is used. So there is no charge on the Herald once you've
right. You're right.
So it just starts hitting the minions slowly but surely, makes its way over and wouldn't succeed at that. Arakan on the Rift. Ladies and gentlemen, we are 20 minutes in. It's on the bot side this time around. Gold lead pretty much dead even. 1,000 gold is nice, but it's not game deciding. We're keeping our eyes on, I think, the two most important carries, really. Leader, now 2 items on that Yasuo, and Exofeng having the 2 item spike as well.
Very important item spikes coming through. We have 2 all across the board almost for both of these teams. And the next Dragon's coming up in about 30 seconds. Bulldog Esports have had phenomenal fights back to back. Again, they have a fort around the Kog'Maw. Exofeng doesn't have flash, however, and Radisak have incredible positioning. They can move into the jungle, set down some vision, look for some key flanks. Perks has teleport available. Can he find the backline?
Eamon is walking down all the way from the top side, making sure he keeps his hands on that TP for the potential play later on. Humps takes a bit of damage as they now look to take the mid lane. Tier 1 should get it for free. Yes, a little bit of an exchange that happened between Ludus and Perks, and a great engage from Kasing on the other side. 2-man route as well. They found the carry leader. He's dashing around trying to get an Exofeng, but he's so far untouched as Perks finally closed the gap, but to no avail. Exofeng dishing out the damage. Miatek getting a double kill on the other side, hustling the next one to be taken down as the demonic ascension secures the kill. Perks able to escape, but it's 3 kills for Bulldogs.
I feel like Radisak got baited with the journey right there. They all took it into a very, very tiny space. They got stuck. Another great ultimate by Miatek, and he feels like he keeps landing them back to back. And after Miatek lands the ult, it's just so easy for Kassim to line this up. But Perks is back.
There is no flash on Exofeng, so once the gap is closed, it's certainly said to be kept that way. But no, a brilliant cleanse by the 17-year-old will buy more time to sidestep. He's not going down, Exofeng! Your beauty!
What a great turnaround, honestly. I'm kind of like shaking my finger to Kasing, and I'm like, nah. You sold your AD carry right there, Kasing. You know what you did. All he had to do was put one auto attack onto Perks' Renekton, and he just sold the Exofeng, left him to die. Wasn't quite the case.
It's resetting. Jankos is here again.
There.
It's soul point, by the way. It might just be gifted over. It's a pure smite fight. Who'll get it? Ludus will secure it, and that's all that really matters. He'll die for it, but he got what he came for.
At what cost? So
but
the situation came in?
Maybe even a higher cost than we initially thought. No, came in. Able to walk out. Arakan should be claimed, however.
Yeah, and this is the most important part here, because there's a lot of back and forth. It's super fun to watch. However, Atakan can only go down for the set of Radisak. Only one person is holding Smite, but Bulldog Esports is more than happy to fight this.
They will fight it. Trouble. Leader is down to half thanks to that Arakan damage. Exofeng now has the flash. We'll keep our eyes on him as leader. Already taken down to half. The Arakan still alive in the fight as the public execution comes out and humps in the backside. And leader now falls to Exofeng on the front line. It's a split fight for Radisak, and it's looking horrible for them as they do get the Arakan. The fight still goes on. They've finally gotten their hands on Exofeng though, and the damage from him is not quite enough. The puppy can't do it all though, as Miatek has found yet another public execution. He's taking down them all though. The withdrawals are being used, and it's only Huston that remains. And he'll get chased down as well. Miatek, man, stepping up once again, and he carries the fight.
All right, observers, whenever we have this replay, because this is an absolute freaking cinema by Miatek, the way they play the 4 versus 5. First of all, great stuff from Kasing and Exofeng to come from lane and not from the tribals, not to pinch themselves in this tight spot. They use the wider space on the map to not get pinched by any ultimates. And watch Miatek on the top side of your map. Goes past the Renekton straight onto Ziggs. Hums cannot play the game because even though Miatek is not in the fight, he's threatening from the back, which means that Ziggs cannot walk forward. The second he does, when they get that Sejuani ultimate onto Exofeng, Miatek intercepts again. He has been such a pivotal factor to all of these team fights for Bulldog Esports, and a reason why Ambessa should remain on the ban list.
Luckily for Radisak, they won't have to play against the next game. The beauty of Fearless Draft. Enjoy it while you have it. He is delivering absolute cinema to your screens. Beautiful performance trouble from Miatek. He was good in game 1, good in game 2, and game 3. His carry pants are on, and he, alongside the rest of Bulldog, trying to get this game over the line. They now sit with a 1,000 goal lead. Aaron up as well. They got that Drake before. They lost the Arakan, but that's already gone. All the withdrawals have been cashed in on. Yes, they still get 25 more gold per kill, but that's hardly a buff, really. not one that's likely to matter at the very least. We'll keep our eyes on the Baron and that Drake in 2 minutes.
Look at the split potion again. I feel like we have been highlighting Miatek so much. Like, Perks has been doing equally as well in this game.
He's been really good.
His presence hasn't been as felt because Miatek has been so crucial in Bulldog Esports winning those fights. His plays are game winning at this point, whilst Perks, even though zero attention has gone his way, he's managed to keep even. He's about 40 CS up, 3-0-2, has a 427 gold bounty on his head as well as Sing.
No flash, he's just dead. 25 minutes in, Baron on the map, and while the team comes to support him, it's not enough. He's just taken down. At what cost, however, the next 40 seconds will tell. Don't think they're gonna go for the Baron trouble. Maybe that's a bit too ambitious, as instead they'll just get some wave and the death doesn't matter much.
I actually feel like they could potentially threaten the Baron to at least try and get Miatek's teleport and then play off of that. They've got 3 members with teleport on the side of Ruddy Sack. However, when you get a pick like this and you need to reset on the map to try and get a few more items in your inventory, you should absolutely do that. And this is where the resets are going to come through from Ruddy Sack. However, their vision is not the best around Baron. They do have behind enemy lines in the top corner of Lulash's jungle to see whether any members of Bulldog Esports are going to be walking through there. And this is what has been pinged on the map right now. Bulldog Esports is absolutely oblivious to what's happening on the map. They will see the Ziggs just about now on that ward to know that this has not been going down.
Game 3 trouble, often one that feels so decisive in terms of who will get the momentum going into what, very likely will be that final game. This one here, everything still to play for. 100, 200 gold separating these two teams. Soul point up in 15 seconds, another team fight on the horizon as Miatek is caught. Surely he can't get out of this. I mean, the Embessa has so many ways to buy time and dash out to safety, but underneath the turret, I don't think he'll find much safety. The public execution, he's doing what he can. Leader is low. How much time can you buy? Now here comes Cayman with the demonic ascension. He'll look to bring someone back down to the grave with him. He has a good amount of damage, but not enough as Leader. Just cuts through his HP bar, but Leader, you've gone too far, and he will not go down yet. Exofeng is here to finally claim it. Oh my god, Trouble, they are really testing each other and pushing each other right to their very limits.
Just a second to breathe, just before Dragon is about to get started. Lulash is going to check. If Wind becomes Lightning, see if the Dragon is going down, and now they're going to engage the Dragon. Dragon actually came in super low on HP. Doesn't have the ultimate to regen that back, doesn't have the teleport. I think both teams are going to sort of throw their hands up. Take a breather right here. I mean, we talked about the scaling on the Kog'Maw, but you have to look on the other side. Champions like Yasuo can truly 1 versus 9 a game. At 3 items plus, Yasuo starts becoming an absolute demon on the Rift. And we'll see right here, Leader. Fantastic job at keeping up the pressure over on the bot side. Now they're gonna pull TPs back in. First on the objective right here, Bulldog Esports a little bit too slow, and Perks is gonna play guard for the Dragon.
The Drake is gone, yeah, immediately trouble, and that's the sole point. It's one you can afford to give, but put so much pressure on the next one in 5 minutes time. Baron still untouched. This game balancing on a razor's blade, really. It is so close. One big team fight to decide it all. Around the Baron, most likely. Exofeng has his flash. Miatek and pretty much every other carry in the game does not.
Alright, Bulldog Esports starting the Baron right here. Perks does have TP. This might just be a case of, hey, let's get this Renekton's TP and then back off. Cayman is playing a very dangerous game, playing that small choke point right there on the Baron, and I think this was all along the play right here for Bulldog Esports. Very cool, calm, collected from the side of Ruddy Sack, actually keeping Perks over on the bot side of the map, creating pressure, could potentially take that bot lane tier 2 as well, completely uncontested as well. So great stuff right here from Perks. Doesn't cave, doesn't press that teleport. And they're +1 on the neutral objectives, on the structures on the map as well. Bot lane tier 2 taken, only mid and top remaining.
700 more gold in Perks' pocket as his gold lead continues to grow over Miatek. It's weird how we've been talking so much about Miatek, but he has been decisive in these teamfights. He's been the one deciding who comes out on top. Man, look at Perks. if he finds the right angle, he can decide it as well. There is the potential for him to be the deciding factor. And who comes out on top here, game 3? So many key members to keep your eyes on when we hit the team fights. I think if Exofeng dies, Miatek might have too much in his hands to try and carry.
2 levels up for Perks right here. On to Miatek. Miatek has been making the flashy plays. However, Perks has been farming an absolute storm. Now, Fansin...
2 level advantage.
Yeah, and now Fansin his 1v1 potential right here versus Miatek. And the most important part right here, the most difficult part is that Radisek have never been able to actually move past enemy lines to get Perks that one ward that he needs to TP. Blue buff is going to get stolen away right here from Bulldog Esports, or I think it was. Both teams have one.
Yeah,
maybe it wasn't.
I think
maybe
Jankos got it with the smite, but
maybe it was Jankos, yeah.
Current League of Legends, that's blue buff for everybody, Trouble. It's all out there, right? Blue buff, red buff,
you get a blue buff,
and
you get a blue buff, and
exactly.
You get a blue buff.
As Hum does get caught by the W from Cayman. Nothing more come from it, hustling. Finds a good bit of CC. Follow-up, not yet used. There's a slight bit of poke. Baron still on the map. One big team fight, Trouble, to decide who gets it. Bulldog turn their attention to getting vision, getting control, and setting themselves up as best as they know how to. What could be potentially the final fight here in game 3.
I'm not gonna lie to you, I get a little bit nervous every time I see Cayman walk up. Luckily for him, he does have 2 pure tank items in his inventory and a Rallies for the slow. However, Bulldog Esports are trying him once again. Is Perks going to TP into this fight? Because that Baron's going down really fast.
It is definitely going down. The TP has been used. Smite available as the engage now comes through from Kasing. Yankos tanky as Kasing now forced to go out. The demonic ascension has come through, and Miatek comes in on the flank. He's forced them all to flee as Huston's being caught up. Same goes for Hums, and he might go down the same fate. The good-tempered fate buys a bit of time, but it seems inevitable that Bulldog will come out on top of this fight. They've found 2 already, and they can turn their attention towards the Baron.
Again, 2 TPs dropped, 1 from Miatek, 1 from Perks, but there was no word for Perks. It must be so frustrating. He's 4, 0, and 2, 3.5 items in. He could get onto Exofeng and absolutely delete him off the map. He's 2 levels up, but he just hasn't necessarily been facilitated to be able to find these flanks. There's no wards. He had to TP in Narnia at the freaking wave over in top lane to find a TP, and Bulldog Esports had the numbers advantage because the second they saw that TP land so far away from Perks, they just instantly turned around and turned it on to Radisak.
Bulldog won the fight, but they didn't gain much from it, Trouble.
Man.
Let's take a look. Yeah, I mean, yeah, you're right. He's TPing like to Denmark or something. He's going a whole different way than where this game was heading.
It's literally on the wave. And the second Bulldog Esports saw this, they're like, okay, guys, it's a 4 versus 5. Just go all in. We have the pure numbers advantage, and Perks is not here. And again, this is why I'm saying this must be so frustrating for Perks, because there's just no setup for him to get this cool teleport flanks to try and get onto the backline, whilst Miatek always has a way of finding Hums, on finding leader, on getting onto hustling. And it's just 4-0 and 2, man. He's 1,000 gold up right now. He's farmed the Storm. 4th item completed for that Renekton. Starts getting a little bit tanky. But reminder that Renekton eventually is going to start falling off as a champion. The second you go in and get hit by a Q from Brom and the passive, you're most likely going to melt to this Kog'Maw that's very close to a 4th item.
I mean, Bulldog just get the straight, but Radisek have started the Baron Trouble. They are on it and they are heading for it. Lulas is nowhere near. He's here to finish it, and instead, I mean, Bulldog, they've just given up the Baron for, yes, they've denied the soul, and they stopped this Baron. I'll take it back. They didn't give it up. They managed to stop it. The sheer aura of Exofeng enough to get them to back off. This puppy is certainly well fed and has grown nicely into a strong carry. 3.5 items. Getting tanky as well, building a few resistances to be able to afford a few mistakes in terms of positioning maybe, or just expecting a very strong Crocodile to jump on top of him as soon as the fight begins. I cannot believe it, Trouble. 35 minutes in, 200 gold between them. It is one massive mistake from either team, or maybe just a small one, that could change the whole path of this game, and this might just be
like
the one
this
as Miatek recalling too far up the pitch, really. I mean, it is an Ambessa. Can't dash for Asian and buy a whole heap of time. The TP's coming in, though. They're both committing to this. They want it to be the fight that decides the game. And as Cayman comes in with the Demonic Ascension, it might be too little too late. As Miatek are falling. Look at Exofang in the backline. He's ripping through Yankos. The Exofang, the puppy. He's all alone. The 17-year-old has to do all from here. As Leader does a good amount of damage. Perk, though, flashes on him. And the MSI champion shuts down the rookie of Bulldog. The fight's not over. It's 3v3 as Cayman still alive. The Demonic Ascension has ended. Miatek somehow still breathing as he gets to go back to base. I cannot believe that fight didn't end in trouble. They can't be separated.
What is going? Why is my Kog'Maw flashing in the backline, pretending he's Kaisa? That was absolutely crazy. It's a 2-for-2 overall. Both smites down. And oh my, let's look at this one more time. Miatek, they caught him going back to base. Lulash and Miatek pretty tanky. They gain enough time for the team. You see Cayman tipping in, you see Hums tipping in, you see Leader tipping in. The whole map just collapsed. And I'm just looking at Exofang. He flashes straight in to assassinate Yankos. He was playing through the wall. Grub's hustling on the out as well. And once he gets knocked up and slowed by Ziggs plus Yasuo, this is where he eventually gets caught by Perks' Crocodile. That was an insane fight. However, teleport still up for Perks. Very crucially, double summoners down for Exofang. If there was one time that Radisak had to find a flank TP angle for Perks, this is the one.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, Trouble. This really is the one. I can't believe we've seen this many team fights be so close, so they can't quite be decisive. 36 minutes on the clock, still just 200 gold between them. It is all down to execution, finding the right play, punishing your opponent's mistake. In a do or die series, these teams battling for top 4, battling to keep their hopes alive of making it to the LAN finals. This would be one massive step towards that. I simply can't believe it, Trouble. This game is unbelievable. It's absolute cinema.
It's not even over yet. Both teams really looking towards that Baron. I'm not gonna lie to you, I feel like the Baron will not matter too much. It's whoever aces the next fight could potentially be looking for a game-winning team fight right here. For both of these teams, this would also mean match point in the series. Loser is promoted to viewer, like Arsarm chooses to say, and winner goes one step closer to get into that LAN final. Bulldog Esports pushing that mid lane mid lane wave, try to regain some vision. This is going to be the back and forth. There's not too much in extent to that. Again, Perks does have teleport. Exofang does not have summoners. Can he find the angle? Can he find the flank angle to delete that Kog'Maw?
I think we'll know in a minute, Trouble. Soul point for Bulldog, soul for Radisek. Will be up on the map. Imagine if they get 4 Mountain Drakes. I think it'll be hard to kill. Perks now full item. This Crocodile has reached its maximum strength. We saw the damage he put out last fight. Perks, there have been doubters about his top lane. He's given away solo kills. He has made mistakes, but when push comes to shove, the veteran has stepped up. They were pushed against the wall, and they need to continue to do so. This game far from over.
You can see how both teams have sort of slowed down. They're playing the wave. No one wants to walk too far forward. Baron has been up for quite a while right now. But the most important thing is that this is soul for Radisek, and it's going to be mountain soul. The more resistances you've got, the better playing against this Kog'Maw. They've definitely worked pretty hard to get the extra dragons in the early game. And they're looking to solidify the deal right here. Dragon is spawning in about 10 seconds, and they do have priority inside this river. You also see Perks, who has now pushed that bot lane and can actually disappear inside the jungle. This is his big chance to get that big flank we've been talking about.
Now Perks is on the flank. We'll see if he finds the right angle. Exofang has to cleanse up in 1 second. Perks already popped the dominance. Exofang is locked up with a tempered fade. And here comes Perks, waiting for his prey. Dashing towards him and will just claim to kill Perks. Goes Godlight. He steps up when it matters most. And the fight seems all but done unless Miatek has something to say about it. And that's exactly what he does. Hums running as Cayman chases him down with the Demonic Ascension. Finds his way to a double kill. Perks can't do it despite him going legendary. Bulldog Gaming will win the team fight.
That is absolutely absolute madness. Jankos, the only remaining member of Radisak on the map right now, came in, is hunting him, and what an incredible fight. Radisak did everything they had to. Everything they had to. Great push by Perks, finds the flank, gets onto Exofang, and it's just not enough because latest season champions do exist. Let's watch this one more time. Fantastic ultimate coming through from Hustling's Bard to catch Exofang literally with the tip of that circle. You'll see it coming through just right now. Perks was already on the flank and lands exactly onto this Kog'Maw as well as the Ziggs ult. This was an incredible engaged scenario. However, Miatek gets to get into that backline, disrupts Hums, disrupts the whole team fight. It's just way too much damage. And you can see, even though that Kog'Maw went down, just the sheer tankiness coming through from Bulldog Esports is just so difficult to deal with from the side of Arozzi.
And I was wondering if this was game or anything, but with Jankos alive, I don't think they can get the soul. Looking at it as well, 20 seconds on Hostin as we see this pause screen. I mean, I don't think they can end trouble, right? They don't have the AD carry, they don't have Ludus as well. They can certainly get an inhibitor. But can they end here if Jankos doesn't get back? Nah, surely not, right?
However, what they can do right here is a pretty good example of try to pressure the tower, maybe potentially even get an inhibitor tower if you do have the wave, because I can't exactly see the wave from the minimap right there, and set up some vision on the top side. I feel like Baron is what both these teams have been looking for quite a while, and in this case, you got the luxury of your opponents being down. They're on the gray screen currently, getting freely, place down some vision, back, buy items with so many kills and so much money that you go into your pockets and go again. And this time around, Exofang is going to have his summoners up and available, so this will be a completely different fight.
Sometimes you feel like you do everything in your power, right? And it's still not enough. You still just can't quite get over line. You can't do whatever it is you want to do. And I feel like that's what Perks is feeling this game, right? He's doing everything he can. He found the right flank. Great ultimate, as you said, from Hostin with the Tempered Fate. They got the carry, they got the Poppy, and they still didn't win the fight. What more could you want? They can lock down both because, I mean, surely they can lock down Miatek and take him down. But then Exofang gets so much time to just win the entire team fight on the backside. How do they win a team fight if this wasn't it?
I mean, here's the very simple concept, right? They've got a 3-man wall around a Kog'Maw, and then Miatek is just acting individually. He's finding the backline, he's disrupting the fight. So even though Exofang can pretty much just put down his auto attacks and he has 3 tanks around him, Hums is not the same case because you've got Sejuani going in, Renekton, Yasuo, and then Hustling trying to find his Qs, trying to find his ultimates, and then Hums sort of has to balance his position around people diving very too far forward and then him having to deal with Miatek when he gets engaged upon. So it's not the easiest way for Hums again to play the game. It's like an unfortunate scenario in game number 1 and in game number 3. He hasn't been given the easiest task of carrying these games, as we have a slight communication issue. It will be resolved very shortly and we will be going back into this game because it's hanging on by a literal tiny thread. One team fight away from this game being over. Again, series point for whichever team wins this one. And it's starting to get scary.
It is such an intense game. So much on the line. And for the teams to be separated just by a few hundred gold at this late point, I really thought Radisak had it when I saw that engage. They got everything they needed. But Miatek had other ideas. Came in also very hard to kill, buying great amount of time. And I can see, I mean, there's still the Drake, there's still the Baron on the map. They could go for that just to try and grow the gold even further. Imagine, Soul Point, 3 Mountain Drakes, you're very tanky already. Get that extra one, get the Baron. Do they try and flip it for the end? I mean, there are many different possibilities. I think you might be right saying they go for the turret and then back off, take one of the objectives. But we'll see when we come back, and hopefully this communication issue gets sorted sooner rather than later. Because I don't want to be looking at us right now, Trouble. I want to be looking at what happens in the game. I can't wait to get back in.
Nice. That's true. However, when we resolve the issue, you need to wait, like all of our viewers. We'll get back as soon as we can. And we get a chance to pause, relax, take a deep breath. It has been 3 games of absolute back-to-back-to-back action. I feel like it shows you how both these teams are very willing to play from the early all the way to late game. I feel like we've had very few moments where literally nothing was happening on the map, and it just shows you the ability of these teams to try and create leads for themselves in the early. However, right now it's literally one team fight away of series point for either of these teams. This was pitch perfect scenario, this team fight for the side of Radisak. The perfect Bard ult into the perfect flank from Perks into finding Exofeng instantly, and it didn't work. And that's where I get worried, because I'm like, that was your winning case scenario, and you didn't win that fight. Now what?
Exactly, and that's the question. It was the 1 out of 14 million scenarios or whatever Doctor Strange saw in Endgame, right? It was that one where you got everything your way. And I can't believe that it wasn't enough. I was sure it was. I thought the game was over. I thought they would clean house, maybe lose Hamza Hustle in the backline. But Leader and Perks, they would take down Miatek together, and they'd be running towards Bulldog's Nexus. They'd be having match point and blah, blah, blah. You can say all you want. MSI champion, world finalist, they will come out on top. But that's not the story we're singing right now. That's not the praises we are giving out. Somehow Miatek managed to pull it through. Hopefully we'll be back soon. That's what we're being told here. And, fingers crossed, that's the case. I have the game open on my second monitor here, and I can see the pause is about to end. So let's get back onto the Rift trouble. It is not decisive. I don't think they win the game here. Jankos is back, but they should get both Soul Point and Baron, right?
I think it's pretty low as well, so they'll get the safe stuff as well. Singh needs to reset. He needs to grab a more control ward in his inventory, and then they'll slowly but surely start again. The Dragon never went down. Baron never went down. But here's the thing. For Radisak, they can actually choose if they wanted to not fight. Wherever Bulldog Esports goes, play for the other side of the map. That's exactly what they're doing. Bulldog Esports are B-lining Dragon right now. And everyone from Radisak has committed to this Baron. 8 seconds for Perks. Teleport up and available for him. But this Baron is long.
In time. Ludas was dead, and that meant they couldn't take the objective, so I can't believe this trouble. Bulldog won the fight. Radisak get the Baron.
And that's absolutely fine, because they're giving Soul Point over to Bulldog Esports, not necessarily the end of the world for them. They get to leverage this Baron, try to push out the side waves, create a little bit more vision for themselves. Again, still that mid-lane tier 1. Oh no.
Has the blast cone, but I'm pretty sure Jankos will stop it. That's not the flash. He's trapped. Caught between a rock and a hard place and will go down. This will be tough, as this means 50 seconds without their support, one of their tanks, and a Baron buff Radisak. They'll get a few turrets here.
Very importantly, they have the Baron, which means a lot of pressure. They'll finally crack open that mid lane for themselves. The first tower in that mid lane to go down. Ooh.
He's fine. He's okay. The never move comes out. Huston takes a bit of damage. Takes quite a lot to kill any champ in this game, unless it's one of the squishies. As now Perks goes forward, Miatek. The initial target slides and dies. Back in, out, safety. Leader, too far forward. The wind wall is good, but is it good enough? He goes into walls. He finds the target. It's Exofeng, but a good flash by space, but not enough. It's only Miatek and Cayman now once again. Can they do it 2v4? But Perks, so much HP. What if not the fight before? This is the fight trouble that will win them the game. They've won it. They did it. Radisak somehow made it work. They found the one in 14 million scenarios why they did it. I can't believe they've won the fight trouble.
The unseen Yasuo is the deadliest. It's the call an ambulance, but not for me. Meme makes an incredible play. His team follows it up, and Radisak out of nowhere, they managed to grab a second win this series.
I can't believe it when under pressure.
What?
The Red Veterans steps up. I thought it was impossible trouble. 3 Mountain Drakes. They surely couldn't win a fight, but they proved us both wrong. And within a I'm shocked. I'm absolutely shocked, Trouble.
That was great juggling between the Qs and the Es from the side of Leader. He actually managed to get a triple Q into a knock-up on Exofeng, which then Radisak followed up. A reminder, Kasing was dead. That's the key factor right here. Kasing is the one member on that Braum that was protecting Exofeng, that passive from Braum, the shield from Braum, the extra defensives, the Solaris shield that he was carrying as well. Very important pieces that were missing. So Exofeng ends up dying too fast, and then Radisak just run over the base with the Baron.
I can't believe that, Trouble. I can't believe
I didn't do too fast. I wasn't ready.
Such a good play of the Baron, and then they somehow won the fight. I really didn't think, despite killing Exofang, I wasn't sure anymore. We just had 5 minutes discussing how it was impossible for them really to win a team fight unless they found a miracle. And they somehow did it. When push comes to shove, we can go back to what I was about to say before right in the break. The veterans come out on top in game number 2. Ruddy Sack, though, is not over yet. They need to win one more game. And if this game was anything to go by, they'll have to fight tooth and nail to get that as well. I'm shocked, Trouble. They won it that decisively. Wow. I'm absolutely shocked.
I don't know. Do we know what the desk has to say about that Yasuo performance? Because to me, I don't care if I haven't seen my Yasuo the whole game if he makes that game-winning play.
That's true.
Who cares? 8 deaths in a dream.
It's the power spike, Trouble. The more you die, the more power you have. It's like, it's Vegeta, you know? You die, you fall, and like, I'm getting powered up. That's the Yasuo that I never get on my solo queue. But when we talk about this game, this was interesting, and let's talk about it. 40 minutes long. Miracle, as Duckling was stating. Can we even recall how it started?
No, I think we lost
Honesty is important.
a piece of our souls back then, and I don't remember how my life was like in the beginning of this game, honestly. It was so long ago. I only remember looking at the Swain build and having questions, and then I started having questions about everything else.
I mean, what a game for starters. What a game. I like the game plan from both squads, but I think it was this time around a reverse of game 1 where Bulldog had all the tools to win this game and they just couldn't quite find the way to win it. Like Ruddy had the tools who couldn't find a way to win it. When you've got a Kog'Maw that starts off 3-0 and is really strong, you know, you've got tools to defend him like a Braum, a frontline like Xin to create space as well, then okay, I understand the assignment. Like Swain then builds his bloody Rileys and Unending Despair and Fimbulwinter. Like he's obviously just there to stay alive in fights, create space, make Kog'Maw do Kog'Maw things. And that works in the 5v5, and that works when your Kog'Maw isn't the first one dying in the team fights. And unfortunately for Bulldog in the last 2 team fights, that's exactly what happened. Nietic was able to pick up some of the slack in one of those fights, but wasn't able to in the last one, which ultimately lost Bulldog the game.
Yeah, it's like they put a very big emphasis on the fact that Exofang is going to carry, and Exofang was having a good game, but the problem is Radisak were very quick to realize what was the game plan for the other team. And the moment they understand it, they start focusing Exofang. And Exofang sometimes even gives them opportunities himself by overstepping a little bit here and there. And so when he's down, there is no damage left for Bulldog anymore, because they have all the tools, they have all the setup, but no damage to finish anybody.
This is a great example here of how, like this is it. Like in these extended fights, it works in Bulldog's favor, right? But we saw the last fights weren't extended fights, right? When it didn't work in Bulldog's favor. When you can create space for Kog'Maw, when Kog'Maw can just sit at the back, throw out all of his, spit on everyone basically, and then you've got someone like Mietic, who I want to give a shout out to, by the way. I thought was actually sick this game. It was really, really good on that Ambessa. Then it works. But some of those later team fights, it just, I mean, to be fair, I feel like we're framing this from the scope of like Bulldog messing up, but we should also give credit to Ruddy for their calls later on into the game, right? So which begun with the Baron play, sneaking that Baron away straight after the pause was really good. Then they catch Kasing as well, which then turns it into a 5v4 situation, and also 2 team fights in a row where they're able to find Exofang, just straight up find him and bring him down. And we'll see like another example of it happening right here.
Yeah, so honestly, I feel like the Baron was the turning moment for Radisak when they saw an opening and they did not hesitate to take it, because before that, those were the fights that Bulldogs were taking from them, but then suddenly Radisak have a fight, which they still don't win necessarily. It was Bulldogs who were taking the kills in the end, and this was a pretty good fight for them. Look at it, like the tools are there, Cayman is able to stay alive for as long as possible, Exofang, not that much success, but still, like it works for Bulldogs. Jankos, I believe, is the only one who stays alive as the aftermath of this fight. Yet somehow there is nothing done on the map afterwards by Bulldogs, and somehow it's Radisak taking the Baron. After that they find a peak, and after that they just skyrocket to ending the game. Just one tiny window is all it takes for them. They're like, no, they're like the cave divers. You see the tiniest opening, and you dive in immediately without any second thoughts, and it works for them.
Yeah, that gives me
Most of
anxiety
the
just mentioning
times.
cave divers.
Yeah, most of the time. I'm PTSD now and then.
Okay, yeah.
Just kind of mention that Bulldog just picked the blue side for game 4. And yeah, I totally agree. I think the Swain was slow on building up the damage. Xafang was the sole carry, but I agree with you. Renekton was amazing. I think hustling as the Bard. We were talking about the Bard on the Champion Select and how it could fit the comp. All those ultis, like, massive. And Vision within the game, I also think he carried, because those specific points in Vision is what got them this. Again, another beautiful ulti, just taking best out of this. Yeah, this is a 4v5, because Kasing was caught because of Vision.
But look at Xafang again. Like, Leader's going to charge up this wind wall here, and Xafang is just going to eat it. He's got his flash up. He's got his flash.
Oh, so beautiful.
And he just eats the Yasuo Q from kind of max range. And then when he's down, it's all over. You can see, like, yeah, I mean, it doesn't really need breaking down at that point. Kasing is dead, by the way. Obviously, he got caught at this before, but dude, that just can't happen, unfortunately. That just can't happen. Great pick though for Leader to find the ins. And to be honest, Ruddy as a whole always found the ins in these fights. So yeah, they were superior in those team fights. And to be honest, actually, to be fair, a bit of deja vu with how we describe Bulldog as a team in general. Right? We talk about the fights. We talk about how the teams, how they team fight, how we get those plays down. But yeah. Yeah, so, yeah, okay. Hums, holy crap, I mean, you're Ziggs, so you get a lot of range and a lot of AoE damage and stuff, so that's somewhat expected to be high, but that's still exceptional. But also on the other side, Kog'Maw's your guy for Bulldogs, and, you know, clearly just not able to make it happen, unfortunately.
Yeah, I mean,
look at that drop as well, right at the end.
Swain, who wasn't building damage items till the very end of the game, out-damaging the guy who is the damage carry of the team. And we're not talking about Ambassador, we're not even starting there. Like, this is concerning for Bulldogs. And at the same time, great stats for Ruddy. I mean, Ziggs, yes, but then Renekton, that you folks have been talking about, having a really good game. With Renekton, it's always such a weird bet. If he pops off, he will be, you know, showing up like we see here. But then if he doesn't pop off, it's always a risk. Like, do we really want to give our top laner so much power on the top lane if they can, you know, it worked. I'm just so happy to see the for Perks, honestly, because he's not always having opportunities to shine, but already for the second game in a row, they give him a champion that requires to be sped up a little bit in the beginning of the game, but then the dividends on this top lane of Perks, they always pay off in the end.
If you put in so many eggs in the same basket regarding AD carry, you see that Yasuo, the wind wall, is just menacing. Like, what can you do? Like, that pick was beautiful to wrap up the composition as well. Massive props to the Ruddy Sack at this moment, who are one game away from moving forward. Will Bulldog Esports be able to fight back? Or is it done? The Ruddy story continues on the lower bracket. I'll see you soon, and we'll talk about that later on. I'll be right back. And welcome back! Match point for the Ruddy Sack to move on the lower bracket. Bulldog Esports have to fight again and win 2 games in a row in order to take this one in the bag and move on or be promoted to viewer. We know that. I know there's a viewing party going on as well. I hope everybody that is a little bit relieved after this match, but it's not done. Not done yet. There's still more to go. Let's see if Bulldog Esports are going to let you breathe or if everybody's cheering for Bulldog Esports. We'll get a good day. So, spam that chat and tell me, what are you rooting for? And what do you think the score is going to be at the end of the day? Most of our casters are still right in their predictions as we jump into the 4th one. All those champions out! What is priority?
That's a lot of them.
It's up to you.
Priority. What is even left? I mean, we need a second to like digest what is even left. I mean, the bans are probably going to be the same. We still don't want to allow Yone. We still don't want to allow Zyra. Kalista, Draven, Azure probably. So we know how the first phase is going to look like.
Yeah, no Yone for leader. No big surprise there. It's a very leader champion and it's a very good champion as well. So that one's going to get taken. And yeah, as you guys are mentioning, the Kalista stuff coming through here. So looking a bit deeper into the champion pools, if we expect similar bans that we've seen before, the ADC pool specifically tends to be problematic in late iterations of the Fearless draft because the ADC pool in general is a little bit slim. So we start looking at champions like Zeri, perhaps, the Jinx being open, and of course, if we've got some AP champions in our pocket, which it seems like Hums does,
Mel
could be...
hasn't been picked, Fox.
That's true.
Let's have it stay this way, please.
I think we're going to see it this game. I'm not gonna lie to
afraid.
you.
Yeah. Because what else do you open
No, I'm
up
kidding, I'm
with?
kidding. Please don't. I mean, Wukong, for instance, has been available.
Yeah.
Such a prominent jungle as well. A lot of things. Maokai was played by both supports, Hustling and Kasing. And with that in mind, I think they both lost their games playing Maokai.
Haven't had Maokai yet?
No,
Up
it's
there?
been
Oh
permabanned,
my
this
God.
Maokai. So, yeah, Kasane
Not even
permabanned as
Xante.
well.
Imagine this world.
Yeah.
What?
This is
Oh
a
my
weird
God.
timeline, Solari.
It is. I was so, because these champions are so high in priority. I was sure that we have seen them already today throughout the day. So I was going through those picks on the KitKat Fearless draft on top, but they're not there apparently. So I think I need a break. But these guys definitely don't. So we have Xante, we have Jinx talking about the AD carry pool. They're still very strong champions, and honestly, Jinx in Hamza's hands is exactly what we need to see. Give this guy finally a big hyper carry and do something about him, because he has been popping off for the whole series today.
He has. And to be honest, it's been a surprise for me. Hamza's not on my bingo card as being Sack's carry for this series, but he's been solid. He's been absolutely solid in all the games he's played. And yeah, I do think it's a bit harder to succeed on Jinx than it is, you know, like the Corki, the Varus, and the Ziggs as well. So he is going to face that struggle there, as this Twitch is locked in now. Okay, so we're going to be seeing everything on Twitch, which for me means perhaps even the Enchanter support's coming through this time around, right? Well, if we put Maokai in the jungle and we start flexing that around, then maybe we do see that happen.
And Silas for leader. We've seen Silas being banned already, but this is one of those champions that fit leader's playstyle perfectly, and he has really been excelling at. So finally, Radisak pick it up. I wonder what jungler we have to pair up with him, because jungler pool is another thing that has been going. We've been running out of it basically. The pool has been reduced a lot. All of the highest priority junglers have already been taken, pretty much except for Wukong. So if Bulldog don't ban it now, it's gonna be a big miss from their side. Oh, and J4. And J4 as well.
Yeah, exactly.
With Jinx
So,
there, J4 doesn't look that bad as well. Getting some immobile carries just locked in as Twitch is praise and praise. That would be interesting. Mel, so far, not being removed, not even picked on the second rotation of bans. By the way, for everybody on the chat, I'm going to take this opportunity. You see it updated. It's actually pinned a comment that if you want to watch the finals, we have a massive viewing party being built up. You can join us. Tickets are for sale already, so keep that in mind. On the venue itself, it's sold out. I'm so sorry. But on the watch party, you can actually even watch LEC afterwards. So it's a League of Legends day.
Yes. Perfect.
Love that.
I'll be going, I'm just saying.
Oh, another reason to go there for everybody in the chat.
No, that's the opposite. The Poppy is also removed. What else do you remove? Lulu! Wait.
Lulu! What? No, Bulldog removing a Lulu. Oh my god. I mean, I see the point here, actually. I mean, Lulu with Jinx is not exactly something you want to be playing around. If you want to make your priority killing that Jinx, Lulu is going to be a very big menace. She's going to be a very big obstacle for you. But it's still sad that we don't see Kasing playing her.
It suggests that the Maokai is firmly locked from Bulldog in that support position, and I would love to see that Jarvan here. You guys mentioned Jarvan not being picked up here. I think it is very, very solid. You know, creates the terrain for Gnar to jump in with, the spray and pray as well with everyone locked in, and those relatively low mobility carries as well in the Jinx. Milio is a bit tough. It's kind of like, you know, he can sort of reset what's happening here for Jarvan, but considering, you know, you're relatively pinched, this is it. It's between Jarvan and Wukong. It is going to be the Wukong instead, which, you know, they're similar champions. They do similar things. Yeah, now we're just rounding out with that mid lane. You want to pick something here that doesn't give a good ultimate, preferably give a good ultimate over to leader, right? On that Silas. Yeah, there are, you know, we still haven't seen the Wei come through here either. I think this is a big gambit if they go for the Akali. Yeah, okay, it is going to be that Wei instead. So, yeah, nicely rounded out here for Bulldogs. Good cluster, good amount of AoE damage, and a bit of a, well, what I would consider a Bulldog team comp here.
I think I would still like J4 more in Bulldog's team composition. Wukong is a good jungler, he fits here, but it feels like with Wei, with the Twitch and with everybody, honestly. The lock-in from J4 would have worked so good. But well, it is what it is. It's Wukong, it's Wei, and it is a Mumu in the end for the Radisac.
Salari Foxtrot, I need a name before this match. It could be it. It could be done. Salari.
Bulldog.
Bulldog for Salari. No, Foxtrot, you go for Bulldog. Salari, tell me.
I go for Radi then.
Ready? You predicted Bulldog! Well, confusion of the highest order on the desk as we toss it to the edge, and I'll be right back. I'll see you soon. Salari!
Trouble, I am excited. A draft that feels a bit illegal, considering we're in Game 4 Fearless, I might add, but very exciting nonetheless. Still a few weird picks in there, but very much a lot of meta champions somehow slipped through the cracks.
Yeah, I'm kind of looking at blue side for Bulldog Esports, and I'm like, how is this Game 4 of Fearless with Wei and Wukong and Maokai? It feels like slowly but surely, Kasing has found ways to sort of snatch champions from other lanes, like the Galio bot lane and the Maokai bot lane, and played bot. From the jungle over to bot. And obviously, like, champions don't necessarily belong to a lane, but it feels like they have found multi-purpose. And, well, it wouldn't be a Bulldog Gaming level 1, Bulldog Esports, sorry, level 1, if they didn't bundle up as 5 to enter the top quadrant of Yakos' jungle. This time around, however, Ruddy are pretty aware.
Ruddy very much aware of the moves that are being made around them, able to just get a bit of damage on Kasing. Nothing that really matters, there's still time to reset, but a nice little fun skill, which is to keep the mood light, despite this game being, decisive, Game 5.
I don't know if this is going to be to keep the mood light in level 1. I think this is pretty much a setup for a lane swap. This is going to be punishing Miatek. Again, he's piloting the Gnar this time around. And the Gnar is going to definitely suffer in a lane versus Jinx plus Milio. On the other side, I think Perks is chilling with K'Sante. Level 2 K'Sante, pretty much undammable, even in a 1v2, 1 versus 3 kind of scenario. So if that goes through, I would say that Radisac are kind of the big winners right here, putting that bot lane into the Gnar.
Yeah, the Gnar. I will be excited to watch that. I think in particular, one of the things that excites me about the Gnar is obviously it's hard to execute, but when there comes a silence against the Trouble, the Gnar was what we're looking up for twice, and it's often more decisive on the silence side because of the huge AP scaling and leader. We saw him find the right team fight in game number 3 to give Ruddy the lead, and now match point. He certainly has the tools to do so again here in game 4.
I think the tools are getting taken away from him, especially when you want to play a carry champion. This is why lane swaps are kind of tricky, right? Because especially when you need to have the ability to carry, especially that level 6 now, we're looking for the big ultimates. You mentioned Silas as well, stealing that away. We're looking for impact from Miatek, which we have seen in the 2 games that Bulldog... Sorry, 1 game. Oh my god. That 1 game that Bulldog Esports won, and the other 2 that they didn't. He still had a bunch of impact. He has been probably the best performing player on that roster for today. My brain is still not taken into consideration that Radisac won the previous game. It's just in disbelief. We'll get there eventually. Jankos is looking for that dive, still level 1 onto Miatek.
Level 3, Jankos half HP. Hostin nicely takes the turret. Well executed. He will go down as Lunas able to pick up the counter kill. Hums takes 1 turret shot. There's Blood though, the kill on the AD carry, and Cayman looking for leader here in the mid lane. Ignite comes through. Great flash to buy the spaces. It was a very good rotation from Kasing there.
Okay, very nicely done. I think 3 things are for sure. Death taxes, Kasing ganking mid lane together with Lulash. Lulash was a little bit busy over on the top side of the map, so Kasing it is this time around. However, they will take leader's flash. And that's very important because the come around could come through from Kasing. Double up onto the gang in the mid lane, try to punish leader. It has been the case for both these teams. Oh, Lulash?
Yeah, Lulash finding the right angle here as leader, and Hostin wants to make the play. No one dies yet again, though.
They do stick around.
They're
for the
waiting.
pressure.
They're
There's
just
the
waiting
flash
for
on
the right
Kasing.
opportunity.
There's flash on Kasing, so they're expecting for Leader to press E. Very calm and collected from Leader. Doesn't actually do so. They knew that possibly Kasing and Lulash would be around still. Will turn around gank. And again, this is a very... Kasing is still around mid lane. Hustling is going to be coming over from the other side of the map as well. Here's the E.
Oh, Leader this time caught out. No flash, but the damage is just good enough yet. Lunas, though, should be the nail in the coffin for Leader this time around. Flash EQ available if needed. But he knows what happens. No! He just takes Cayman down. There is still a flash on Lulas. Flash Q has to be it, right? Leader needs to die here. You can't allow him to escape, and Lulas will make sure that doesn't happen.
Best case scenario right here from Leader. That's a 1 versus 3. However, he gets to waste a bunch of time for Kasing and Lulash in the mid lane while he absorbs pressure. That wave's also going to be pushing towards him, so he's not going to have to necessarily overextend, and Jankos gets to stay in the jungle and try to clear through. So, not worst case scenario right here for Leader. Gets 1 kill in return too. So, pretty good stuff right here from the mid lane of Arozzi.
Yeah, that is a key start for him. He's been so important this series. There are many important members you can highlight, but Leader has been #1 priority, and he'll get another kill here in Cayman. A few more autos. Jankos instead takes it, and I believe that's the first time this series trouble they've managed to claim the feature spring.
Have I showed you my jungle and support? I feel like Cayman has showed Leader plenty of times. It was time for Leader to show him his. Yeah.
Yes, you know, one of your support and jungler has to come and kill me. I'll bring mine to kill you easily without dying in a trade. Sadly for Leader, he didn't get the kill, but Jankos very happily takes that one. Obviously unmatched, but it is still hard to wrap my head around that fact as the Void Grubs are about to spawn. I do believe Bulldog will have priority over Trouble, and that means Rodisek will give that over.
Yeah, Bulldog Esports first wants to walk into this river. And as you will see, they have selected to keep Hums down the bottom. Uh-oh, Jankos.
He has flash, could buy space. Mirtek could follow though, and Cayman just gets a freebie.
2-0 on this Wukong. And Wukong currently is one of the strongest sort of bruiser champions in the jungle. So getting him ahead early will sort of alleviate a lot of the pressure from the Twitch. Because usually you want to have the Twitch farm and soak up waves from around other lanes, just as you see that Exofeng has been primarily put against perks to try and sort of bounce the wave back and forth. The wave pushes in, Exofeng pushes it back out, so on and so forth. So, sort of getting that Twitch under the radar. Lulash being ahead right here, he gets the chance to actually put a little bit more of the spotlight on him. Level 4, almost level 5. Jankos will be ahead due to the fact that Lulash has been more active on the map in general. They'll be fine.
Confident. Yeah. Very confidently stepped up. I thought maybe Kasing was ready for it. He wasn't though. The Rodisek top laner. Given off the solo kills in the first few games, Trouble, but has certainly stepped up his game, showing, you know, why perks is perks. He's without a doubt a very good player who's won quite a bit in his time. Exofeng, not someone who's won as much, but has won the honor of being tower dove by a previous MSI champion. Jankos will just walk up, hit the bandage toss, and
no way.
Good flash cleanse, as now Jankos the one in trouble. Forced to flash out underneath the turret. Exofeng outplays it though and survives.
What? What? How did this happen? He almost takes Jankos with him, forces his flash as well. Obviously, Exofeng has to use both of his summoner spells, but he gets out alive. Gets to farm the wave, push out the wave, stay alive, and that was 3, almost 4 members committed to that dive. No kill going over to Radisak. There's so much tension in the early game. I feel like both teams have really good reasons for shutting down champions like Twitch or Sylas in the early game, but there again, there's so much in terms of farming that you can get towards the late game. You can scale into the late game. You've got Twitch on one side, you've got Jinx on the other. But hey, it's been the name of the series for the entire series. Oh, as we have
speaking
another
of the name of the game of the series, the pauses have been a recurring theme as well. As a pause has been requested. There are drakes on the map. The Void Grubs will be up in a few minutes. Plenty more objectives. An even game, once again, trouble early on. Still plenty of this story to be told here between Roddysack and Bulldog, the two UK Orcs. Going head to head, I think it's worth remembering, just in the grand scheme of things, for Roddysack as an organization, last year's Ruddy, they went to back-to-back finals. Didn't win any of them, Trouble, and this time they're still quite a ways away, but this will take them one step closer and going back to the spot they were in 2 times last year.
They're very close with this particular composition of players, if you will, that they've brought in. Sats as leader right there. As we have resolved the pulse, it was just a bit of FPS lag, and it has been resolved, so we're getting back into the action. Jankos on the top side of the map. He's looking for me at level 7 onto perks as well.
It's happily stepping up and trading, knowing he has the Meganar available as well. Could see him going in here just for a little bit of a trade, but would need to be a bit careful. Jaegers could quickly join in. Oh, but Perks makes himself look very tempting. It's will you commit to this? Doesn't do it in the end. Just want to overcommit. You feel the tension, right, Trouble? You don't want to make that one mistake that just changes your whole outcome of the laning phase. Giving one over in the top lane could be detrimental. You see Kasing and Exofang down in the bot lane, and the lanes have gone back to normal. No one is lane swapping anymore, and thank God for that.
I mean, it's usually just during the early game that you want to be lane swapping for, level 5s, level 6. I think last summer it used to be just, hey, you're gonna lane swap until level 3, so you can avoid kill lanes, and then you go back to your normal lanes. Right here, they stay about to level 5, level 6, and then they swap back. We do have Void Grub spawning again in 45 seconds time. There's already 3 in the pocket of Bulldog Esports, so I do expect them to want to extend that to number 6. You do have Twitch. You're gonna be hitting those towers really, really hard. And let's see when the rotation will start coming through. 30 seconds. And as you can see, Kasing already resetting on the bottom side of the map. Nietek heading towards the top side, and so is Lulash.
Yeah, it looks like Roddysack are just happily gonna claim the streak. Maybe a plate or 2 for Hostin. Or not Hostin, sorry, Hums rather. And then they give up those 6 Void Grubs. I believe they gave those up in game number 3 as well. Didn't end up mattering. Hums helping out Yankas, giving it a bit of tempo. It is very clear what these teams have set their sights on. Even though nicely rotating bot lane to make sure those plates won't go over. Resets now coming through, but if they're looking to play around these Void Grubs, they are too late.
Yeah, they're not going to be playing around those Void Grubs anytime soon. They have no setup for it. It's going to be a trade between the Dragon and the 6 Void Grubs. Came in a little bit too far forward.
As the flash, but where would you go in this situation? Not many ways to safety, even towards the turret. I thought it would still surely be his demise, but a good flash buys more time and enough eventually actually just to walk out. I didn't think he'd get out. Okay, fair enough.
And that's scary now for Cayman, because Jankos can just wrap around, and Cayman will have to either ditch the wave or die. Now Leader is going to pressure the wave, and let's see if they're going to be able to get that dive going onto Cayman. The Q just a bit too late.
Hey.
However, you are forcing the reset, you are forcing the TP. Leader does get the turret plating as well. Very well played right there from the sort of Roddysack. The patience pays through. Leader push that wave, grabs the turret plating as well. One step closer to his first item.
Yeah, speaking of first items, Hums just got his. Same goes for Leader Yankas. Yep. Opening up a little bit of a storm here. 2 initial objectives, 2-1. Roddysack get 2 in a row. They will have the feature strength. We'll also be keeping our eyes on the first shirt as 8 fall off in just a few minutes. A slower early game Trouble, and for once in this series, you feel like we have time to breathe, zoom out a bit, and you start to remember how much is at stake. Season will be over here for Bulldog if they lose this game. Their split is done, and I think they would be satisfied with their performance. They might have thought that they could reach higher, and I think they've shown that they have the abilities of doing so. But with my expectations of their trust to come into the split, I think they've done themselves very proud, regardless of what happens to the rest of the season.
Absolutely, and here they have the chance for quote-unquote upset on everyone's books. Roddysack, again, ranking about 2nd or 3rd behind Los Ratones and Nord. And right here, Bulldog Esports, they have the chance for a pretty big upset in the NLC. If you compare the 2 rosters together. Now again, Roddysack, they're looking at Cayman, they took his flash, they took his teleport, and they're looking to take his life.
Yeah, this time he has to die. No, the TP and the... Okay, come on, man. Did I cast the curse him that badly? The TP in and the misbandage touch. I said surely he was gonna die.
But that's pretty...
Didn't end up costing him anything.
But that's pretty huge right here because you're creating so much pressure but just showing up and missing nothing. Perks gets to push top lane wave for free. This almost whole wave is going to be missed. Exofang is making his way towards the top side. You get to chip in on the tower. And then nothing's missed in the mid lane. You're pulling a TP from Miatek as well. It's pretty good stuff unless they can punish Perks here.
He's too tanky.
He's out.
Yeah.
Peace.
I mean, it's Cassante who's stacked armor early on against 280 champs. He can survive for quite a while. No doubt about that. He's coming up a little bit of a storm here in the mid lane. You know, we're just setting the stage for what I assume will be many interesting late game team fights once again, because none of these teams seem too interested in full big on fights. Rather, looking for that one pick, looking for that one kill here and there. And just scaling up now. The bot lane, the constant point of pressure as Rodisek face a bit of the same up in the top side. It's Perks who has to dash out and does so very well. Nice escape there from him as wouldn't allow play, stops the recall as well, buys more time. Perks flawlessly dances out of the trouble.
Yeah, that's all she rolled, whilst Leader on the bot side, I think he's very close to taking the tower, if I'm not wrong.
Yeah,
Just gets the tower right now. Perks is defending. Hustling is on his way. Perks cannot stay underneath his tower. 1 versus 3 for the time being. Doesn't have the ultimate, doesn't have his flash available. Gonna have to give that tower up. Just about farming the wave right there, and it's going to be a tower for a tower trade. Leader taking the first one on the map on the bot side. And Jankos has been so active in general on the map. Now seeing the Mega Gnar from Miatek. Does he fancy his chances here? He's just passing by.
Jankos very much showing his face. Not often he gets the kills from it though as came in. Now faces down Perks, TP in. The tick, ooh, not quite enough. The Archangels early on. Maybe Aliandis would have done differently there, buddy. Perks able to walk it off. I mean, this game, man, so many close calls.
Yeah, here's the unfortunate thing. Perks is fully armored up. Doesn't have any MR on him whatsoever at this point. I mean, you're playing against Gnar, Wukong, and Twitch. Obviously, you want to be stacking up on this armor, which means that Cayman on that way is going to be hurting. With a full item completed as well. Just about gets out. Calculated from Perks. Pretty good stuff right here, though, because it allows him for a reset to now start getting set up for the next dragon that has just spawned.
Second Drake on the map already, so I guess you say trouble. Ready, Sec. You want more than that, though. Kassim is the primary target, able to run away for now, but with the CC chain coming through, finally enough damage lands from Jankos, and that will be the kill. Bulldog has now rotated down as well. Came in, could be caught out here. The flash is available, and will use it just in time to get out. Let's try to trade back, but Ready Zach got the lock on this objective, it feels like, as despite Miatek showing up, won't change a thing. The second Drake will go to Ready Zach.
That was such a clutch Q coming in from Perks through the wall. Forcing Cayman's flash again. I feel like Cayman has had a miserable time for the past 2 games at least. He has been on the scope of Radisak over and over again. Jankos hitting that mid lane, taking the flash, repeat ganking. Now you have Perks trying to do the same, hustling the entire time with the Bard as well. I feel like, Cayman is not having a very good time in terms of how many people he sees around him for the entire duration of that early to mid game. And on an immobile champion such as the Wei, you cannot necessarily afford to miss position, especially when you do not have your summoners available. So Cayman, from now on, and for about 3.5 minutes, close to 4, he's going to have to be very, very careful on how he positions onto this Wei. Saying that, Rift Herald spawned on the map, and Bulldog Esports, again, they're always very punctual, very early in terms of objectives, very good at setting up for those. Let's see now with the setup that they have, if Rodisak actually fancies their chances.
Yeah, Hustling, caught on the ward here, ultimate won't be enough. Exofang there as well, just cut down his HP by in a second. Didn't even see the little rat sneaking up, but the TP through from Perks. Not sure they want to give this up for free, but not many options left in their toolbox to work something out. 4 for 4 on the kill score, goals still relatively even. Let's go for this game, 70 minutes in. Slower one, it's kind, but these games keeping each other within reach. Bulldog looking to force a game 5. Ready, Sec, looking to advance and go top 4.
Perks is looking also so confident onto this Cassante. He's playing absolutely in that front line, trying to hit The Q's trying to get the knockback. Or the pullback? Well, the pullback and knockback, I guess. On the K'Sante, Radisak has a 5-member unit walking onto the topside river looking for that Rift Herald. It's gonna be started. Mietek heading towards the bot side. Does have the TP. He does need to join. However, Exofeng, no flash, very little mana, and chipped up on his HP, which means that Radisak are going to take that Rift Herald for free.
Mietek should get the turn on the bot lane as a trade. Bulldog initially starting it, but giving it up. Soon because they didn't want to overextend. Resets now coming through. The gold yet very even. Same tale seems to be told as we are waiting for what will be those big team fights later on. I'm looking at the Twitch trouble. I'm looking at, Hums of course on that Jinx, but the silence as well from Leader. If he finds the right engage, 2 items already. He could very quickly execute Exofeng. His positioning so far this game has been good. But we know he can be caught. We saw it in game 3.
Now, you guys watched the Verdant game with Mishi. He
Speaking
also
of caught.
played. Oh, hold up.
Yeah, the Exofeng, and still available, uses it all, but it's not enough this time around. Shanka solo kills him for the shutdown.
I was about to actually say... if you guys saw Mishi and how he played the Twitch, he was trying to surprise plays, which means that with the Twitch as an AD carry, you don't necessarily need to go for the front-to-back very textbook team fights, because he gets to choose his angles in those fights. Now, Leader, of course, is going to use that Maokai ult to zone away Bulldog Esports so that the tower ends up going down. Tier 1 mid lane going over to the side of Radisak. However, when you are playing the Twitch, you can't be the one getting caught in the beginning. Not only do they get the kill onto him, but very crucially, they take double summoners. Again, Jankos has been so freaking active this entire game. I was about to say map. I'm losing my mind slowly but surely. He's been taking flashes the whole time, which then in return, Radisak have been able to capitalize upon.
Yeah, I'm losing my mind through trouble. This game, man, or this series as a whole, has taken a toll. And I imagine it's the same case for both teams. A gold lead growing now for Radisak. As they are pulling a bit away. 2 items have been hit, both the anchors and on Leader. Arakan now available as well. Exofeng, one of the guys that has been on many people's lips throughout the split. 17-year-old coming in from the Polish scene and made a name for himself. The most star-studded NLC in history. He'll need to play perfectly here. I didn't expect this to turn into a kill, and I still doubt it will. Not a wet noodle fight per se, but 2 tanky bruises going against each other. Takes a lot to go into a kill.
Okay. 2 tanky bruises going against each other. One is named K'Sante. Who do you favor?
Always the K'Sante in the long run, as Mietek will also now face the might of Leader, jumping around and skipping to buy some space. He's simply waiting for the inevitable. His grave has been laid out for him. He will be buried 6 foot under. It is just a matter of time. He could execute, but he will die regardless. And the the rocket goes wide, and then Perks takes it himself. So close, Hums. So close.
Good reactions right there from Mietek as well to sidestep the rocket from Jinx. However, this is going to be a kill. Not much used on the map as well from the sort of Radisak apart from that flash coming through from Perks, because Leader sort of took over the bot lane wave push, has pushed it all the way over to that tier 2. This opens up the avenue for Radisak to push that mid lane wave as well, and then deep into river, grab their 3rd dragon, which is going to give them soul point. And on the recent Perks, catches that top lane wave as well. So far, so good. I want you to look over on the top side of the map. So much vision has already been laid down by Bulldog Esports. They're going to send Kamin over on the bot side. Does have teleport if a fight breaks out. He can join them at any minute. However, the most important thing is that... Bulldog Esports has so much vision on the top side. And as you previously mentioned very well, Atakan has just spawned. Now, Bulldog Esports not necessarily the best users of Atakan, because they do like to play a slow game. However, better take it yourself than give it away.
Yeah, the Arakan was key at the beginning of the split. Now it's nice, but not necessary. It feels like as teams have down prioritized it, learned how to play around it. This is one of those games, Trouble, where, it feels like maybe we get 5-10 minutes more of just quiet and calm before the storm, and then one fight that decides the game, that decides who goes into that 10k goal lead.
Oh no.
Slowly but surely closes out the game. And what a way to start off the fight. You're catching out your opponent's AD carry, catching out the mid laner. We'll be looking for those picks once again. They were key in Bulldog winning game number 1. We need to find that form again. There is no room for error anymore. There is no longer a loser's bracket you can fall into. No more maps you can lose. If you lose this game, Bulldog, your split is over. Maybe Radisek are collapsing on Miatek.
I feel like Red is like really fancying the chances right here. If you look across the board, they have a 2-item power spike. Well, that's not the same case for Bulldog Esports and Miatek. He's been caught as Mininar.
Yeah, the tower dive is well and truly easy to execute. They get the tower on top of it as well. That could just be the Artican unless Exofeng feels like he could do something. Worth noting, two ultimates rather, expended on it. 2 big ultimates in a team fight. Bulldog very capable of responding to this. Perks as TPs who could join back in.
They are resetting on Vision. However, Bulldog Esports are not going to let them reset just that easily. This is going to be a 4 versus 5. Miatek does have teleport. The flank TP coming through from Perks. Can he find Exofeng?
It's a really good flank. Eyes on Exofeng. The flash is up in 10 seconds.
He can't find him.
Wait for his right moment. Perks runs into just the tanks and not the important target. Decides to take someone else away. And Leader should just be gone. No, the auto attack is not enough damage. Perks caught in a 1v4, however, and his death is secured. Shut down. Secured by Exofeng. Artican's still alive though. Bulldog can walk forward here. Jankos is low. Leader is low. It's only Hums and Hustlin who can do something, as Hums already just forces quite a few flashes to begin with. And no team wants to overextend trouble. It's just a 1 for 0.
Wow, only Perks dies here. Leader and Perks were knees deep into this river. And Leader somehow miraculously manages to get out. It was a good idea, it was a good flank. However, Exofeng had already gone into stealth and they couldn't find him. And by the time he showed up, it was way too late. Redisak was too far away. Let's have a look at this one more time. You see the double flank from Leader and Perks, but look at Exofeng. He goes a little bit to the right, just about hides. The second he shows, a little bit too late. Perks has to grab Cayman to try and assassinate the mid laner. He does pretty good damage on him. However, Radisak had been isolated on the top side of the map, couldn't follow up. They were too split apart. Leader, luckily for him, makes it out, and this is going to be it. A bunch of flashes. Here's the big
the big rocket.
Yeah, coming through from everyone, where you're like, okay, Hums is just gonna pentakill on his own here. Wasn't the case. Flash big W right there for Bulldog Esports, and they get out.
This game, 3k goalie has been slowing down a bit as there is a Drake in just a minute's time. This is the soul for the side of Radisek if they get it at Cloud Soul. It'll be very important, but so far the eyes are still set on Yark.
The TP coming through from Cayman. They want to have the setup, however, look behind them. Leader is now pushing that mid lane, and they need to keep aware of where that Silas is.
They found Miatek, but they can't take him down. They can't commit to him as he's able to buy enough. As Hums finally takes him down, Exofeng unloads on towards Hustlin. It's not their priority target, but it's one they like. Hums is solo Exofeng, dealing a whole heap of damage at exactly the right time. Radisak have found Kasing as Exofeng just steps up towards Hums, takes him down. Leader though connects with the abscond, abduct, and takes him down. Cayman, the last remaining member of Bulldog, kiting back towards the Artican pit. The health bars are low though for Radisak. As Leader misses the abscond abduct, Cayman continues to buy time. The tanks slowly but surely chipping away at his HP bar as Radisak claimed the ace.
You're saying he's buying time? There's no one to buy time for! Everyone is dead from Bulldog Esports, and that looked like a very promising fight. Exofeng found a fantastic angle, but yet again, his positioning gives him away, walks a little bit too far forward, and gets punished. As well as one more time again, all eyes on Leader. He's coming through from the mid lane. Right now, Bulldog Esports know they're being sandwiched, so they're pushing over to the top side. Miatek gets caught as Minnar and absolutely annihilated instantly, and this is where Leader and Perks come through. The duo that has saved these fights over and over because Exofeng gets to open fire for free. But right here, he gets a little bit too overconfident, he kills Hums, and he keeps pressuring that choke point, gets instantly engaged on.
Wow, while that was happening, Trouble Soul just got slain by Radisak. That was the prize for the fight. Artican still very much in the map, seems to be set of the Baron. And Cloud Soul will give extra movement speed and make it very easy to reposition. You get caught out by the Twitch. There's that thing though, that a full crit Twitch deals a lot of damage and can very quickly one-shot you in a few autos. The Cloud Soul will help make that positioning easier as... Would you believe
look
in
at
trouble?
that?
It's another pause.
All right. Let's see what we've got so far. We've got feats of strength for the side of Radisak. We've got about a 5,000 gold lead for Radisak. And the soul, which is going to be a cloud for them. Right now, I would say that this game looks pretty much like a done deal. You've got a Jinx that scales fantastically into the late game. You have Sylas who does the same. You've got a Cassante that's already accelerated, can be your front line. Jankos has been doing fantastically well into finding openings in the early game, grabbing flashes, repeating ganks, getting the kills onto the needed targets. So far, so good. I feel like this has been probably the most stable game we have seen coming through from Radisak in terms of playing it more quote-unquote textbook, if you will, setting down the vision, going for picks, translating them into neutral objectives. I don't think there has been any unnecessary fighting. If anything, it has been engaged through by Bulldog Esports. However, this is my caveat here. Bulldog Esports are incredibly good at team fighting, and there's been multiple times where they've come back through a 5k gold deficit by pure team fighting. So let's see if they're going to find an opening to punish an overextension and get that team fight through.
Perfect
Saying
timing.
that, wait!
No, not perfect timing. I cast the cursed it again. I'm sorry. That's my fault. I take the one I mean. No, man. Oh my. Nah, that is comical. That
Can you
is.
cast a curse a pause? I don't think you can.
I can cast a curse anything, it feels like, man. I'm cursed.
Hey, I'm not telling you who my favorite team is. What the heck?
Don't do that, man. Don't do that.
I'm not telling you.
I mean, my own favorite football team, I've definitely cast a curse them. They're doing horrible at the moment, so, you know, Leicester looks to be going straight back down.
Yeah, I can lie to you. I can tell you who my least favorite team is as my favorite team.
That's a good
then
idea.
you can cast a curse them. But it doesn't count, right? It has to like be truly your favorite team for it to be cast or cursed.
Yeah, but you know, ever since I got into casting, my favorite League of Legends team, Fnatic. I've been a massive Fnatic fan ever since I was, 10 years ago when I watched it with my dad. When they got the 18-0 split. Ever since I got into casting, they haven't won a single trophy. Am I the curse? Like, as soon as I got into casting, they stopped winning.
I think it might run a little bit deeper than you on this one.
I mean, Dado's left and it hasn't changed anything yet. I mean, is it all my fault? Am I the problem, Trouble?
Am I the drama?
Is it all my fault? Nah. At the end of the day, though, the caster curse is a real thing. And I would love to see Fnatic win a trophy again. I was 15 last time it happened. Come on. Give me some joy here. Regardless,
apparently, we have some microphone issues on Bulldog Esports. And as soon as this get resolved, the players have to communicate. This is do or die for Bulldog Esports.
Yeah.
They're literally one, potentially two teamfights away from being eliminated right here. This could be their last best of that they will play this season. I think so far they have definitely exceeded expectations. They have already beat the Radisak once. They're the ones that dropped them into the lower bracket, and they could potentially do it twice. However, they have to overcome huge hurdles. 5,000 gold lead, Soul going over, Feats of Strength going over, an incredibly good front-to-back composition that they have to play against. However, they've got one tool in their hands, which I feel like is very unique in terms of how Bulldog Esports want to play the game, which is the Twitch. Again, I just want to take us back to the Verdant series the other day with Mishi playing that Twitch. And the way you can just position around, you don't necessarily have to follow the front-to-back rules with this kind of AD carry. So if Exofeng finds an angle onto Hams, onto Haslin, eliminates them and gets out, this could be what Bulldog Esports need to win those fights.
It could be. I think it is what they need, Trouble. Look at the goalies in different lanes, right? They are behind across the map. But in AD carries, they have a nearly 3-item crit DPS AD carry in Exofeng on the Twitch. I wholeheartedly agree with you. Find the right angle, fight can be yours. It's hard to do when Yankers and Perks, new veterans, know when to pick that moment. Just need to do that once more to truly cement this game, this series in their favor. He's so close to advancing. Even in putting himself one best of 5 away from land finals. 2 rather, actually. It's 2 best of 5. Apologies. That's still a whole heap of things to go. Regardless, Ardekan has been started Trouble.
Yep. TP is on both top laners. Perks has already taken the reset, TPing into the fight right now, and Leader, incredible positioning right here. He is going to get spotted, but getting spotted is not enough. You actually need to chase him out, which is exactly what's going to happen right there from Lulash. Bulldog Esports are looking. Exofeng, he has a pretty classic positioning right here.
Okay, and dropping the fight begins. Exofeng unloads, but on towards Jankos, not the right target. They still instantly kill the front line, and that means they can secure the Yarakan. Here comes Leader from the back line. They're looking for Cayman, but Exofeng stays untouched, takes down Leader. He could now turn to the next target, as in the front line, Perks also falls. Bulldog have claimed 3 unanswered kills.
And that's exactly what we were talking about. Again, I feel like Radisak focused their energy onto Miatek being Mininar. They chased him away. And Bulldog Esports found the opportunity for the counter-engage. Exofeng was free hitting this entire time. 5-2. I think it's the first time this series that we do see Exofeng ahead of Hums. Okay, it doesn't even reset. It's just going to straight up start the Baron. But you're pretty low. Oh my god, Cayman.
Yeah, Cayman just barely
my stress
surviving
could
that.
never.
My nerves couldn't handle it either. Let me make it very clear, as the smite is up, so there's not much to stress about in terms of the secure. The cold is dead even again. 800 only separating these two. That's nothing at this point of the game, Trouble, and I did not expect that, considering what we were talking about 2 minutes ago. This game certainly still alive.
Again, look, Leader is too busy dealing with Miatek on the side. Bulldog Esports, they realize that. They open fire. They know that Exofeng is really safe in the backlines. His Leader is not there to dive through. Assassinate the front line. They kill Jankos very crucially, which then allows Lulash to smite down that Atakan. It was a 3-1 in favor of Bulldog Esports. And again, that was a 5,000 gold lead for Radisak. It's going down to 1k. We're dead even.
Can you feel the tension? You can cut through it. The hot knife through butter as the turret will be sieged down. The Baron buff making this very easy for Bulldog to walk up. Elder Drake already Trouble in a minute's time. 4 quick breaks for Radisak. Just give him a nice early soul, but if they don't get control of that Elder, Exofeng will cut through anyone's HP bar in a matter of seconds.
You have to be careful of Leader here. Cayman has pinged him. Coming through the top lane. Leader is going to cut down that mid lane wave. Oh!
Lulas just finds this moment, but Hums instantly turns it around, and Lulas is dead. He doesn't have the withdrawal. Exofeng doing damage, but he gets thrown into the withdrawal as well. And fight, I think Bulldog are winning it. They've got the withdrawals, both Exofeng. Only Exofeng actually sent back, and Bulldog can continue the push. Woo. As Kasing dodges out on the rocket.
How do they keep getting away with this? How is Exofeng playing Kai'Sa when he's playing Kog'Maw and Twitch? He's just mind-blowing. Let's watch this one more time, because Lulas is engaged without his team. He's just going 1 versus 4 without his team, and then Exofeng walks so close to the sun. Straight into Cassante, Jinx, Milio ends up going down. Luckily for them, this was to begin with without Leader, because he had gotten caught in that mid lane wave that he tried to cut off for Bulldog Esports. Again, this time around, 1,000 gold lead for Bulldog Esports. The scale has tipped on their side this time around. And again, a very tense game. I feel like my laughter is coming out because it's getting a bit awkward, where I'm like, I'm pretty sure Radisak should have ended this game, but they didn't. And now Bulldog Esports have the gold lead in their hands. And now suddenly the Gnar is getting very scary. And now the Twitch has 4 items. And if you don't get to pick on the Twitch, he gets to Free Fire. And this is getting very, very scary. Now Radisak are pushing that mid lane wave through. Elder Dragon, as you very well mentioned, very soon will be coming up on the Rift.
And as it spawns, attention turns toward it. A small goal lead for Bulldog, but keep your eyes on Exofeng. 4 items already on the Twitch. 100% crit chance. Flash available. Just has to find one right fight, and game 5 could be forced. Perks in the front line, taking up the damage from Kasing and Cayman. Exofeng now sneaking in lead on the back line, though he's looking for the wrong target. Exofeng's been rooted up, however, and Jankos knows where he is. They know where the rat is. They have to keep their eyes on him. They can't lose track of him as Exofeng unloads towards Hums and Hustlin. Hustlin already dead. Exofeng! He's doing it! Exofeng! One fight, one moment! And the 17-year-old prodigy cuts through Radisak!
Triple kill to turn around the fight. And what world do we live it. Radisak winning a game they should have never won, and Bulldog Esports, they're looking to do the same. 3 members up, 30-second timers on Radisak, and only Perks alive to defend.
Rustling up in 10, but Bulldog charging strong towards the inhibitor. I think they'll go for the Elder Drake instead.
What?
Exofeng, they knew where he was. How does he manage to get that position? And once he's there, he delivers. Can't believe it.
I just want to ask our chat, are you not entertained? Passing on his way, Perks tried to play annoyance right here. Hustling.
They might have bit off more than they could chew. Both that
He's
carries.
gonna join him, the
half
TP
HP.
coming through.
They need to get back. They can't take it now. Exofeng came in. Both need the reset. No TPs for them to get back in. When they get back, Radisak can get back out on the map. Lead up nearly at the 4-item power spike. He would very much like that. Rabadon's death cap, but trouble. Let's take a look at it one more time. Exofeng, man.
They knew where Twitch was, but at some point you have to commit in the fight. Leader and Perks were too deep, and Jankos was playing guard for the Jinx and the Milio. But for how long? At some point you need to push the trigger. Unfortunately, the trigger came from Exofeng's Twitch, which absolutely wiped the floor with Radisak. 8, 2, and 4, 1.6k gold up. 4.5 items, almost full build for the Rat. And now his cleanse is gonna become available to him. Elder Dragon is gonna get engaged upon Mietek. Does a teleport, sorry. And he does a Mega Gnar, and he's TPing behind their back.
He's gonna use it. 4k on the Elder. It's dropping. Jankos needs to get in there. But Mietek has found the fight. The Elder resets, and Exofeng now unloads on towards Jankos. Instantly cuts him. And Leader down! He finds both of them immediately. This surely is just it. The Elder is in their sights and everything else they could ever want. Game 5 is on the cards, trouble, as Radisak now forced to defend with 3.
And if you're wondering where Exofeng has been this entire series, well, guess what? He was hiding. Absolutely incredible performance on the tweets. 10, 2, and 4. 2.5k gold lead. And Bulldog Esports are looking to push the series to its limits.
We could be going all the way here, trouble. Exofeng doesn't have the spray and pray, but he has the right angle on Hums. Exofeng finds him one last time. And as he got like Bulldog hit Pandemonium. I can't believe in trouble. They force game 5 and they push this series to its limits.
Bulldog Esports are so close to pulling an upset right here. What an insane turnaround. We're talking 5,000 gold deficit. We're talking soul. We're talking feats of strength on Radisak. And Bulldog Esports, through sheer team fighting, again, they find the angle, they keep Exofeng alive, and he just hands them over the game.
Can't believe it. Exofeng's Twitch hit it. He pulled through and got them that game 5. With that, my prediction is now wrong. But that is not what matters, trouble. We get a game 5 of Fearless. Imagine the possibilities.
Wait, you dared not guess 5 games?
I guessed 3-1, and I was very close. I have to say that.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Don't lecture me now.
Big
We're
mistake.
enjoying quality
Big
content
mistake.
here. Don't lecture me here. It is.
Hey, I'm all
absolute
up for it. I'm all up for it. I think our viewers are also up for a game 5.
I am
We're going straight
hyped
into
for
Silver
the game
Scrapes. These teams have been going toe to toe up to the last minute. You can never tell who wins. Radisak should have lost game 3. They won. Bulldog Esports should have lost game 4. They won. Absolutely not. Anything can happen.
I can't believe it. I can't believe it. Trouble. So much to talk about there, but that honor will go to Ashram and the boys to break that down. I can't believe it, trouble. Send it to the desk. Game 5.
Game 5 on our hands, and yes, a lot. You have been upgraded. You're now part of the boys. You have no option. This was such a good one. It almost looked like it was over. It almost looked like Ruddy had it in the bag, and I know Watch Party is suffering right now, but you have to admit, absolute cinema, as Trouble was saying. Let's go back to the beginning and how it was looking forward towards the Radisak.
It was looking towards Radisak. It was looking towards them on every single lane. Bulldog had nothing and no one to play around. They were behind on every single lane except for Mientek, who was winning by like 200 gold max versus Perix on his Xante on the top lane. Everywhere else, losing, dying, stupid deaths. It was supposed to be Ruddy's game.
Yeah, it wasn't looking like Ruddy's. It was Ruddy's. It looked Ruddy. It was done. It was done and dusted for Ruddy. Like, it was... Yeah, they played an exceptional early game again for the Ruddy sack, and they really punished Bulldog. And it's just, I don't know, man. What a crazy series. This was a great little moment in the game, wasn't it, as well? When Mietek hopping away, he's got Triforce, he's got Swifties. He's the quickest little yodel thingy-majig. This cheeky little sidestep. Very sexy, but just not quite enough.
Perix had to ruin it with the flash.
Yeah.
He had to ruin it.
Still a cool moment.
Yeah.
The cutest cheeky escape ever to exist. But yeah, and as the game went forward, we got to see the entire composition coming in from Ruddy. It was shining, it was working. I mean, I can't wait to get the gold lead difference in damage graphs, because we have a lot to talk about. But even though we're gonna highlight Exofang and what he did with the Twitch, we also need to highlight what he did at the beginning of the Twitch and how he couldn't play the game. He was getting absolute stomped on the team fights. He couldn't move yet again.
He struggled. He struggled, did he? It was a tough start. It was a tough start for X-Fang. And to be honest, yeah, it's been a little bit like that for Bulldog this series, right? You said stupid death, Solari. There's definitely been some fun moments for this squad. In this series, and I think Exofang has been part of that, you know. And we saw it in the previous game when he was on the Cogmore. He had the tools to succeed, and just, you know, was always the first one to die, you know. And that is problematic. That is troubling. But on the Twitch, I think he kind of reached like a just that point where it didn't matter, you know. He would stealth, and even if he's in the middle of the team fight, which he found himself in a lot of times, he was still popping people. So. Yeah, he was still able to be effective despite all of that.
It was about getting the 2 items for Twitch, to be honest. Finally getting that Infinity Edge into his pockets, that he's fully unleashed and he can shine. And also this fight on Atacon was probably the fight that turns the whole game around. Yeah, I don't know how Lulish managed to steal that Atacon away. I don't know how Bulldog get away with this fight in general, but somehow they managed to pull it off. And Exofang, look at his health bar. Before this hit from Jinx, he was almost full health. Nobody was hitting that rat.
I believe that's the moment when everything was turned. As soon as you get that Atacon, the withdraw, where you can force the other team fight ahead of this one, because you have a Guardian Angel, I think that was the moment. Lula's kind of saved the cities over there. We don't know the end, but that was the moment, right, Fox?
Yeah, I love that. I love you had a vocal moment that matches your jumper. Yeah, old man voice came through there.
Adaptation.
It's true though. It's true, dude. I think the Atacam was the big thing, because the GAs, you're guaranteed to win that team fight straight off from that. And you ask how Lulius got it. I mean, it's pretty simple. You kill the enemy jungler, and Yankos died because, you know, the fight was so scattered across, and X-Fang was just hating down on him. So. Yeah, but picking that up was a big moment, and from that, I believe Bulldog were like even posting towards like Nash and things like that too, right? There was big implications from winning that team fight, and I don't really understand this series, because Trouble said it, right? Like, Roddy was meant to win the last one. This one they lost. Bulldog's meant to win the last one and they lost. Like, it just seems like whoever's, you know, if I'm ahead in this series in a game, if I'm in a winning position in the game, I am bricking it, because I just know this is gonna go the other way, right? It's just, nothing makes sense at all right here in this game.
Yeah, it's like the second game in a row where nothing makes sense. Before that, somehow we were like able to break things down. Here, it's just a team leads, and then look at this gold lead
again.
Up until the Atacon, and then it all crumbles down, and suddenly there is a gold lead and starts to go the way to Bulldog. And look at Exofang's damage. I told you guys, when this guy is on his high horse, damn, the damage output is good. The value is insane. I just wish he was on that horse a little bit more often, you know.
Hey man, you gotta break a few eggs to make an omelet, you know. So, and he's certainly cracked
Hopefully.
a few of those this series. Yeah, it's been high highs and some lows as well. And yeah, I just think this is it. The X-Fan game. It's a big deal. It's a big deal for Bulldog. If they can enable him, if they can make it work, if they can get to a point in the game where he can pop off, then good things happen for Bulldog.
But keep in mind that all these champions we've seen so far are gone from the draft as we move forward to the last game of the cities. Best of 5 means now you have to dive deep into your champion pool. Because if we were talking about 80 carries lacking right now, what do? We were talking about Wukong or Jarvan, and that's what we got. You have to go back to what? Elise and other like picks? Are you going for the deer?
Yeah.
I don't know. You have to go way back, and we'll talk about that as soon as we're back. And until then, enjoy some silver scrapes, I believe. I'll see you soon. And bye! Game 5, game 5, game 5. We get it? Are you ready?
Yes!
Let's throw Salari.
Hell yeah.
Okay, whoever wins this one moves on with the bracket, okay? They keep living, they fight yet again tomorrow. No time to actually breathe. You end up the day on a 5 game. On the series of 5 games, you have to study the enemy team instantly. You have to prepare. Whoever loses, well, good luck watching tomorrow. You can actually join in on predictions on chat. Moving on with that one, everybody in the chat, welcome to this one. We were talking about picks, and we still have a lot of them. We were worried, but I mean, you can pick the Viego, you brought it up, Fox, the Nocturne, the Gragas. You can play the Mel. I mean, Timo is still available. We're good.
Let's maybe not go
Right.
that deep into the champion pools, but yeah. I said what I said. But yeah, that's true. We have a lot of picks. We still go with the same bands, but yeah, I don't think we're feeling too limited by what is left for us, because everywhere you look across the board, there is something to play for those guys. Like, there are still very good AD carries available. There is still, I wanted to say, supports available, but goddamn, Radisaka banning out Lulu from Bulldog. Oh, that's nasty.
Yeah, I mean, if we're looking at AP junglers for Jankos, like the likes of Lilia, Nidalee is still open, at least, if you really want to go that far into it. It's not obviously, yeah, I don't know, at least ain't exactly meta, but yeah, it's. I was like, we played Jarvan last game. No,
it was a move.
Didn't lock it in.
I was sure it was Jarvan for some reason as well.
That. Yeah, so there are still some options, and I think honestly, your game 5, you go back to comfort. You know, just.
Why not
just do
Oriana
the
Nocturne,
AP
for
jungle.
instance?
Yeah?
Yeah, Oriana Nocturne, that's a good combo actually. That's a good combo too. Yeah, even Java and Oriana can work as well.
Yeah.
To be honest, I feel like putting Kame in a more utility focused mid lane, it wouldn't be so bad. Like I think despite him being one of the standouts of Bulldog in general up until this point in this series, I think he's had his moments where he struggled, and an Oriana is a bit more reliable. Okay.
He's not reliable lady carry right now because it's now lacking. The Draven was banned as usual, so what are you looking forward, Exofang? Zeri is still available if you want to go for those hyper carries. And Kinsing can actually, I don't know why I'm saying this out loud, but Yumi is available. So this this Poppy could be a flex. It could go for a lot of places. Kinsing has played it before, and stopping Rakan would be interesting. There you go. That could be it. Yeah. You don't leave the AD carry now because
No, you don't. And you take the Poppy before picking that Zeri. You pick Poppy before it's going to go through the bans from the Ruddy side, because they have been banning her in the previous series, at least in the previous game as well. So yeah, good pickups for Bulldog so far. And we've been talking about Mel. She had to appear today sooner or later, because it's game 5 and we still haven't seen her. Ridiculous.
Yeah, she's lost a little bit of favor, to be honest, with a lot of teams. Obviously, it was a permaban, and then in this patch, he knocked down a little bit. Still fairly good choice though, especially with her ability to flex around the map. But obviously, this you would assume is going to be a leader Mel, because we've got Saya Rakan already locked in. So unless Perks is cooking up something absolutely disgusting in that top side, I would imagine leader's taking that, which. You know, already I have a little bit of question marks about it, because it doesn't strike me as a leader style champion. So I'll have to see how that one develops.
Well, desperate times call for desperate solutions, and you pick Mel, and it's a good pickup for you in general. She doesn't take too much technical champion ability to pilot her in a professional game. Hopefully, we will see how later we'll feel on her. But Oriana getting banned by Radisak, we've been discussing this possibility of because she already has quite a lot of potential bold deliveries from the side of Bulldog. So good ban overall. I wonder if they want to dedicate another ban to Kame as well, because it feels like the mid lane from Bulldog is going to be a big question mark for Adi here.
So maybe you could go for the Syndra, taking another one of those big mid lanes. I was just checking if she was picked before. That could be it. On the other side, you could go for another jungler, maybe a Viego to try and move. There you go. Could be the jungler right now, unless you want to go weird as we were talking with the Volibear. I don't think that should be the trick, especially because the Poppy kind of stops your Q. But yeah.
Yeah, it's a toughie at this point. I would say you want CC from the jungle here, because you don't really have a way to lock down Zeri at this point in time, right? I mean, like, particularly reliable way. Rakan's got some way to do it, but you kind of just reactionary jump away if you're the Zeri, right? From a Rakan engage is quite telegraphed. So I was saying, you know, I was thinking we don't have a lot of CC options available anymore for the reasons that, yeah, we're like game 5 and Fearless, but yeah, that's a pretty simple one. You just run at someone and try and slap them about to lock them down.
Yeah, but you gotta do it in early game, and Xayah and Rakan are not the lane that is going to be accelerated in the early game very much, at least pre-6, not really Mel either, so it has to be Perks. Unless he's taking Volibear, Perks needs to take something that is going to just run over the early game.
It's if you go for this, I mean, Perks announced it at the beginning of the series that hover on the Ornn, you can pick the Ornn, and for instance, you can remove the Cataclysm, so it allows your team to go through, and it kind of stops the Zeraf when he's ulting, because you call the Forge of the Old Gods, you have a lot of engage, follow up with the Volibear. I don't know. Oh, okay, that's rather scaring me. That would be spicy.
Could still be. Oh! Oh!
Okay.
Don't go Ornn.
Yeah. That kind of limits a lot of options for Perks.
Are we going to see the 12 CS per minute record setting Garen like we saw in the previous series?
There's one
that was something special. Yeah, that was something special. Yeah, all right. So we got our consult in here for Bulldog. A lot of skirmishing, a lot of just running up to people, and really the gauntlet being thrown down now for Ruddy. I like having a more carry option in the top side, because otherwise you're kind of lacking that with mid jungle. But yeah, I mean, it's game 5, baby. It's game 5 of Fearless, and we got some interesting picks coming through.
Yeah.
It's settled. The cards are dealt right now. Whoever wins this one will move on the bracket. Whoever loses is out from the Arozzi Northern League of Legends Championship. It's time to throw it to the Rift for the last time. But until then, fast word from the sponsors. I'll see you soon. Game 5.
Are you not entertained, Trouble? This series has delivered chaos on the Rift for 4 games. You never know who's winning until the Nexus explodes. But we know there's only one more explosion left.
You know what? You know it's game 5, Hardcore Fearless, when you B1 J4. Because probably one of the only junglers that are left still that are sort of relevant and with a pretty clear early game path in terms of ganking and creating situations on the map. Now, the compositions do make sense. However, with so many champions taking out the pool, somehow we have Mel in game number 5. A lot of pros have talked about Mel in general, and they did say that it's not as OP as it looks because it depends on what matchup you put her into. However, I will say that apart from the fact that Leader does love his assassin and his melee bruiser champions in the mid lane, his best that he's looked has been on Aurora this series, which has been a range champion. So I'm expecting to see him potentially also thrive a little bit more with with Mel, too many L's, in this particular scenario.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. A small little pause here just as we get in game. Obviously, it's the thing. Trouble. It's been defining this series. Not the plays, not Exofang, not anyone else. It's the pauses. I don't know. None of these players have even played for Fnatic. Like, there's not a Fnatic pause or anything. I don't know. I don't get it. You know, back in the day, in the Danish scene, in the little local Danish scene, you know, Denmark are part of the NLC. We have our own international league still, and every other country has. Check them out, by the way. Go support your local. It's very much worth a watch if you're from the UK or whatever. But we used to have a thing there as well. Every time you loaded in a game, there would be a pause. And this was a typical Danish pause. Because you load in, you don't even see the champions on the Rift yet, and there's a pause. Someone had to go to the toilet or whatever it is. There's a pause. But we should be back shortly. If everything is sorted, we will be removed from our lovely faces, Trouble, and sent right into the Rift. We're about to see game number 5, do or die, of both of these teams battling to get one step closer to the land final.
No matter the outcome, this is the last game we're gonna have tonight. For Bulldog Esports, this is so important. It would be a huge upset to take down Rodisak. They took them down once in a best of 3 on the upper bracket, and they're looking to do it yet again.
And you know,
they're looking to prove that it wasn't just an upset.
Yeah,
it was just the regular theme.
And I think, you know, a best of 3 is like, that's only 2 games, right? Maybe you cheese it a bit or whatever. This is a best of 5. There is no doubt about who's the better team once this series is over. Or maybe considering how close this is, there can definitely still be made argument. But it is a pretty definitive result once a best of 5 is done. You've had this many games to prove you're the best. Whoever comes out on top has had to have done it by hard work, sheer grit and determination. I'm not sure I can handle 30, 40 more minutes of whatever is in store here, Trouble. My heart might not be able to, but we'll see. We'll take it as it goes and see what happens.
You know what? One thing's for sure. With these particular junglers on the Rift, there's supposed to be a lot of early game action. Volibear is one of the best, and I'll keep on saying it, the best 1 versus 1 champions probably in the entire game. There are very, very few matchups that he loses straight up 1 versus 1. He's a great early game ganker and a great early game skirmisher. 1 to 2 max items is usually where he thrives, and this is where he falls off. That's why majority, when you're looking at a Volibear, you're looking for those early game plays, trying to get your laners ahead. I'm looking at Perks. I do not think Jankos has given Perks the attention that he deserves, and right now he's in a matchup, he's on a champion that can really benefit from those early game shenanigans.
I can't wait to see it. I can't wait to see it. I'm very excited to see what happens and seeing those early game shenanigans, right? Jankos, you know, reclaim the title of First Blood King. I think the title might be a bit long gone, but a historic one for him, definitely throughout his years back in Rocket. Got into ULCS back then. You know, the good old days of League of Legends. As speaking of, Jankos is looking for a level 3 gank. The BDD bot, not expecting this. Kasing does have the flash available and will need to use it here. Does so as well. Jankos holds on to his. In the end, though, they trade 2 summoners for 1, but they get prior on the bot.
Yeah, and Volibear is giving you here the Jarvan special, even though we do have a Jarvan on the map, which is 1 quadrant straight into a gank. He's gonna walk towards the top side of his map right now. Perks is doing fine into the Garen for the time being. We see the first teleport coming through from Leader. Grabbing his first items, he grabbed the tier, starting to stack it early on. And now Jankos will be on his way to his top quadrant. Now, he has fallen slightly behind. By slightly, I mean an entire quadrant behind due to his attempt for that gank. However, by taking that flash off of Kasing, you're looking to get some pressure onto that Poppy with Hamsen hustling on that bot side of the map. So potentially a turnaround coming through when Jankos is done with the top side of his map. We could potentially see him heading towards that bot side. Does have the flash. He could even commit into something like a lane gank.
Oh, good damage. Both of these top laners being attacked!
Oh!
Out of nowhere! 3rd solo kill in the series!
Wow. That is absolutely insane. Perks was walking, I think he was looking for his Q reset to come through there to kill Miatek, but the closer he was walking, the more he was getting chopped by the spin to win. Ended up miscalculating, the flash Q came through from Miatek to finish the deal. As you said, 3 out of 5 games we've had Miatek get a solo kill onto Perks, and this one hurts. However, Jankos is in the top lane.
Good wall
Can't
from
close the
Miatek.
gap, unfortunately.
Yeah. Too quick on that Garen. Garen somehow found his way back in to, I don't want to say the meta, but a bit of a niche pick that is currently relevant in the current landscape of competitive League of Legends. We'll be excited to see what Miatek builds. That damage route hurts a whole lot when you get into the late game and is very confusing to deal with. I want to say as Nudas has made his way up. Perks, don't make this mistake again, buddy. Don't overextend here. Just take the minions.
He actually
he
used his
doesn't know.
hookshot right
He
here
doesn't
to
know.
trade.
No
He'll be fine.
way that misses.
He'll be fine here. The flag and drag did not necessarily hit the knock-up right there. However, if Perks used his hookshot to try and take a trade onto Miatek, this could have potentially been a very, very bad trade he chose to take there. However, again, emphasis on the 2 junglers right here. Jarvan, Volibear, extremely active in the early game. Both have tried some ganks, hustling down the mid lane.
Yeah, just getting a bit
No
of damage
Lulash,
down.
isn't that
Kasing here
push?
as well as Leader is in trouble. Good flash to buy some space and lead the way to his escape.
All right, flashes alert. Let's take a look. Garen, Jarvan, and Poppy down a flash over on blue side. On the red side, we have Camille, Mel, and Rakan without a flash. So we're pretty much mirroring both sides, if you will. sort of. And now Ruddy are gonna take that opportunity. Get into that bot side river. Perks. Is he gonna use that hook shot?
Oh, good timing, good
Very
timing.
nice buffer.
You know, has maybe been to World Finals trouble. One MSI, you know, he's got that timing on lock. Yeah.
I think you'd be very surprised about people who have won finals that are not necessarily as sharp at League of Legends anymore, Duckling.
Who are you thinking about in particular? One of the maybe OG Fnatic players? Regardless though. Speaking of...
No, I was thinking more about Ning from the OG IG.
Oh, Ning.
But sure.
Okay, fair enough. Regardless though, Lulas is able to take this. And speaking of grandparents, Jankos able to stop him and will take one back, as that means no one will get the objective claim on their bounties for that feat of warfare, not feat of warfare, rather feat of strength. They're really battling over this grub. It's a bit of an... not a real battle. Or what battle? What would you call this? They're just standing there, trying to zone each other away. And it will be Jankos that claims it in the end.
1 for 2. Nobody takes a tick on feats of strength on neutral objectives. They're gonna be split on that one, and I feel like there's so much tension in this particular game, especially we have like the early game ganking kind of junglers, but also the wrong step, the wrong gank, the wrong overextension could cost you an entire series. This is also very... I don't know. I mean, the pro players must be so tired at this point. They've been playing for hours, and their entire tournament is on the line. This is the last one game. This is the best of one right now. The series is already gone. It's dusted. It's behind us. This is a best of one. Whoever wins goes through to semis. Whoever loses goes straight to spring.
Straight to spring. Straight into viewer. Straight into, you know, someone who can join us at the watch party in Nottingham. Watch both the NLC finals and NEC finals. And then promoted into playing again in spring. A quiet game. It feels like the action has been sucked out of the early games as the series progressed, as both teams don't want to make that first mistake. But once the floodgates open, like we saw in Game 4 Trouble, there is so much action. You talked about the flash cooldowns earlier though. Jankos has his, as you said. He could be looking for something topside.
He's looking for topside. He also has the ultimate. If he wants to dive. However, Garen is a very scary champion to dive.
I would want to dive him.
Especially with the ultimate up and available for Miatek. However, he's looking to pressure into the jungle wherever he gets priority, so he gets towards that top side. Mid lane was pushing, top lane's pushing with perks as well. Jankos gets a little bit of free reign into top quadrant of Lulus's jungle. He's gonna head towards the bot side. I'm a little bit sad we didn't necessarily get to see Radisak abuse the fact that it took a Sing's flash very, very early on that bot side of the map. Now Jankos is gonna be heading towards his bot side, which has respawned again. Gonna start onto his Gromp right there, and again, things have slowed down. There was a small whoopsie on the top side, miscalculation by Perks on the solo kill right there. Miatek took that one away. And other than that, it's been a very slow, again, calculated game. You can see how much it means for both teams.
I mean, all I'm gonna say, right? You'd call that a happy little action. It happens to the best of us. He showed, you know, later, he can still do the hook shot wall dive. He still got it. At the end of the day, the gold is constantly even trouble in this series, and even if a team is 2-3k ahead, it doesn't really matter. It needs to be like a 5-10, maybe not 5-10k goalie really, to show a sign of who's winning the game. The team fights have been hard fought, close fought, looking at individuals who are able to step up in the big moments. It's a different player pretty much every game when you look back on it. Lulas though might have found a moment in the mid lane, and he has. Came in. Right at the arcane, collects that kill. Nice and easy.
Great wraparound right there from Lulas. Now they're looking for Miatek. He's gonna get locked in.
He does have good damage. Could he get the kill on Perks? Yes! He can!
Man, Garen is so scary. Miatek grabbing the kill on a 1 versus 2 scenario. You absolutely take those. If you're Bulldog Esports, grabbing that kill onto Xerath in the mid lane. Good stuff from Lulas to find the wraparound around leader. I think it was just about as his flash was about to come up as well. I don't think flash in there would have saved him either, even if he had it up. I'm not quite sure. But again, Bulldog Esports are finding the openings in the early game, and that's getting a little bit scary. Yeah. Luden's completed for Cayman. He's going to be able to push that wave with ease. Luckily, for leader, Mel is another one of those champions that gets to push the wave for free. It's kind of left like a Kai'Sa Q on steroids in her kit. They're gonna find Jankos towards the top side. The next set of Void Grubs has spawned, and as tradition has it, 4 members of Bulldog Esports are going to be heading towards the top side of the map. However, without Miatek, I really do doubt if Bulldog Esports can contest.
They want to at the very least, but you might doubt it. They go one step further and just do it anyway. I think the good trade from Cayman was the deciding factor to trouble as leader. Coming down to half HP, doesn't have EP as well. Now forced to stay as Cayman already hurts that first item. Wow, he is having a field day so far. Just hitting field goal after field goal, dealing a good chunk of damage. Miatek rotating up as well. Jankos looking for the engagement. It's Cayman that's the target. They do that best and they lock him up, and he's taken down in the end. Jankos claims to kill us. Miatek now comes in from with like a potential re-engage. His Cataclysm is up in 5 seconds. They back off. They can't quite find it, and Radisek claim the kill. They run towards the bot side looking to secure that Drake, while Bulldog, well, they're charging for the Void Grub.
Great chain of CC right there onto Cayman. He has been a little bit of a sore point for Radisak. The poke is already hurting. It's only going to get worse, especially when pen items start coming through from Cayman as well as more AP items in his inventory. So, very good flash right there from Jankos, shutting him down. Great chain of CC put onto Cayman, and Kasing did his best to try and put his W up, but it just wasn't enough. A bit squishy onto the Xerath. It's going to be the exchange, as you mentioned. The Dragon for the Void Grubs. It's going to be 1 tick of feats strength for both of these teams. And the second one for Radisak, they have found
Yet again.
Perks.
He's just dead. He can do what he wants. The Flash will buy a bit of space and force it out of Exothing as well. I mean, Perks has had a very good series, except for game 1 and 5. You know, the middling parts were very, very good. But in this, game 5, he seems to be faltering under the pressure. Let's see if Miatek will do the same. He's put under a 1v2 scenario. The Volibear able to disable the turret, the Garen. A scary sight to behold, and as the rider Yake comes in.
Oh boy!
It could be the kill. Hums. Is there one more shot? No. Cayman had used everything, and Hums able to survive with the help of the barrier. Now they still will continue to tower dive Jankos, who's very much still dying. Yes, and Miatek is alive. That feels so illegal.
Whoa, Hums was holding his ult to ult Miatek's ult. But then Miatek turns it onto Jankos, and that went probably as bad as it could have. Saving grace right there, 1 turret plating going towards Hums, but 3 and 1 onto this Garen. And I honestly, the first thing that I said when I saw Radisak's composition, I'm like, these guys are very squishy. If this Garen gets ahead, he's just gonna be chopping through HP bars so easily. And now that I'm seeing this Stride Breaker, I'm TFT wired right now. Stride Breaker built already for Miatek. It's gonna be able to stick to targets with ease. And let's watch this one more time. Clutch coming through from Cayman from downtown, that ultimate. And Hums, he's playing on the edge right there because he knows he has his ultimate available if Miatek chooses to ult him. Oh boy. Oh boy. That ultimate does not turn off the tower long enough, and Jankos ends up paying the price.
Brilliant. Record here, no flash. Perks rotating down nicely. This will be a clean little kill. Perks will take it, and Radisek still in it, but Miatek, I mean, he's strong. He is very, very strong on this Garen. Getting a solo turret up top as well. We all know what a Garen that's ahead can do, especially with this damage-oriented build that you're building nowadays. You cut through anyone, even the tanks.
I'm actually really surprised that Miatek still found a carry to play on the top side of the map. This time around is going to be the Garen. Again, the Camille was picked into the Garen. Perks has not been having a fun time up there. And with 1 level diff between the 2 top lanes, it's only going to start getting worse. The TP that's came in, I don't know if you want that.
Yeah, that TP sucked, buddy. You're going to die here. Eventually. Eventually, as Hums is forced to flash forward. Miatek will trade back, and that means Bulldog will get a 1-for-1. My point still stands though. That TP did suck.
Yeah, I feel like Cayman has done it 1 too many times where he just TPs in the middle of an entire enemy team. Not necessarily respecting the redive. That tower is almost dead.
I mean, Perks does good damage all of a sudden. Level 11. Jankos goes in, goes out. Perks is CC'd up against the wall. And the Martian Justice, a thing best served cold. Yet another kill for Miatek on Perks. As Jankos trying to chase him down. The Stormbringer available in a second, but holds on to it. Damn.
If I'm Miatek, I would buy Kasing a beer tonight. If that's a 1 series, that's him right there. That ult to throw out Jankos at this particular moment so that Miatek gets the chance to turn it around. Let's have another look, because Kasing absolutely smurfed the heck out of that situation. He's already on his way, as you can see on the minimap. And right here came in, buddy, keeping straight into 2 members. A lot of CC coming through the Rakan. Miatek shows up just in time. And as the wave is pushing through, the next one that's going to come through your screens, Radisak are preparing yet another dive. They have the members. Miatek is low enough, and Ratika Singh starts channeling the ult. The second that Jankos just about lands the Q under the shield, this is where Kasing releases the trigger, and Miatek absolutely destroys Perks on the tower.
5-1 Garen in game 5.
The timing was so good. So good. So clutch.
It's pure chaos trouble, and I love every minute of it. This is what the NLC looks like in his prime. Watch it, drink it in. It's certainly a sight to behold. They have gotten feats of strength. They'll claim the herald to the goal lead. The control of the game is in Bulldog's favor. But how much does that really mean trouble? And these games have been ping-pong back and forth all throughout the series.
Oh, absolutely. I don't think we've been able to say who's going to win. Like, okay, we usually can say, but Game 3 and Game 4 have gone completely the opposite way. So I don't think you could even guess, even if a team gets 5k up, because that was the case for Adisak in the previous game, and then just got turned around. Got turned on his head. Right here, you mentioned it, 5-1 Garen. The thing that really scares me, again, is how squishy...
Look at the damage.
Oh boy, here we go.
Oh
boy, here the flash,
the hook
Kasing!
shot wall dive! I can't! Miatek is on a rampage, and the fight could be unfolding.
Kasing has places to be, man. Kasing has places to be. He ain't got no time
He
for
needs
you.
to go to
Bulldog
bed.
Esports going in as
the
5.
cataclysm! It finds the character right at the arcane, rains down on Hums, who's forced to let the feathers fly, but Exofeng has other ideas. He'll try and chase down the rest of Radisak. Leader next on the menu, double kill for the 17-year-old AD carry as the Drake goes over to Bulldogs.
Bulldog Esports are here to declare that the upper bracket best of 3 they won versus Radisak was not a coincidence. It was not an upset, and it's exactly how it was supposed to be. Now 4,000 gold in the lead over Radisak, again on a composition where the Volley Bear rolls off later on. You do have still scaling champions like Mel, Zaya, Camille. Can Perks turn this game around again? 1.7 gold deficit over in the top lane. Just don't look at this point. Second item, Phantom Dancer completed. I'm getting scared seeing Miatek on that Garen.
Miatek, man. What a player. What a player. Definitely delivering on the Rift, and I would be scared too if I found myself on that Rift. But for now, we get to enjoy the carnage from above. This is what League of Legends looks like. It is absolutely brilliant content, and I love every minute of it. Absolute cinema. Yeah, Perks, he has to find a way to turn this around, Trouble. He did it up once in the laning phase, it feels like. He closed the gold lead, and then it ballooned again after the failed dive bot lane. But there are no easy turns to take, and I don't see how it's possible. It has to come through a good team fight. With Exofeng now getting 2 kills, there are multiple carries you want to focus down on the side of Bulldog. I just don't think currently Radisak had the damage.
That is the case. However, Perks seems to be having a pretty okay time on the side lane. Kane run over right now.
The all in though, right at the arcane, and there comes the final shot. You said you had a good time, Trouble. You didn't expect that coming, did you? What a turn. I mean, dude, that Demacian Justice, it's illegal. It's like half his HP.
I mean, you must be naive thinking this is going to be a 1 versus 2, buddy. I don't think it's ever been a 1 versus 2. Still, like, Perks is 1-6. Was 1-5 in this 1 versus 1, and he still seemed like had a pretty good chance versus the Garen. Gaimin had to give a helping hand right there. Richter is going to be popped in that mid lane. Taking that mid lane tier 1 is going to be very, very difficult for Radisak to start playing the game from there on out. Mel having to overextend in that mid lane. They're looking for a leader.
Yeah, and they'll get him, or at the very least force a splash. No instant follow-up. I spoke too soon, as able just to walk out of it pretty much unscathed. Arakan now on the map. The gold is in their favor. Control of everything really is in their favor. But it looked like this exact situation just one game ago, Trouble, but for Radisek. And they now do the comeback.
We'll see. Atakan is usually the telltale for the entire series. Games have been lost over Atakan fights. Lots of vision established for Bulldog Esports on the top side of the map. They do have a bunch of poke with Cayman on that Xerath, and this is what's very difficult for Radisak right now. They cannot cross through choke points to get vision in the river because Xerath is there. Well, and Lulash is there as well, but primarily Xerath is the big problem. You try to cross through a choke point, you're gonna have to run through a bunch of poke from the champion.
He hurts like a truck, and let's get his recall
Are you okay
cancelled.
there, buddy? Cayman?
Being chased down by the Arakan. Should be able to get back sooner rather than later. Just a little moment of fun before we get back.
Hit him now for revenge.
Yeah,
Okay, he
get
didn't.
back. Get back at him. Do it, Cayman. Do it. Let's keep our eyes on Radisek then. 5 man moving towards the top side. Trouble. I've got a gut feeling. One big fight around Arakan, that will decide it.
Yeah, and they could potentially be looking... Okay. Cayman is out in this situation, and good for Radi. It's like they actually realized that there's no anyone around in this area. I'm sorry, I'm losing my mind. I speak 3 languages and I can't string a sentence in any of the 3 I do speak right now, so I do apologize for that. However, both teams are very willing to fight around that objective. Again, if the Xerath is first in the river, it's going to become really difficult for Radisak to find an opening. However, they have set up some wards in the backline where Zeri is right now, in that quadrant of Lulas's jungle, where Perks or Leader could potentially find an angle to get to that backline.
EP up for Miatek, they want to catch him out, he has the flash available. Question is, when will he use it? The answer instantly given. It is right as he needed to boot some CC. That's a big cooldown force though, should make Hums and Leader feel a little bit safer in the upcoming fight where you don't have a 500 movement speed Garen sprinting right towards you.
2 items all across the board. Only Jankos and Leader are looking to complete their second item right here. And with Bulldog Esports having a tempo onto the map, resets are coming through from Ruddy. They're going to chip through that second mid lane tower. Here 2 going down. Next dragon coming up. It will be Soul Point. Radisak. I don't think they're in any way, shape or form set up for it. There's no vision around. They haven't pushed out any waves. As you can see on your minimaps, bot lane is pushing towards Radisak. Somebody has to go there and respond. However, Leader has to stay mid lane to push that one through. Because Atakan is still a thing. Perks with no TP has to stick towards the top side of the map in case the fight breaks out. And yet another wave that's going to be replied by Miatek. His teammates are not that close. However, all they need for Miatek to engage in a fight is Cayman to be close enough to ult. And that's actually the case right here. However, the tower is going to go down. They're going to play it simple and slow.
We're just waiting for that one fight. We are waiting for that one moment where this game is well and truly decided. Everything is set in Bulldog's favor, but this could be the surprise attack from Radisak. They don't want me to take no flash, remember, as he turns it towards Hums. Not enough damage, even with the Rider, the Arcane, but Miatek, he's still alive! And they're trying to turn it to Hums. Very good play caller, but it's not enough. He's locked inside the Cataclysm and will be taken down by Cayman. Miatek is still alive, Trouble. Can now just recall as Exo Fang goes forward. Not too far, not too deep, but unable to get a second kill. Look at the TP. He's coming back in. It's not over quite yet. Miatek on the Frank. He's gonna look for it and he's gonna get it. Leader is low. Hums is dead. There is no carries left as Perks. By Lulas, there is one way to go for Radisak, and that's forward, because in the back line, it's a scary Garen they can't deal with. As Perks loses his HP, they have to run, they have to get out with something, but they can't. The damage is so much. Hookshot wall dive needs to come through, but it misses. Mercs, what are you doing? I can't believe it. He misses the hookshot wall dive. They're gonna be aced here on the back of it. Miatek will chase them down. And I think Jankos and Huston might have just survived. But that's the outcome for Bulldog.
Make it 3 beers for Kasing from Miatek. Another insanely clutch ult coming through from Kasing. We said how pivotal his role was going to be for this team to lead them forward with the engages. But these damn ults this game have been life-saving for Miatek. he gets engaged by 3 members, TP'd upon by a 4th. 5th member arrives, and look at this all through the wall coming from Kasing, saving this entire team fight. Miatek has time to reset, go back to base, regain health, TP back in, and end it all for Radisak.
What a fight. What a fight. I can't believe
Okay,
what we're
production.
missing.
They asked me who do I think the MVP should be for the series. Screw what I said. It's
Get
Kasing.
Kasing on that list. His puppy's been phenomenal. I like the idea of going forward here, but Miatek in the backline. Leader Flash didn't do much as having to survive the ride of the arcane will do so. Ooh, trouble. 5k goalie. That last fight went in their favor, but it's not over yet.
However, they do have a lot of control over the top side jungle, which is where the 2 neutral objectives are spawned on the map. You have the Baron and you also have Atakan. There is a little bit of vision remaining, which has just been taken away by Bulldog Esports. Again, the problem here is going to be getting through that Xerath, and Cayman is a little bit too far forward. They do manage to catch him. The TP in the backline from Perks coming through.
Oh, they stopped the Baron as Yankas. Oh yeah, I should say TP. Perks in the backline. He's looking for Kasing, Cayman, and Exafang and all those things. And in the meantime, Lula's already taken down Perks. Hoodchuck wall dive forward, but can't quite connect it. Miatek now coming in from the flank. Exafang, he goes forward with the flash, trying to find them all. The damage is good as Miatek now helping to cut through the HP bars, and that's exactly what they'll do. Exafang finally falls Hums. Hums has to step up. He finds 2 immediately as Miatek and Cayman doing the work, and the rest of the Radisak lineup. Perks creates a whole heap of distance and enough space to get out of 3-for-3 trouble. And as the game still lives.
2 and 7, and he still creates so much diversion in the backline. Perks made Bulldog Esports go dizzy in this team fight. The second they lose formation, they lose the fight. Look at this teleport coming through straight onto Cayman, which means Exofeng and Kasing have to defend Cayman to stay alive. Lulas has gone too far forward. He's just a squishy Jarvan ends up going down, making the 4 versus 5 in favor of Radisak. But then that dash forward ult from Exofang gave them a little bit of the edge. Excellent stuff from Jankos right there to see the overextension from Exofang and actually ult in to finish him off. All in all, a 3-for-3 dead equal.
What? Hums is just dead.
Oh, well,
For 47 seconds, caught inside the Cataclysm.
Baron time.
Take it down. I think you might be right. Yanka still no flash. No, Stormbringer. Get into the pit either. We'll have to buy more time. The flash is up sooner rather than later. They're likely to be started here. 30 seconds on Hums.
Yeah, Bulldog Esports need to actually start acting right here. There is still the possibility of the 50-50 flash up in 2 seconds from Jankos. Even if he can't ult into the pit, he can flash and 50-50 that Baron. His ult is going to be up shortly as well. So he has an in and out potential right here. Can you make it through the choke point with Seraph? Hitting shot after shot. But also Leader hurt so much on the melt. 2 items completely.
Miatek, he's gone on Leader. He has no flash and he's instantly down. It looks to be a clean wipe really, as 2 is gone. It's just Hustlin and Perks running away. But the Demacian justice will be served. They're all dying. It's all done. They weren't all bite, no bark. Oh my, I can't believe it, Trouble. Bulldog charging towards the Nexus, 30-second death timers. And for one final time, the Bulldog looks to be biting down on the neck of the dog of Radisak. They'll send them to the retirement home. They'll send them packing. And they'll send Hums right back to America.
Wasn't an upset, it was a natural turn of events. They did it in the upper bracket and they did it again here. Bulldog Esports, welcome to the lower bracket semifinals.
That first time was so nice, they had to do it twice. Bulldog send Radisak down to the lower bracket, send them to the retirement home and book their place in the lower bracket semifinal. I cannot believe it, Trouble.
Man,
they did it!
Miatek, that's all I'm gonna say. 5 beers to Kasing tonight, because this man single-handedly kept him alive twice at 2 very crucial points in the game. That Poppy, Seth's kiss. We've talked about how experienced players are and how like the veterancy they have behind them, but all that matters is how they use that and they apply that on the Rift. Kasing, as every other player in this series, was on his 5th game of the day on a very tense series, on back and forth, so many kills every single game, and he was there. He was on point. What an incredible performance from the whole squad. But Kasing,
The comeback there, 5k down, their backs against the wall, they stood up tall, they turned it around. Unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. We look forward to seeing them again on Friday, where they play the winner of tomorrow's series between Rich Gang and Burton. Much more on everything we watched today. There is so much, it's hard to really describe in short sentences here on the casting desk. So to give someone more time, why do we not send it to our incredibly talented analyst?
They got the dog. Solari got the prediction. Yes! I mean, the fact nobody so far did in the middle of the game as they're winning. I don't know. I had to. That's a Maroon 5 coming in. Well, Bulldog Esports wins this one 3-2. It's the meme of I did it. Do you want to see me do it again? It was really rough, regardless of how you look into it, but they got it in the end. I think they keep upgrading. And Kasing.
What's that interview?
We need a Kasing in our lives.
Who remembers the LEC interview with? I think it's Hyanon. They're like, Hyanon, what's the recipe for your big turnaround this split? And he just goes, Kasing. Kasing, because that was Kasing was new to the team. Yeah, that's it, mate. Kasing. I mean, to be fair, Mietek was sick as well, topside. Yeah, as a team, they really came through together, didn't they? Like, I was really impressed with it because it was almost surprising in the way that they had struggled with their strong elements coming into this series. Didn't really show up in this one. And they still found a way to make it happen. And then, especially in this game 5, it's the first time that we've seen Bulldogs stomp really from start to finish, right? They're usually the comeback kings, the underdogs, if you will, not the Bulldogs. And this time around, just it came down to that game 5 and easy peasy.
That promised early game, we heard it in interviews. The early game, it's there. It was not fake. Tell me, Solari.
Finally, I just don't understand why it took us 4 excruciating games to get to this point where Bulldogs are finally... Apparently this is the recipe for success. You take it all the way to the last game in the series, and then finally you'll shine, and then finally you are stomping. Finally everybody's in their elements, and they're comfort champions, because everybody was playing good this time. Like, after the games in today's series, we had some things to say about positioning, about some people. Nothing bad to say here. But so much good to say about me, for example. The way my Polish boy is bringing the Polsko Kuram onto the Rift, and I'm so happy for him. I can't even speak anymore, but I'm so happy for him. But it's not just the medic. It's the way that my boy was working with his support, the way my boy was working with his mid laner. I'm just so proud. This guy coming out from Ultra Liga in a team that didn't see any success, but he was the only shining light in them. So much promising him, and finally, he's showing us what he's made of. I feel so proud. I don't know. I've never met him in real life, but I'm so proud of him.
I'm not crying.
You're joined by the Polish blood. That's more than enough. That's more than enough. And he was sick. He was sick today. Yeah. There's no two ways about it. Yeah. I thought he was very, very solid in the top side. His Ambessa game as well was incredible. And yeah, I think he's well deserving of your praise there, Solari.
I just wanted to hear justice. I was not expecting this, to be honest. But yeah, I think the Ganon was pivotal. I never thought I would say these words. And this, the ambush.
How does he not die?
Dude, you can't ambush a Garen though, right? Like, it just doesn't work. It just doesn't work. And Kasing from over the wall. Look at that. That's actually insane, by the way. That thick ass wall, throwing a hammer through it to knock both Perk and Jankos away. That's incredible. I missed that on the first playing, but yeah, that's ridiculous. Now I know why Trouble wants to feed him so many beers, because I think he owns this series as well. Jeez.
Uses the blast cone, which gives him like air fights, and then he brings in the Deadman's Plate, and the team bought enough time for it. Leader, you can't reflect that. That doesn't work.
Oh my god. And so then you can't kill that, and he deals damage, and you can't run away from him either, because either he's too fast or he has Kasing next to him. He's not gonna let him jump away, or you fail a little bit. Well, that happens too.
Happens to all of us.
He's level 16 as well throughout all of this, right? Like, there's just no way that this guy dies in this situation. So gross.
It's Garen for you. Wait, there's more? Oh, okay. I was getting excited. I know it's a replay, but I was like, wait, there was more? Show me. I mean, Kasing, Mietek, probably the MVPs, but who else would you put on the list as well?
Exofang.
Yeah, I'd probably put Exofang on there as well. I think he was
did
still...
Yatakan as well.
True.
Lulash did get the Atakan, it's true, but Exofang killed Jankos so that Lulash could get the Atakan.
And he was a Twitch.
Yeah. I mean, junglers never get any love. Screw junglers. It's always jungle gap. So
I hear pain.
Yeah. No. Why would you hear that from me? There is no pain.
I think this was
there
the
is
last
only
one.
pleasure. Such as the pleasure that a wombo combo spinning Beyblade Garen delivers to your team.
My boy.
3 people already dead, by the way.
Stridebreaker, Phantom Dancer, with Boots of Swiftness upgraded from feet.
Dead man's there too.
And you can't kill him.
Yeah, you can't. And you can't run away from him either. You just accept it. As Jankos did at some point, I believe. You just accept it.
I like it.
Can we just say real quick here that Garen, I can think of 3 Garen performances off the top of my head now from NLC.
I know all of them.
Ho on Garen, who got like 400 CS in 30 minutes and was 7-0. Baus on Garen, who drew so much attention to himself and was still one-bopping people. And now Mietik on Garen, who again was drawing so much attention to himself and had 30,000 damage. Like, yeah, maybe this champion's just something else, dude. Maybe it's just something else.
Maybe it's just guaranteed.
It's
Garen Gap.
Garen Gap, somehow that actually is a thing on NLC. I mean, as we're talking, we're waiting for the interview for Bulldog Esports to talk with them. If by the end of this split we don't have an emote from Riot where you click and it says on me for Baus, I don't know. So player of the series candidates for today, it's up to you to head on to Twitter and vote on the player you think changed the entire series. Mietek on the top, Exofang as an AD carry, Kasing as the savior, and brought grace to all of us with that Poppy and much more, by the way. And he was
I have
banned
a
off
sneak
playing
suspicion who Trouble will choose, by the way.
Yeah.
Just gonna throw that one out there.
Lulu. I have no idea who it might be.
It will remain one of life's many enigmas. For what it's worth, yeah, Kasing pretty sick this series and consistent as well.
Yeah.
Whereas Mietik, I think, had some really high highs too, and Exofang was a nice insurance policy for Bulldog. So, some 3 worthy recipients of Player of the Series.
I don't want you to be biased back at home. I want you to vote on who you believe should be the MVP of the series. But why don't we talk with one of them? Oh, I have to say, okay, Mietek, welcome to the interview. How are you doing? Pleasure to finally meet you. And how's the heart?
Oh, hello guys. So like, I don't know what to say, to be honest. Like, my heart beats so fast right now, even after 10 minutes break. Like, it was crazy series to me. Yeah.
It was a rough one, and we were highlighting, for instance, Cayman on the mid lane, Exofang as an AD carry, and I think Cayman was completely targeted today, and he couldn't bring his A game. When you look into the way things were going, how did the team felt as the series was going through? Because like the players that were supposed to be the highlight that would bring all the flashy plays, as the entire team is protecting them, obviously couldn't show up as they usually did. What was the game plan?
I mean, we had a game plan. I feel like behind the scenes, we added a new addition to the coaching staff, or like staff of the team, and we actually had a game plan. Scrims were going well. After first game, we're like so happy, like yeah, it was so good. But after second game, yeah, I mean, I think we are kind of the team that after a lose like that, we just take a break. Breathe fresh air, and we go back to the series. And I hope we showed that, because we made a comeback even when we were like 1-2. Yeah, it was kind of hard, but yeah, we managed to do that, and I'm proud of the boys.
I think we got to see that. Taking out Ready 2 times in a row, Miatik. How does it feel? Because you're playing versus legends, and what's the feeling?
Yeah, it's amazing. Like, I wouldn't expect, like, 2 months ago, I wouldn't expect, like, I'm playing against Jankos and Perks. Like, if someone told me that, I wouldn't believe them. Like, it's crazy.
That's so good. It's not only playing versus them, but kind of sometimes putting them on their place. You're Bessa, you're Garen, you shine today. Are you aware of that? Of what you provided everyone back at home, like the spectacle that you provided as a player?
Yeah, I mean, I was focused on the game, so like I wasn't like, I don't know, keeping my attention. So like I need to shine. I just wanted to win and give the best performance I could for my team. On the last game, like, when you ask Garen or TPs, right, they'll say, ban Camille is the hardest matchup. And when I laned, like, I felt like, yeah, guys, I need help. But I was getting 3 kills, and when I get into team fights with this gold lead, it just felt so easy.
Well,
even though
let's put
the
this
silent
game
was looking
behind
so hard.
us. It was. But you did amazingly, especially on those tower dives. You hold your piece. You were able to hold the skills until you needed to use them. Everything was done accordingly. Especially the escape from the top lane where you TP back and you completely demolish them. I think that was a lovely play. Mutek, to wrap it up, do let me know. You're moving forward. Ruddy is out. Now it's in between 2 teams that you have to play on Friday. What is the team you want to play versus the most?
Can you remind me who are we up
Rich
to?
Gang, or Verdant. One of these will move on. Who do you want to beat up? It's not play versus, okay? Who do you want to beat up on the Rift?
I mean, we didn't play against Rich Gang, but the first game, like our first official, was against Verdant, and we lost that game. We had Braum into full engaged, full poke team comp, and yeah, I think we want the rematch against them, I guess, and stomp them.
The rematch. I like it. Hey, we stomp them. Okay, stomp them and then move on into semifinals in England as well. Mutek, thank you so much for this interview. Pleasure to meet you. And congratulations. You were a beast inside of the Rift. You were not trying to shine, but you did anyway. Congratulations.
Thank you. Can I have one word for the ending?
Yes.
I want to shout out the team that warm up today, us, Vertex team. I want to shout out the whole team, the staff that put the hard work in. And lastly, Minister and Jan, that's for you. Thank you.
I like it. I'll see you soon, Mutek. I see you.
See ya.
Lovely. Just lovely. Do you have anything to say, Solana? Because I know it's your boy, so
Yeah, I'm just so proud of him. And just to put it in a little bit of perspective, Jankos is an absolute legend in Poland in terms of like the father figure of the esports scene, you know, and to play against him must be a huge honor. So that's what Mirek was referring to. And yeah, good for him.
Imagine winning 2 times.
And winning, exactly.
It's a feeling. But let's look into the bracket to see where we stand and what we have next. We kind of showed it on the interview already, but there you go. Tomorrow we'll be having on the menu Rich Gang versus Verdant. And whoever wins from that series will move on to fight versus Bulldog. Now, Bulldog versus question mark. Whoever wins on Friday will have a little bit of a time to rest and they will be facing Nord. Meanwhile, look into the upper bracket. Los Ratones are already waiting, just screaming peacefully without losing a single series, but they lost a game. So keep that in mind that gods still bleeds. And if you want to be the king of the mountain, you have to go and kill that god. That's all you have to do, by the way, which is, yeah, easy, right? Yeah,
that's all you have to do, mate.
Yeah,
just kill
take
a
down
god.
Los Ratones.
Yeah, like,
Yeah.
what you have to do back at home is you have a link on the chat. You have a link if you want to watch the viewing party. Oh! Watch the NLC and LSC Grand Finals. It's going to be on the Nest, okay? So grab your ticket now. It's spaced, so that's the way I have to read it. You have a massive party over there. and it's gonna be the entire day of League of Legends. So you watch NLC, then you watch LEC. I believe we're gonna be there. So I don't know if that's a plus, if that's a minus, but join us. It's gonna be fun. Are you gonna be there, Fox?
Maybe.
Understandable.
I
Final
think
words
I'll
for the
be-
yeah. Tell me.
I'll be a bit busy, not at the watch party, but actually on the
During
show.
NLC, but you know, because
But then afterwards
yes,
at LEC. Yeah.
yes,
Absolutely.
he knows.
Absolutely.
With that in mind, Solari, what do you have to say before we wrap up the day?
What a series. Finally, we had some bloody League of Legends. Finally, we had a good 5-game series. It was a lot of feelings today, so I feel like we all need a little bit of rest.
Fox.
Yeah. Yeah, I just honestly, the real losers this series are Rich Gang and Verdant, because I don't know if they're going to be able to put on a show like we just saw today. So, yeah, a lot of pressure for them coming in tomorrow.
True. I 100% understand that, and I agree. And with that in mind, I'll see you all tomorrow for yet another stream. For those of you who tuned in to watch Ruddy, well, their journey is over. You can continue the journey with us. I will dominate. I love you, bro. I hope you know I love you regardless. Please get up off the floor, man. I saw the stream. And with that, and with that in mind, I'll see you tomorrow. Have a lovely night. We love you very much. It's not the same without you. And until then, keep climbing. I'll see you soon.